Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was quirkless and was chosen by gods? Part 1. This story is we'll show you the real meaning of fear, despair, nightmare and hate by Red Blader 127. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Narrator's POV. Quirks. What are quirks? It's also known as the superhuman ability that a person can possess and are said to be the next stage of evolution in the human race. It all began when a meta-ability was manifested by a newborn baby in Qingqing City, China, with the ability to radiate light from its body. After this phenomenon, many people around the world began to manifest different kinds of superpowers, which became known as meta-abilities. While the cause of this phenomenon is unknown, it has been theorized that it was caused by the spread of a previously unknown virus carried by mice, although this theory had no hard evidence. The dawn of this extraordinary era was marred by a breakdown of society caused by the sudden onslaught of criminals empowered by their newfound superpowers, and ordinary people being prejudiced against the new minority. During this time period, All for One became a symbol of unity in society. He used his own meta-ability called All for One to remove meta-abilities from those who did not want them and give them to those that did. His actions under the guise of returning society to its prior state of humanity, when in reality, he was gathering followers who were loyal to him, allowing him to act out his ulterior motives. As chaos and unrest ensued due to the outbreak of quirks, ordinary civilians with their own quirks decided to take matters into their own hands to bring order to society, and thus the first heroes appeared. These original heroes to appear during this time of chaos were vigilantes, as the pro-hero system had not yet been implemented, beginning the time period known as the Vigilantly era. Later on, the profession of crime-fighting quirk users separate from the police and military, pro-heroes, began to exist. The pro-hero system was first put into place in Rhode Island in America under the Rhode Island New State Statute. Over 189 vigilantes were affected by this statute, with only 7 being accepted as official heroes. Now, with the opportunity to become licensed heroes and use their quirks to fight crime legally, the number of unlicensed vigilantes slowly began to decrease, with almost none left today. The authorization of the use of powers that could so easily kill was greatly criticized at first. But over time, it came to garner public support due to the fact that the first people to work professionally as heroes acted morally and upheld the law. But in order for a person to become a licensed pro-hero, they must undergo an education and training program in the subject of heroism. This heroics course is integrated into a student's college education. The heroics course includes rescue training, combat training, and even training for dealing with the media. And one of them was Toshinori Yagi, aka All Might, the current symbol of peace of Japan. He used to be saving people in America, but he eventually returned to Japan, and his meteoric rise would only continue through the Bronze, Silver, and Golden ages of his career, eventually becoming the world's symbol of peace and one hero. All Might reached the pinnacle dreams and inspired a new age of pro-heroes where the country finally knew peace. Japan's crime rate dropped down to below 6% because of All Might's presence, issuing in an era of peace. Nowadays, people obtaining quirks has an 80% chance while the 20% chance don't. And what do they call those part of the 20%? Quirkless. Just hearing the word would cause most people to vomit. Quirkless, also known as powerless, are people who unfortunately have no quirk whatsoever. The trait of appears to be recessive, meaning if at least one of the parents has a quirk, then the child has a higher chance of being born with a quirk, even if the other parent is quirkless. However, even if both parents are carriers for quirks, there is still a chance that their child will be born without a quirk. People who are born with quirks only have one joint in their pinky toe. People with 2 joints in their pinky toe are almost always quirkless. And what does society do to these quirkless people? One answer: put them in their places. They used to say heroes are supposed to be protecting those who cannot protect themselves. But as time passes by, things change for the worst. The hero system lacks to background check their so-called next generation of heroes, resulting in multiple fake heroes who don't save lives and would only go for power, fame, rankings and money. And so the protection of these quirkless people are gone. All heroes want these days is fame, power and money. They don't give a crap about civilians or even the Quirkless. They'd rather just play the act as a hero and not care for the property damage they dealt or the amount of lives it costed. And so as time passes, more next-generation heroes would lust for fame, money and power, ignoring the original priorities of heroes to save lives and not for the riches. The Public Safety Commission doesn't even do a single thing to help reform these heroes but instead just kills them behind the scenes or even hides the crimes of the heroes because of their powers. Heroes started to abuse their rankings without the rest of society knowing. Also, speaking of society, you know what they do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They don't care of what happens. Whether 1,000 people will from a tower on purpose by a hero, they don't care. Heck, they don't really care what would happen to the Quirkless because they're part of the bullying in the first place. They would mock and bully the Quirkless in whatever way they can, whether physical, verbal, social and heck, even suicide baiting them. And the 18.5% of the Quirkless population die from murder, rape, accidents, abuse but mostly due to suicide at the age of 15. And yet society doesn't give a crap about those odds, because to them, the Quirkless are useless and a waste of space for society. Teachers are even part of bullying their students and not care for whatever happens to them. There are even less true heroes now in society due to most of them just doing it as a job and not for the better of society. The word hero has been losing its true meaning as time passes. The beings who made quirks isn't liking how society has turned out because of it. Their gifts for people to save lives and make lives easier are being used for one's selfish desires. It made society even more corrupt than it used to be. Society used to be more peaceful when quirks didn't exist. Kids were having fun and treat each other equally whether they were quirkless or not. Parents loved their kids no matter who or what they are. The rate of innocent people dying was relatively lower along with crime rates being not as big as it is now. But now, it became a curse to those unfortunate to not have any quirks. The powerful beat and torment the powerless, saying that they deserved it even though they couldn't control whether to have a quirk or not. And also say that they're just doing it to protect the quirkless and stop them from becoming heroes, but who's protecting the quirkless from them? They consider themselves heroes to saving the quirkless from killing themselves, by forcing them into fear and see the distance between themselves as a far-off dream. But they do it in a way that makes them murderers instead by bullying, tormenting, abusing and suicide baiting them. Justice and heroes are losing its meaning and being more corrupted as time passes. All because of quirks, heroes and villains. Society being judgmental has caused more villains to appear and caused more disasters than before. So a being decided to test society. 2 beings formed 4 young kids. 1 male and 3 females. Born in different countries in 3 different families. 1 in France as Light Veil, 2 in America as Dreamer and 1 in Japan as Yagi. The 4 of them given with secret unique abilities compared to other quirk users. These kids will be society's last test. It'll be a chance to see if society will change for the better or will there be still hope for society. To see if society will change for the better from heroes and quirks. But, if society fails this test, and never show any signs of change, the being will initiate Armageddon, using the 4 kids they created. By unlocking their secret unique abilities, will give the world a wake-up call of a lifetime, and will begin Judgment Day, to cleanse the world from villains, quirks and heroes, to bring out a new world, and remove the curse of quirks in this world. And our story all began in Japan. In Musudafu, specifically. A house was sitting in the middle of the pleasant neighborhood. The house looked different from other houses as this house costs more than what other houses in the neighborhood costs. Well, that's because it houses Japan's #1 hero Toshinori Yagi, or what they call him, All Might, and the #9 hero Inko Yagi, or what they call her, Psyche. All Might was called as society's symbol of peace. What is the symbol of peace? So the symbol of peace is a pillar that supports society and keeps it from falling apart by the actions of evil. He's Japan's most powerful hero in Japan and caused Japan's crime rate to go to 6%. He was an alumni from UA along with his wife, Inko Yagi. Inko Yagi had a very powerful psychic quirk that allowed her to climb up Japan's hero rankings to reach #9. All Might married her after a few years when he returned back to Japan to resume his hero work there. They also bore quadruplets a few years after they married. It composed of 2 girls and 2 boys. Their firstborn was Izuku Yagi. He was born a few seconds before June 16th. He has a round face framed by a short mess of fluffy dark green hair which sticks up at odd angles around his head. His eyes are large and somewhat circular, their irises same green color as his hair and his mother's. He has a set of 4 symmetrical freckles in diamond formations, 1 on each cheek. His favorite food is katsudon and chocolate. Their second born was Izumi Yagi. She has nearly the same complexion as Izuku, round face, fluffy dark green hair, a set of 4 symmetrical freckles in diamond formations, 1 on each cheek, and large circular green eyes. She was born at June 16th, a few minutes after Izuku was born. Her favorite food is ramen. Next to Izumi is Kai Yagi. This time he has his father's complexion, with blue eyes and spiky yellow hair. He also had his mom's round face. He was born at June 16th, a few minutes after Izumi was born. His favorite food is sushi. And finally, Mana Yagi. She also has her father's yellow hair, but it's short. She has her mom's green round eyes and round face. She was at June 16th born a few minutes after Kai was born and is the youngest out of all the siblings. Her favorite food is manju. These 4 have one thing in common. They're all hero fans and would love to be one in the future. They all love heroes, especially All Might. They love and idolize All Might and even have a bunch of All Might merch along with other heroes like Endeavor, Psyche, Eraserhead, Edgeshot and more. The 4 of them know that their mother is Psyche but don't know that All Might is their father because of a secret that All Might has been keeping for years. The 4 of them had close relations to Endeavor or Enji Todoroki's sons and daughters, and Renator or Masaru Bakugo's sons and daughters. Endeavor had twins that are the same age as the quadruplets, namely Shoto and Shoka Todoroki. Shoto's quirk is called half cold half hot, allowing him to use fire on his left side and ice on his right side. Shoka's quirk is called Cold Flames Hot Ice. She can generate flame like ice and burning ice. They both have white and crimson hair colors due to the result of their quirks. They also have heterochromia, having turquoise eyes on their left and dark gray on the right. Their father is the number 2 hero, Endeavor, or also known as Enji Todoroki. His quirk is called Hellflame that gives him very powerful pyrokinetic abilities. His wife is Pro Hero, Frost, or also known as Rei Todoroki. Her quirk is called Blizzard. It allows her to use very powerful cryokinesis abilities. They also have 2 other sons and 1 daughter. Chuya Todoroki is the eldest, Fuyumi Todoroki the second eldest, and Natsuo the third eldest. Meanwhile, Masaru also had twins, Katsuki and Katsumi. They both have a quirk called Explosion, where they both release nitroglycerin-like sweat from their palms and can ignite it. They both get their looks from their parents, with their mom's ash blonde spiky hair and red eyes. They both inherit their father's hairstyle. Their father is known as the Pro Hero, Renator, or his real name is Masaru Bakugo. His quirk is called Acid Sweat, which allows him to release combustible sweat from his palms and uses a special tool to ignite it. Their mother, on the other hand, was just a normal housewife. Her name is Mitsuki Bakugo and her quirk allows her to produce smooth liquid from her skin. They also had friends from other families that Inko knows. More like over 20 families to be exact. Each of them had unique quirks, like Tenya Iida having engines on his legs, Ochako Uraraka having the power off zero gravity, Eijiro Kirishima with his hardening quirk, and more of them having unique quirks. All of them have a dream to becoming heroes for a lot of reasons. Like Uraraka wanting to be a hero for money, Iida due to his lineage and because he idolizes his brother, the Bakugo twins because they want to surpass All Might, and more of them have each their own ambitions. Each of them have divided into groups and have a humongous rivalry with each other. They call themselves 1A and 1B. Izumi, Kai and Mana all want to become heroes because of their inspiration and dreams from their mother. But none of their ambitions will match to what Izuku wants. He wants to be a hero to protect and save people with a smile like All Might. He dreams to become Japan's greatest hero and the next symbol of peace. Out of all the siblings, Izuku has a strong sense of justice and natural instinct for heroism, making him already ready to be a hero that the world needs. He has a sort of rivalry with his siblings, Katsuki and Shoto. He has a huge crush on both Katsumi and Shoka, who also both of them have a crush on Izuku, which made other girls and boys jealous. But becoming a hero is his dream that he wants to achieve in the future and would do everything to achieve it. But his dreams started to become his worst nightmare when he reached the age of 4. When a kid reaches the age of 4, they're taken to a quirk doctor to find out what quirk did they get. It's the time that children anticipate and fear the most. To some, it'll be the day to find out how powerful and what type of quirk do they have. But to some, they call this early judgment day. Because to some, they'll find out whether society would accept them or not. If they are, they're in the clear for now. But if they don't, society will make them suffer for something they can't control. Showing them humiliation and rejecting them from society. The day started off as a normal day for Izuku. With Izuku waking up and waking up Izumi and the others. Izuku. Izumi. Wake up. It's today. Izumi. Groans and rubs her eyes. What is it, Izuku? Izuku. We're going to the quirk doctor today. Izumi. Sits up. It's today. Izuku. Nods excitingly. Yeah. Izumi. Stands up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's wake up Kai and Mana. Izuku and Izumi dash out of their rooms and run straight for Mana and Kai's room. Izumi. You wake up Kai, I'll wake up Mana. Izuku. Got it. The two of them went in their rooms to see Mana and Kai sleeping in their separate beds. Izuku heads straight for Kai's bed, while Izuku went for Kai's bed. Izumi. You ready? Izuku. Nods. Yeah. Izumi. Let's do it. Izumi then gets ready while looking at Mana. Izumi. Wake up Mana. Izumi jumps up high and lands on top of Mana. Mana quickly groans and stood up out of her bed looking at Izumi with a mad and sleepy look. Mana. What the? Izumi. Why? Izumi. Today's the day Mana. Mana. Rubs her eyes. What day would be worth waking up to? Izumi. We're finding out what our quirks are today. Mana. Wait, it's today. Izumi. Yeah, Mana. Then let's wake up Kai, then wake up Mom and Dad. Izumi. Izuku's already on. The two of them look to where Izuku and Kai were, only to see Izuku slapping Kai's face rapidly while saying wake up. The two of them look at Izuku with a deadpanned look. Izuku. Kai. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Izumi. Izuku, are you serious? Izuku. Hey, at least I don't jump on people's beds to wake them up. Mana. He's got ya there. Izumi. Izumi. Mana. Kai. Groans. Can you guys keep it down? I'm trying to sleep. Izumi. Izuku. Mana. Izuku. Yeah, Mana. What is it? Izumi. Get the swatters. Izuku. Shows two swatters way ahead of you. The three of them then position themselves around Kai's bed holding swatters on their hands. Izuku. 3. Mana. 2. Izumi. 1. Now, as Kai was sleeping, the three of them suddenly slapped Kai's body using the swatters. It made him open his eyes and he started screaming. Kai. Kya. Izuku. Wake up Kai. Izumi. Today's the day. Mana. Get up lazybone. The three of them continued to hit Kai, who was covering himself with a pillow on his face. When suddenly, kids, what's with all the noise? And why are you hitting Kai? The four kids look at the door to see a familiar figure. The figure is female with green eyes, hair like Izuku and Izumi. She has a round face that is inherited by her kids. She has a slim body and has shoulder-length hair with a ponytail on the left. It was none other than Pro Hero rank number 9 Psyche, or her real name is Inko Yagi, the mother of the Yagi quadruplets. Izumi. You hi mom. Izuku. What are you doing here? Inko. Well, I could hear Kai's scream from our room along with the other screams from you three. But can I ask, why are you three screaming so early in the morning? Mana. Because mom. Today is the day. Inko. Today is what? Izumi. Today we'll find out our quirks. Inko. It's today. Kai. Sits up. Wait, it's today. Izuku. Yeah, that's why we were waking you up. Kai. But did you have to hit me with swatters? Izuku. At least it's not as worse as jumping on your stomach. Izumi. Hey, Inko. Okay, enough fighting. Smiles. I already knew it was today. That's why I made special breakfast for the four of you. Like katsudon for Izuku. Izuku. Drools. Katsudon. Inko. Ramen for Izumi. Izumi. Drools. Ramen. Inko. Sushi for Kai. Kai. Drools. Sushi. Inko. And manju for Mana. Mana. Drools Manju. Izuku. Runs out the door. Last one. There is a rotten egg. Izumi. Runs after him. Oh no you don't. Kai. Runs after them. Get back here. Mana. Runs after them for Manju. The four of them left to go downstairs in a hurry while Inko just sighed and smiled. Inko. Kids these days. From the distance she could hear Izuku scream. Izuku. Best day ever. Unknown to Izuku, this will be the last time he'll ever get to eat or ever experience a day like this. After eating breakfast, the four kids are now riding on a car on the way to the Quirk doctor. Inko was on the front passenger seat while Izuku and the other three are sitting on the passenger seat at the back. Izumi. Dad, are we there yet? The person Izumi is referring to is of course a male. He was a skinny man with sharp, angular features and long limbs, his neck long and his eyebrows absent. With blonde hair inherited by Kai and Mana, it's short blonde hair, swept backwards, with two distinct tufts that stick up above his head, leaning slightly to each side. It was none other than Toshinori Yagi, the father of the quadruplets. Toshinori. We're nearly there, Izumi. Kai. How much longer? Inko. Be patient kids. It's not long now. Mana. Sorry mom, we're just excited. Izuku. Yeah, Kachan and Sho got their quirks yesterday. Izumi. Yeah, same goes for Shoka and Kat. Izuku. Both Kachan and Kat got a powerful explosion quirk. Toshinori. Chuckles. Well, that should be expected for the combination of their father and mother's quirks. Izuku. Sho got a quirk called half cold half hot. He can use fire on his left side and ice on his right. Izumi. Shoka got a unique quirk called cold flames hot ice. Mana. Yeah, she can use flames that are cold as ice. Kai. And ice that's hot. Izuku. The others also got amazing and powerful quirks. We just want to find out what type of quirks we got. Inko. Chuckles. I know you kids are excited and all, but you four will have to wait until we reach the doctor. Izuku. Okay mom. Izumi. We'll wait. The four continued their little chat with each other while the parents just smiled at them. But unknown to any of them, their family will soon get torn apart. To some kids, this will be the most exciting moment of their lives. So it'll be natural for them to be all excited to find out what their quirks are and how powerful they are. But to some, it's the most terrifying thing in their whole life. There's a reason why this is called an early judgment day for all. If you have a quirk, especially if it's powerful, society will accept you and will praise you. Having a weak quirk makes some from society reject you while some will accept you. Having a villainous quirk will make society judge you and call you a villain or monster. But, if you're quirkless, you'll lose everything and society will never look at you at the same way ever again. Being quirkless to some is the summarization of being useless and a waste of space to society. Being quirkless is considered as the worst thing one can ever become. A few minutes later, the family arrived at the place where the Quirk doctor is supposed to be. They had to wait for the time when their appointment will come. The four have been anticipating this moment for a long time, because they want to reach their dreams to be great heroes like their mom, uncle, and especially All Might. All their friends also wants to be heroes and dreams to study at High and become heroes like their idols or parents. They all have dreams that they want to achieve just like other young kids like them. They have dreams to be successful heroes for different purposes, and they would do anything to meet those dreams. Being a hero like their idols would be nothing but a dream to them. Especially to Izuku, who is determined to be a hero that he dreams to be. But his dream will slowly turn into a nightmare. The three other siblings just got done with finding out their quirks. Izuku was now waiting for his results. Mana went first and discovered her quirk was called Psionic Force. Her quirk allows her to manifest the energy of her body or her mind to manipulate psionic forces. Through concentration, she is able to project a field of psionic force which she can manipulate into a number of relatively simple forms: rectangular planes, cylinders, globes, domes, cones, etc. The complexity of the shape is limited by her ability to imagine, mentally visualize, a particular form and keep it in sharp mental focus. Not even she is able to see the forms she creates. She can also conjure up psionic blasts or bolts of lightnings that she can use to attack opponents either physically or mentally. She can also generate psychic weapons like bows and arrows out of thin air. Kai went next and his quirk is called psychic energy. Kai can manipulate psychic energy and use it in many possible ways. He can condense his psychic energy into the shape of a ball and fire it at his opponent or energy beams. He can materialize and coalesce psychic energy on his limbs in a form of an aura, in order to strengthen his physical attacks and close-ranged combat. He also can surround his body with a resilient shield of energy for either offense or defense. It's said that he can bend space with his mind in order to move himself, objects or other people. He can create a shield-like barrier that can deflect projectiles back at the opponent. Next to Kai was Izumi, and she got the strongest out of the two. Her quirk is called Hive Mind. Her quirk is said to give her psychic abilities that are stronger than her siblings and mother. Her quirk allows her the supernatural ability to manipulate physical matter with her mind. Her psychic prowess was shown when the quirk doctor tests her by giving her a fork to which she quickly twisted it with ease and even spun its body in a spiral. She can also use her psychic abilities to make herself and others float and even manipulate gravity around her. She can also generate or manipulate elemental attacks using her mind like air, water, fire, ground electricity and more. She can use her psychic powers create barriers to protect herself like mana. Using her psychic powers, she also had the ability to enhance one's physical attributes and heal them using her or others' own strength. Her psychic control can even conjure up tornadoes that can whirl objects around, making her have the most powerful among the two. Inko and Toshinori were nonetheless happy for the three of them. But they were especially happy for Izumi considering how powerful her quirk is, and that she may continue the legacy of their family as Japan's #1 hero. Now Izuku was really hoping that he would also have a very powerful quirk like her three other siblings. The four of them always dreamed of becoming a part of the top 10 heroes and surpassing All Might. The four of them dreamt of becoming a hero squad and fighting villains alongside each other. The four of them have a huge rivalry between their friends and they want to join them and study at Ua High, the same place where All Might studied and graduated. But to Izuku, getting his quirk will just be the first step to become a hero. Izuku was gifted with knowledge, great analysis skills and a very kind heart. He loves to analyze the heroes he sees or hears of and study about their quirks. Izuku loves quirks and analyze them like how he was so fascinated with his friend's quirks. But most of all, he loves heroes, but out of all of them, All Might is his #1 favorite because he idolizes him. All Might is considered one of the greatest heroes of this time. He wants to be like All Might, to save people with a smile on his face. He wants to be a hero just as great as him. But, Doctor. Sorry kid, it's not gonna happen. Izuku's face looked like his entire world was shattered into pieces. He drops the All Might action figure he has on his hands as Inko on the other hand looked worried. Inko. Is something wrong with him after all? His friends, siblings and other kindergarteners' quirks have already manifested. He's the only one. Doctor. Size excuse me, psych. You're a 4th generation, right? May I ask about your quirk? Inko. Well, my quirk is called telekinesis. Uses her quirk to pick up Izuku's toy. It can basically allow me to lift objects with my minds with ease. Doctor. Normally, by age 4, he would have manifested one of those quirks, or some combination of the two. In the past, when the superpowers first started showing up, the results of an early research study were published. It became common practice to see if the pinky toe was missing a joint or not. When parts of the body aren't used, they're deemed unnecessary. People who didn't have the joint were thought to be a newly evolved form. The doctor then showed an X-ray of what looked like Izuku's feet. Doctor. As you can see here, I took an X-ray of Izuku's foot. Izuku should have already manifested one of these quirks. But you can see by looking at this X-ray that Izuku has 2 joints. It's unusual to see that these days, but that means he has no quirk. That's when Izuku's whole world took a drastic turn for the worst. Inko and Izuku walk out of the office and thank the doctor for his work. They drive back home with Izuku still silent while the family was chatting happily like he wasn't there in the first place. Inko told Toshinori about Izuku's results, which he flat out ignores it and talks to her about Izumi's and the others' training, to which Inko also got along and started talking about their plans for the three of them. Izumi, Mana and Kai are seated on the floor with smiles that can rival All Might itself. The three of them are talking about their quirks. The three of them are also talking about telling their quirks to their friends and how excited they are to show them. The three of them tell their parents about eating their favorite food, to which their parents agreed, and they all have smiles on their faces and continue chatting. In the background, Izuku could be seen standing and just watching the interaction of the family with tears streaming down his eyes. He still had a dumbfounded face on while clutching the All Might figurine in his hands. He could see the happy smiles on their faces. His hopes and dreams were destroyed in an instant sweep. While his mom, dad, siblings, flat out ignored him and not even noticing the tears and sadness in his eyes. After just finding out he had no quirk, they didn't even try to calm him down or reassure him that everything would be all right. His entire world shattered before his very eyes. No quirk, his family ignoring him, not even a pat on the head or a hug. Everything was turning in for the worst. Izuku, crying, maybe this is just a dream. Yeah, just a dream. I'll wake up sooner or later. He tried to hope that this was all a dream. He pinched himself, splashed water on his face, and even punched himself. But nothing changed. Even when he punched himself, no one heard his grunt of pain as they were all still busy talking with each other like he didn't even exist. His dreams of becoming a hero were slowly fading away from him. His parents are slowly starting to forget that he even existed. He was jealous of his siblings and friends. They all have a thing he couldn't have, a mutation. But Izuku's determination didn't deter a single bit. Izuku has the most determination out of all his siblings. Once he sets his mind on something, he won't stop until it's done or when he's done. Izuku slightly smiles while tears were dripping down his face, finding a newfound determination. Izuku thought, if I can't have a quirk like other heroes, then I'll be the first ever quirkless hero. I'll work harder and harder than before. This is just the start of my dream. But the moment he referred it to his dream, this is actually the start of his worst nightmare. A year passed since the siblings went to the quirk doctor. And a lot of things changed in that span of time. Izumi, Kai and Mana became the star of their preschool. With their powerful quirks and family lineage, they instantly became the star of the whole school, with more students wanting to become their friends. They all told their friends about their, and they were happy for the three of them. All of them showing off their quirks to each other and even using it to have fun. They all started to train to becoming stronger while their rivalries were growing stronger. The Todorokis and Bakugos couldn't be more happier for the three of them. Even holding up a grand celebration a week after for the three of them with all their friends invited. They all celebrated their children's quirks and how they will carry their legacy in the future. But what happened to Izuku in that span of 1 year? Well, let's just say, things went from bad to worst for them. He was faced with the reality that all men are not created equally. This was the reality he learned from society at the age of 4. Ever since Izumi, Mana and Kai got their quirks, his parents' attention was directed to the three of them. Their parents decided that Izumi should have a bigger room so she could train her quirk more, and because she deserved it. So they moved Izuku out of his and Izumi's room to make her room bigger and move him to their basement. Their basement wasn't clean nor good, to say the least. All Izuku had was his old stuff in a box along with other rubbish boxes. From the comfort of a bed, he now sleeps on a dirty mattress without even having a pillow or blanket. The room's temperature wasn't controlled like his old room, so he either has to suffer intense heat or intense cold temperatures when he sleeps. His parents are even starting to forget that he even existed. They rarely even feed him anymore or let him in for food because all their attention was solely focused onto Izumi and the others. He had to learn how to cook for himself, eat the leftovers if they were any, and went so far to eat out of the dumpster. There were numerous times where he starved or was completely dehydrated, but that never brushed off his determination. In school, he was always made fun of and left alone ever since they found out he was quirkless. Kids would always look at him and point at him laughing. Teachers wouldn't even calm him down or hug him to reassure him that everything was fine because all their attention was to his other siblings and the other kids. Some even laughed along with them. Izumi and the other siblings told their friends about Izuku being quirkless. Some secretly laughed from the inside while others felt sad. They also told them that he still pursues to be a hero despite being quirkless. Some were shocked, some were worried, and some were pissed. The siblings want to stop Izuku from being a hero because he might kill himself in the future trying to be one. So they needed their friend's help to stop Izuku before he kills himself. They already told them that he was secretly training to be stronger. Some saw this as a way to stop Izuku from killing himself while some saw it as a way to endlessly torment him. If you don't know, some of the boys specifically grew jealous of Izuku. Since he was one of the most popular kids in school because of his mother's hero status. And also because of his cute looks that makes a lot of girls have a crush on him, making the other boys jealous. He was also one of the smartest kids in class and gets most of the attention in class, which made them more jealous of him because he thinks that he is superior to the rest of them. So they suggested the most dumbest thing that they could have ever agreed on. Monoma. How about we beat him up using our quirks? Everyone. What? Iida. Monoma. That behavior is highly unacceptable. Kendo. Are you serious? Monoma. Monoma. What? It's easier. That way he will be afraid of our quirks, so he'll realize the hardships of him being a hero and give up trying to be a hero. Simple. Izumi. Are you an idiot? Kai. Do you have any idea what bullying could do to Izuku? Momo. It could hurt him mentally and physically. Kendo. Did you hit your head or something? Monoma. The others continued to protest against it, specifically the girls. But they were all cut off by Katsuki and Shoto. Katsuki. For once I agree with the copy prick. Monoma. Hey, Katsumi. Katsuki. Katsuki. What? It's easier, right? And we can show him the reality he'll face when he tries to be a hero without a quirk. Yes, but going the easy way out has its consequences. Katsumi. But it's too extreme. Shoto. I agree with Katsuki, though. Shoka. Shoto. Izumi. You too, Shoto. Yeah, I thought about it. I mean, you all heard from our parents on what the hero life is like, right? It's no joke and it's not to be taken lightly. And that goes especially to him. Many people die and get injured badly, and he could end up like one of them. There are many other ways to help him. Katsumi. But still, Monoma. Hey, come on. We'll just continue to do it until he gives up. Which will be like days or weeks tops. And besides, maybe he'll thank us as heroes for opening his eyes to the true nature of the hero duty. Yeah, but it's a different nature to what you expect it to be. And heroes. More like hypocrites. Izumi. Mina. Well, I agree. Momo. Mina. Well, they said it's easier. Mana. But Izuku will hate us for this. Izumi. Yeah, have you lost your mind? Monoma. Oh, come on. This is Izuku we're talking about. Mina. Yeah, it's not like for Izuku to hate us. He's too kind to hate us. Yeah, but everyone has limits, even him. Izumi. Sighs. Fine. Kai. I guess. I don't want Izuku to die. Mana. I don't want Izuku to hate me. Mina. Come on, Mana. He won't hate us. Mana. No. You guys can do anything you want. I don't want to be a part of this. Walks away. You'll see soon enough why I didn't make Mana one of Izuku's tormentor, because I have a special role planned for her. Except, if you know the Undertale fandom, you can guess why. Izumi. Well, you're lost, I guess. I just don't want Izuku to die. And besides, she's right, Izuku's not the type to hate us. And that's how everything changed for Izuku. The others started beating him up for being a hero. Always led by Katsuki, Monoma and Shoto along with the rest of the boys. They would always beat up Izuku until he was unconscious on the ground. They would use their quirks to beat up Izuku. But wait, isn't using quirks out in public without a license illegal? They don't care. And besides, they can't arrest them considering their family names would protect them from doing so. And the government has also been wanting very powerful next generation heroes lately. And also, speaking of that celebration for Izumi, Kai and Mana. Izuku wasn't invited. Katsuki and the others locked him in the basement and just made the stupid excuse that he didn't want to come. He just continued to suffer for something he couldn't control. But even as the others beat him up, his kindness and determination never wavered. Years passed and Izuku still continued to suffer, but he still tries to stay kind and determined throughout the way. But as days, weeks and years passed, things got worse for him. His parents literally forgot about him, neglected him for his 3 siblings. All pictures around the house were slowly starting to fill with the 3 other siblings' achievements and pictures. Izuku's bullying continued and got worse as time passes and as their quirks get stronger. He tries to run away, but he would always get pinned down or stopped by the others like Izumi and Kai's psychic powers, Uraraka's zero gravity, Siro's tape, Bondo's cement and many others. He tries to fight back, but he can't even if he wanted to because he doesn't want to hurt any of them, and it isn't like he could do anything with how powerful their quirks are becoming and how they restrained him. He would mostly get bruises from Kirishima and Tetsu's hardened attacks. He would get burns from the Todoroki siblings' fire, Mina's acid and Kaminari's electricity. He would have multiple slash marks from Izumi and Kai using debris and hitting him with it. But how about the teachers and the other students? They don't give an absolute fuck. Heck, they even joined in on beating up Izuku and tormenting him to the point that they turned him into the school's punching bag and laughing stock. They would drag him down to the ground along with his grades and really make sure that he'll never make it to being a hero. They would leave him alone and teachers would use him as an example if they become too weak or are quirkless. They mostly give him scars on his back or burnt marks. He wanted to tell them to his uncles or aunties or maybe his cousins, but Katsuki. Oh yeah, one more thing. Tell anyone about this and we'll blast you all the way to hell. They would always say that before they left so he doesn't let anyone see the scars and burnt marks. He would tell them he had an accident or a stranger beat him up. And besides, it's not like they'll even get their attention because they also suffer the same disease of ignorance. The only ones who cared for him were the other 3 Todoroki siblings, Chuya, Fuyumi and Natsuo. They were also in the same situation as him, because Endeavor and Frost would train Shoto and Shoka while leaving the 3 of them behind to question about their existence. They would talk with each other and play with each other, but one day the last thing he heard was the 3 of them died at Sekoto Peak by fire with an unknown cause. He also had his uncle Sorahiko and Aunt Chio, but because of their work, they rarely visit him or check on Izuku. Izuku continued his life to hide his scars that he gained from all the bullying from anyone so they won't suspect anything. He had to wear jackets, a face mask and an eye patch on his right to hide his scars. His body had slash marks and bruises all over it. His face had a long running scar on his right cheek while his left eye had a burn mark from it. Even when celebrating their birthdays, his parents would always forget his birthday. They would always forget it and instead celebrate the birthdays of the other siblings. They even forget to invite him to the party. Even his uncles and aunties. They used to give all of them gifts, but now it's only Izumi and the others, and they all get the grandest gifts. They also completely forgot to feed him food or take him on trips whenever they go. He's completely in a nightmare that he wishes he'd wake up soon from. He knows that no one loves him anymore, except one. Mana. She cared deeply for her older brother. Whenever the others are done beating up Izuku, she would come out and help him patch up. She never doubted Izuku, because she saw the determination in his eyes and she believed that he can still be a hero every step of the way. Whenever they celebrate her and her sibling's birthday, she would sneakily hide cake away and secretly give it to him. She even does that when she knows he's starving. She would either cook him food or hide her food and say she ate it already. She would secretly play with him and defend him whenever anyone else would bully him. She would be the only one to talk with him and encourage him that he can do it. She was the only person left who showed him love and kindness. But it wasn't enough. He and Mana can't even patch him up like they normally do. Due to the broken bones in his hands and legs, he sometimes stumbles and can't even hold a pen properly anymore. He sometimes cough out blood and feel as if he was dying. He's been having suicidal thoughts and began cutting myself using a knife. Each day he cuts himself to just feel pain. He's been beaten up so hard he doesn't even know how to feel pain or smile anymore. He cuts himself because pain is the only thing that makes him feel alive. As time passed, Izuku started seeing society more on a clear view, and it all started from his tormentors and family. He saw how greedy society is and how heroes are nothing but fakes. One time he saw a hero try and stop a villain and ending up destroying a house where a family was in it. He saw the hero smile while being surrounded by people as he could hear the cry of a victim who lost someone they loved because the hero ignored them. He saw another hero topple down a building on purpose to get the attention of the people around him. He managed to stop the building from falling, but it costed the lives of hundreds of innocent individuals, and yet society ignored it and the news was changed to a different story. He saw his uncles, Enji Todoroki and Masaru Bakugo and Aunt Rei Todoroki, fight a villain recklessly and not caring for the property damage they dealt or how much lives were at stake. In the end they stopped the villain, but at the cost of hundreds of lives and massive property damage to which society ignored, as the victims had to live on the streets. He started to see that most heroes like his mom, uncles, aunt and other heroes are nothing but hypocrites walking around and ignoring the real responsibilities of a real hero and instead pursuing for money, fame and power. Ignoring the lives of innocent individuals and how they could affect them and only care about themselves. He only sees that the hero commission just hides the hidden crimes and lives costed by the heroes to society. He became even more determined to be a hero that society really needs. He now pursued to become a true quirkless hero. But his determination and kindness are slowly fading away as his hair and eyes started to have mixed shades of gray on it. His soul started cracking, and started to be filled with negative emotions. Jealousy, for his siblings and the others having quirks. Despair and pain, from his continuous suffering. Fear, from his tormentors. Disgust, anger, hate, for his tormentors, so-called family and quirks. Negative emotions are starting to pile up within his soul. And one day, it would fully crack open, and release an Armageddon. And that day would be now. New Year's Eve in Japan would start soon. New Year, Jungyu, Shogatsu, is the most important holiday in Japan. Most businesses shut down from January 1st to January 3rd, and families typically gather to spend the days together. And of course Izuku's family would go to celebrate with their friends and family, without him. Just like how he got nothing during Christmas except a little present from Mana, which was a golden heart locket with a picture of him and Mana saying best brother, which put a smile on Izuku's face. He knows he'll be stuck in the house during New Year's Eve, it's basically tradition. But he plans on sneaking out tonight, and ask All Might if he could be a hero despite being quirkless and also help him from his family. His only beacon of hope was his idol, All Might, the only person he sees as a true hero. He always wanted to ask All Might if he could be the hero. So he could gain the determination he needs to move forward. So when his parents and siblings left, Izuku unlocked the door to the basement and took his black hoodie along with an eye patch and face mask to hide his scars and because it was cold. Carrying a bag with his All Might figurines, notebooks, some clothes and the locket Mana gave him. And before he left a letter and a box to Mana. He went out sneakily past the window and was outside. He had a hard time walking due to his injuries, but he was determined to ask All Might and get the answer himself. Walking down the streets without looking suspicious, he decided to take a shortcut that was another way to walk to from his house's direction. It was a bridge. As he was walking down the bridge he suddenly felt a presence behind him and he turns around to see a slime-like creature forming behind him to a monster-like being. Izuku. What in the world are you? What do I have here? A skin suit. Well, this is better than staying here. Sorry kid, but I need to borrow your body now. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. The slime villain suddenly launches at him as Izuku tries to break off, but his weak injuries are preventing him. Izuku. I can't breathe. Slime villain. You can't grab me. I'm fluid. Thanks for your help. You're my hero. I didn't think that come to this city. Thanks for the late Christmas present. Izuku. Struggling, my body. There's no strength. I'm dying. Am I dying? I'm dying. My body's too weak and injured to do anything. I'm sorry, Mana. Suddenly the drain cover was sent flying as a figure emerged from it and made the villain stop what it was doing. The figure was buff and took a stance looking at the villain. It was none other than All Might. It's all right now, young man. For I am here. Slime villain. Shit, it's All Might. The villain launches its tentacles at All Might, but he dodges and charges toward the villain. The villain launches another set of tentacles but All Might stops and readies his fist for an attack. All Might. Texas Smash. Slime villain. Wind pressure. The villain was cut off as a large amount of wind pressure was sent towards him. It caused his body to be splattered away as Izuku was free from his grasp. He saw the figure that saved him. He was about to faint but his determination made him stay awake and fall to the ground. Izuku. All Might. All Might. Hey, kid. Are you all right? Izuku. Stands up. I can't believe it's really you. Can I have your autograph? All Might. Sure, young man. Izuku gives All Might one of his notebooks and pens as he began signing it. He still couldn't believe it, that the number one hero, his idol, was standing right there in front of him and signing his notebook. He can finally do it. He can ask the question that he always wanted to ask him. All Might finishes signing up his notebook and gives it back to him. All Might. Here you go, young man. Now I must be off. But before All Might could jump away, Izuku reaches his hand out to him and calls him. Izuku. Hey All Might. Can I ask you a question I've always been wanting to ask you? All Might. Sure thing. Kid looks at him with interest. What is it you want to ask me? Izuku. Breathes in heavily. Here goes. Is it possible for someone quirkless to be a hero? Izuku just looks at All Might with hope in his eyes as to anticipate the answer he was waiting for his whole life. To hear the answer from his idol who he views as a true hero. But suddenly All Might started laughing at him, making him look shocked. All Might laughs. You must be joking, young man. Because if it is, this is the most funniest joke I've heard in my life. Izuku. Shocked. No. I'm being serious, All Might. All Might. Well, if you are, then I say you must put that dream to a stop. Quirkless people are just a hindrance and a waste of space to this society. Don't they know that the work of a hero is very dangerous? It's like they're going to kill themselves. If they want to die, then they should die. Because quirkless are nothing but weaklings to this world and should just be better off be like Rio's blue macaws. Extinct. All Might finishes and jumps away laughing. Izuku on the other hand was shocked beyond belief, with tears streaming down his eyes as he took off his face mask and eye patch and let his tears flow down. Izuku sat under that bridge with his arms holding his legs as he was crying. He looked to his sides and saw the bottle where the slime villain was, and he decided to open it. The slime villain walked out the bottle with a human male looking form this time and a sympathetic look on his face towards Izuku and sat beside him. Slime villain. Heya, kid. Izuku. Slime villain. Sorry, I attacked you and all. I was just trying to defend myself. The both of them just sat there in silence as Izuku then glanced over to the slime villain who was holding a picture of his family while crying. Izuku. Hey, are you all right? Slime villain. Crying. I lost them. Izuku. Who? Slime villain. Crying. My wife and kids. I lost them, all because of him. Izuku. Wide-eyed. All Might. Slime villain. Yeah, sniffs. That big fucking jerk. We were just walking around shopping because it was going to be New Year's Eve soon. When all of a sudden, All Might came in. He saw us as villains because of our quirks and splattered sniffs and cries more my wife and kids right in front of me. Izuku's reality got shocked more. All Might, attacking and killing an innocent bystander because he just looked like a villain. Slime villain. I was so mad that I fought him and in the end he made me look like a villain to the rest of the civilians. The slime villain continued to cry as Izuku had a sympathetic look towards the man and patted him, trying to comfort him. Slime villain. I never wanted this. I had no choice. After a few minutes of comfort, the slime villain stood up and looks at Izuku. Slime villain. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just wish you understand. I never chose to be this. I just wanted to avenge my family. I just needed something as a shield to defend myself. I was scared. Izuku then stood up and looked at the slime villain while tears are still streaming down his eyes. Izuku. I understand. I am sorry about your family, and I forgive you. The slime villain sadly smiles before shaping himself into a puddle and going down the drain cover and closing it as Izuku sat back down by the bridge. He felt like he got punched in the heart as his determination finally diminished and only green color remained shining in his soul. His only ray of hope saw quirkless people like him a waste of space. The one who he viewed as a real hero was a fake all along. He saw what All Might did to the slime villain and what he said to him. His dreams were shattered like glass. His whole life was meaningless. His former friends were right. He doesn't have what it takes to be a hero. His idol just said so, right in front of him and before his very eyes. Everything went toppling down for him. And it'll get worse soon enough. Izuku opens his eyes to see that it was late in the afternoon. He slept there crying all day that he must have fallen asleep. So he stood up and packed his stuff and started walking home. But he dropped his notebook on the ground with the page opened at the one where All Might had signed. It had his tears on it and a word saying, "Fake," all over it. Izuku walked around the street with his eyes gazing towards the people there. He could see families and kids being happy around each other, making him slightly jealous seeing their interaction. He remembers his so-called family who forgot him completely and his so-called friends who torment them endlessly. The only person who cared about him was Mana, but it still wasn't enough to match the negative emotions he was feeling within him. He passed by kids who were celebrating a happy holiday with each other. Passed by parents who were giving gifts to their children. Passed by kids who were having fun with each other. Oh, how he envied all of them. And thought of a time where he felt like this. It was before his siblings ever got quirks that drew their attention away from him and made his so-called friends beat him up. But as he was walking, he came by an alleyway when he suddenly heard his siblings' and parents' voice. He went to take a peek and saw his dad and mom along with Izumi, Kai and Mana talking about something. He went closer to hear what they were talking about. Izumi: "What do you want to talk about, Dad?" Kai: "Yeah, why are we in an alleyway?" Toshinori: "Well kids, I am not just your father but I am also transforms." Izuku saw his father puff out smoke and suddenly transform into a familiar buff man that made Izuku's eyes look wide in disbelief. Toshinori: "All Might." Izumi: "Whoa Dad." Kai: "You're All Might." Toshinori: "Yes, I am, my sweet little daughter." Mana: "Mom, you're married to All Might." Inko: "Yes sweetie." Izuku was beyond shock. The person who he idolized for years, who talked trash about Quirkless, and the one who doesn't give a damn out of him, are the same person all along. He could see Izumi and Kai being fans as All Might was flexing. He then hear him say something that shocked Izuku beyond his core. Toshinori: "My daughter, I deem you worthy of my power. One for all." Kai: "Power." Mana: "Mom, what's Dad talking about?" Izumi: "What is one for all?" All Might explained that his quirk was passed on for generations and originated from a villain named All for One, and that the power must be used to defeat him. Inko said that her grandma was a user before it was passed on to Toshinori. But Izuku's question is, why can't he give it to him instead? Mana: "Why Izumi? Why not give it to Izuku instead?" Toshinori: "Who is this Izuku you are talking about? Whoever he is must not have a heroic heart as Izumi and the rest of you, and must be quirkless. I only have 3 children and that is you 3. I want someone powerful like Izumi to wield it and not someone quirkless and useless. And I want our family legacy to continue through you. Will you accept my power?" Izumi: "I will Dad. I will make you proud." Toshinori: "Consider this as another Christmas present, my daughter." Mana was shocked beyond belief that her own father would say that about quirkless people and about Izuku. She was holding her anger and waiting for the moment to tell Izuku and maybe help her father convince him to give his power to him instead. And how did Izuku take it? He took it worst. Start music at 008. Izuku ran away from the place, stumbling a few times due to how broken his legs are. His heart completely shattered at this point. His own dad doesn't know him and his idol thinks he doesn't have what it takes. Why? What did he do to deserve this? She got a new quirk as a present, while he never even got a single gift from those assholes. Izuku went to an abandoned building as he was breaking all of his action figures of heroes and screaming in agony because of the physical and emotional pain he's feeling. He broke. He finally broke. His hair turned gray along with his eyes. He sat there thinking of why would his family and friends do this to him. No. He sat there thinking of why he even existed. Izuku. Why? What did I do wrong to deserve this? Please, if this is a dream, wake me up from it. Please wake me up. He gazes out the window to see other people with quirks having fun as he can also hear fireworks exploding outside. His soul started to crack more. His once red soul started to change to black. As negative emotions started to overflow his once determined and kind soul. Izuku. Why did this happen to me? Sadness. Izuku. Why does everything hurt so much? Pain. Izuku. What was the point of all that suffering? For a pointless dream. Grief. Izuku. I never really had what it takes anyway. I couldn't make it to Mana's expectations or even my parents and everyone else. Doubt. Izuku. What was it like to smile and have fun or even spend time with a family? Despair. Izuku. Why did they all ignore me? Why am I still here? Depression. Izuku. Did I do something wrong? Was I a failure to them? Did I hurt them? Guilt. Izuku. Why didn't I tell my parents? Why didn't I tell them to the authorities? Or anyone else? Regret. Izuku. I was a coward, that's why. Going for a dream like that when I don't even have the courage to stand up against them. Fear. Izuku. They always had something I lacked. A mutation. I envied them. Envy. Izuku. My siblings always got the attention of my parents and other because of that. I was replaced. Jealousy. Izuku. Still, why? Why did they hurt me? Why did they forget me? What was wrong with me? What is wrong with this society? Frustration. Izuku. Realizes it all started when we went to that quirk doctor. Ever since I was diagnosed quirkless. They stopped caring about me when they heard I was quirkless, anger building. They hated me. They considered me useless. They ignored me. They made me suffer, for something I couldn't control. Anger. Izuku. They want to be heroes but they beat up weak people like me. My parents and other heroes don't care about the welfare of quirkless people and other innocent individuals. I saw it in their eyes. They showed no remorse for their actions. They call themselves heroes, when they only care about themselves and only become heroes for fame, money, power. Disgust. Izuku. They make me and others suffer because they think people like me are useless. They enjoy it. They make us laughingstocks, my so-called parents. My uncles and aunties made me suffer, made me starve and thirst, ignored my pain, never gave a crap out of me, stopped giving me the love they used to give me, forgot that I even existed. Izumi, Kai, the rest of my so-called friends, my teachers, classmates, made fun of me, beat me up until I couldn't properly move my body like I used to. They made me suffer and feel pain, turned me into their personal punching bag, just because I was quirkless. All this because I never had a stupid fucking quirk. I hate them. I hate heroes. I hate quirks. I hate them all. Hate. All these emotions started to overwhelm the kind and determined in his soul. These negative emotions overwhelmed him, making him stream more tears down his face. He released an emotional and painful cry as he cried his eyes out. Izuku. Ah, his scream of agony is not heard as fireworks are exploding in the background. People around the world are celebrating New Year's Eve. Before New Year comes around. The time where new things begin. The time where the old is gone and the new has come. But to him, it's the time where he realizes the cold truth about society. On why he realized why he had suffered so much. People are cheering and laughing fun out there. While he screamed his pain out in a painful cry in an abandoned building where no one can hear him. He finally realized that he was no longer living a dream, or was in a dream. He was living a nightmare, and it was a real nightmare. And he wanted it to end. And he realized that in his condition now, there was only one way. After crying for over 30 minutes, Izuku takes 4 sheets of paper from his bag and writes a letter. One for Gran Torino, one for Recovery Girl, one for his tormentors, and one for Mana. He wrote all those letters the best he can because of his injured hands. He then started to climb up the building and stumbling along the way a bit and thinking if he shouldn't do it. But, useless, defenseless Izuku, quirkless loser, you don't deserve to be in the hero. I don't know anyone named Izuku. Waste of space. Because quirkless are nothing but weaklings to this world and should just be better off be like Rio's blue macaws. Extinct. Take a swan dive off the roof. And hope you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. He made up his mind. He wanted this nightmare to end. So he had to go with it. And so he removed his shoes and placed the letters under them as he stood up on top of the ledge of the building. He then looks at the golden locket that Mana gave him and remembers the words she said to him. Mana, you're the best brother in the world. I know you can be a hero because you can do anything. I love you Izuku. I'll always stand by your side. Izuku clutches the locket while tearing up. I'm sorry Mana. I can't take it anymore. Real heroes don't exist. What's the point of living on a pointless dream? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I love you. Izuku then looked at everything around him with tears in his eyes as the fireworks in the sky go off. Izuku. My legs are dangling off the edge. He took one footstep. Izuku. The bottom of the building is my only friend. He looked down to the ground of an alleyway. Izuku. I think I'll lean forward. And he closed his eyes and finally leaned forward. Izuku. And I'm gone. Meanwhile, two figures sat in thrones were watching four people suffering and dying. One from starvation, two from falling rubble and the other one from suicide. The two of them had completely disappointed looks on their faces seeing the suffering of the four kids. One of them was male and the other one was a female. Female. Size I guess they failed, huh? Argus. The female was referring to a male with white hair and had 6 white wings. He also wore knight armor and had 3 swords. He was known as Argus, the being of order and creation. Argus. Apparently so, Fatalis. Argus was referring to a female sitting next to him. She has dragon-like wing. She has many dragon-like horns on her head. She also has dragon scales surrounding her arms and legs with clawed hands. She also has reptilian-like ears and a dragon tail. She was none other than Fatalis, the being of chaos and destruction and the wife of Argus. Fatalis. It is disappointing to see that they wasted their one chance to redeem themselves. Argus. What I am mostly ashamed of is the fact that we made quirks to ensue a more peaceful world. Fatalis. But instead, it caused more chaos than it was supposed to be. People became more greedy and have been using it to become hypocrites in costumes. It makes me sick looking at them. Argus. They're using their quirks for their own selfish desires. And end up even beating up and killing innocent kids and families. Fatalis. It used to serve its purpose when real heroes existed. Like Yoriichi Shigaraki and the 6 other people he chose to pass his quirk for the sake of this society. Argus. Unfortunately, the 8th and 9th is a complete mistake. Argus then summons a globe showing All Might talking to a disguised Izuku. All Might. Laughs. You must be joking, young man. Because if it is, this is the most funniest joke I've heard in my life. Well, if you are, then I say you must put that dream to a stop. Quirkless people are just a hindrance and a waste of space to this society. Don't they know that the work of a hero is very dangerous? It's like they're going to kill themselves. If they want to die, then they should die. Because Quirkless are nothing but weaklings to this world and should just be better off be like Rio's blue macaws. Extinct. Fatalis. Grits her teeth, bastard. You were Quirkless in the first place. And you're saying that to Quirkless people, who you once were, Argus. So I guess his selfishness and greed for power exceeded his supposed purpose of him becoming a hero. Such a shame that they call him the symbol of peace. Fatalis. And it's not just him. Heroes from around the globe are just becoming only heroes just for fame, money and power. They're starting to look like the villains now instead of becoming the heroes. Argus. Sighs. What I hate even more is how this quirked society treated these 4 innocent kids we created. Fatalis. I loved 4 like they were really my kids. And this is how society treats innocent kids like them. I also hate that the Hero Commission hides the crimes of the heroes by killing any witnesses and making fake news about the situation. Argus. You know what we have to do, right? Fatalis. Yeah, Argus. Are you sure about this? Fatalis. The 2 of us already agreed on this. We gave them a chance. And all their chances ran out. They deserve what will happen to them. Villains spawned because of society being judgmental and also because of quirks existing. Quirks became more of a curse instead of a blessing to this world. Argus. Heroes are ignoring and avoiding the real responsibilities of being one. The Commission is hiding their real crimes and the heroes aren't being serious about their responsibilities. It's time we give them a wake-up call. Fatalis. It's time to begin, I guess. Argus. Yeah, Fatalis. Smirks. I'm going to enjoy seeing those bastards suffer. Argus. Chuckles and kisses her cheek. I am too, sweetie. Fatalis. Blushes and pouts. Hey. Argus. Chuckles. I always like it when you blush. Fatalis. Licks her lips. Oh, you are so going to get punished tonight. Argus. Smirks. Let's see how long you last. Fatalis. All right, enough of that. Do you think we can introduce ourselves to those 4 kids in the future? Argus. Time will tell. Fatalis. We'll introduce ourselves to them soon enough in the future once they all reunite. But once we hold hands and snap our fingers at the same time, the 4 kids will awaken their dark side powers and slowly start the purification process. Fatalis laughs. Well, they don't call this New Year for nothing. Argus reaches out for her hand. Are you ready? Fatalis grabs it. Ready as I'll ever be. Argus. Then, Fatalis grins evilly. Let the beginning to the purification process. Argus grins insanely. Commence. The both of them snap their fingers at the same time. Meanwhile, back to Izuku. Izuku's body was laid on the floor of the building, as fireworks were still exploding in the background and people were celebrating New Year. Blood was everywhere on the floor around him that was leaking from his opened wounds, mouth and eyes. His eyes closed as bloody tears marks were flowing out of his eyes. The wind blew past his body's hair and clothes. His hand was still gripping the locket that Mana gave him. He was still slowly breathing but with raspy breaths. As his face had a smile on it as blood was leaking out of it. Minutes passed and soon enough, the fireworks were over, and Izuku took his last breath. His soul suddenly popped out of his body as a red heart. When suddenly it started shaking and a crack appeared in its middle. The crack grew and grew until his soul cracked completely in half. But his soul suddenly sprouted black like goop from the middle and spread to the 2 cracked parts. His soul then absorbed all the remaining life force in Izuku's body into it. As it shot a beam of light next to it, and it made a copy of Izuku's body along with the clothes, his freckles, the scars and even the locket. But it had black hair and slight facial differences from his original one. Red eye on his right and blue on his left. His soul suddenly plunged back into the new body, as his body spurted out black like goop from his mouth and eyes and covered his whole body. His soul suddenly glowed blue and reconnected itself from the inside, from a red and green soul, to a black and gooey one. His left eye suddenly opened and it showed a blue glowing eye. It refused. Izuku's paw. I slowly feel my eyes open and see the sun shining down on my eyes, forcing me to open them. Izuku groans. Am I dead? I stood up and see myself in the middle of a path. The path was surrounded by a field of red spider lily flowers. The field also had trees surrounding it and mountains as I saw the sun setting. The scenery was so beautiful that I couldn't help but gaze onto it. Izuku. It's beautiful. I started walking down the path as I felt the breeze flow through my face and hair. Izuku. I haven't felt or experienced anything like this in a long time. It's so peaceful. Is this what death feels like? Izuku then walks further down the path and sees that it continues deep through the forest. Izuku. Should I? I looked around first and saw nothing else to go through or any place I can go. Izuku sighs. Well, this is the only place I can go through. I'm just hoping nothing bad happens when I walk through. But it's so dark, how can I? All of a sudden a lighter fell onto my hands. I flipped it on to see if it was working. When I flipped it open, flames came out of it. Izuku. Neat. Now let's go. So I walked through the dark forest that was only being illuminated by my lighter. As I walk further, everything gets darker and darker as the forest keeps getting more terrifying by the second. It was getting more foggy the further I get, the trees started to look more creepy. I look back to where I came and see that it was nothing but darkness and fog. The field of red spider lily flowers are gone and nothing but fog and creepy trees are remaining. Izuku. The field was just there. Gulps. Yup, this just all of a sudden got real. I continue to walk down the forest as the aura keeps getting more negative and creepy at the same time. I wanted to go back and stop going through the forest, but I felt within myself that I should keep going. Like something was calling me. So I continued walking down the forest. After a few minutes of walking, I felt that I was getting lost. Until I saw a figure at the far end of a path, looking at me. The figure had a torchlight like me. Izuku. Hello, who are you? Can you help me? I'm kinda lost. All of a sudden, the figure started running away. Izuku. Hey, wait up. I started to run after the figure through the forest. Brushing through the branches and running through the creepy fog, I chased after the figure. But the further I kept going, the darker my surroundings became. After a few minutes of running around, I stopped chasing after the figure. Izuku. Panting. Who was that? What was that? And where am I? I looked around to see that I was in a deeper part of the forest. It was darker than ever before, the rustling of trees started to sound more creepy. The only thing illuminating around me was my lighter, but it was so dark that it can only illuminate a shorter range around me. I felt fear crawling behind my back at this point. Izuku. Gulps. Hello. Is anyone there? I continue to walk forward, but now slowly because I don't know who or what's in this forest. My heart was beating faster because it was only me in this forest, a creepy, dark forest. This is more creepy than the basement I sleep in. I kept walking that felt like hours. I noticed something from the far distance. Izuku. What is that? I slowly walked forward towards it. My mind was telling me it's a bad idea, but my body is telling me to check it out. So I continued to slowly walk forward towards it, curiosity and fear both building up within me. I was being careful not to make a sound or scare whoever or whatever am I seeing. I finally get a clear view of what it was. And I see a kid my age wearing a hoodie and sniffing on the floor. White light was shining down on the kid who I guess is crying. Izuku. Hey, are you all right? I slowly walked towards the figure slowly and carefully. Izuku. Hey, it's okay, are you lost? I am lost too. Every tap of my feet I got closer and closer to the kid. Izuku. You don't have to be afraid. I stop a few feet in front of the kid and extend my hand out to the kid. Izuku. It's okay. I am here. I can help you. The kid stopped sniffing and I slightly smiled. Izuku. We can get out of this, together. When I expect the kid to grab my hand, all of a sudden he slaps my hand away. Izuku. Shocked. Wah. I don't need help from a useless Deku like you. That voice. It can't be. My fear then suddenly turned into dread. The figure slowly stood up and looked at me. It was Kachan and he had an insane look on his face. Izuku. Scared. Kachan. Katsuki. Well. The useless and quirkless Deku acting all hero-like. Izuku. I. Katsuki. Mockingly. What? Thinking I need help. I don't need any help from the like of you. I started to back away when something came behind me and pushed me forward. Look at the quirkless bastard looking all high and mighty. I look behind me while rubbing my neck to see Monoma with also an insane look on his face. Izuku. Scared. Monoma. And you better remember that name. Because you'll have to when you see me become a hero and you nothing but a slave. Stop acting so superior, and stay where you belong. And that's beneath everyone else. When did I ever act high and mighty with you guys? You guys have things I can never have or do things I can never do. I felt envy towards you guys. I then went another way, but I was then blasted by a familiar blast and held up by a mysterious force. I tried opening my eyes, but all I heard was 2 footsteps walking towards me and 2 familiar voices. Question mark. 1. Poor big brother, still trying to chase a hopeless little dream. How many times did we have to tell you? Question mark. 2. Stay in your place and leave it those who can actually do something useful for once. I finally opened my eyes and shocked to see Kai and Izumi. Izuku. Kai. Izumi. Smiles slyly. Nighty night big bro. That was the last thing I heard before a towel was placed over my mouth and nose as I felt my body start to go numb and I blacked out. Wakey, big brother. I felt myself slowly starting to get back into my senses. As I groaned trying to gain full control of my senses, I could hear Izumi waking me up. Wake up Deku, Shoka, just what in the world is going on? I thought I died. Is this just another one of my nightmares I used to have? Wake up stupid Deku, Cat 2. I finally opened my eyes to see that I was facing up to the sky. It looked like I was on a mountain because the view of the sky was higher than it was before. I tried to move my arms and legs but I couldn't move it properly. I went to check it and went wide-eyed to see that my arms and legs were restrained by chains on a bed I was lying on. I'm definitely on another nightmare. A nightmare I always gained a feeling of restlessness from. Izuku. Struggles. What the? Katsuki. Finally, the useless crap is awake. Izuku. What the? What's going on? Kai. Shut it you worthless crap. Awase. Yeah, it's time to put useless crap like you in your place. Izuku. Struggles. Where in the world am I? Shoto. Mount Ebot, idiot. Izuku. Struggling WY. Izumi. Oh big brother. We tried everything to make you stop becoming a hero. But you just wouldn't listen, will you? Katsuki. When will you get it through your damn useless head? No one needs you. Monoma. Just leave the heroic stuff to the real heroes. Shoto. And we're doing you a favor actually. Izuku. Huh, Shoka. Remember what Kat and Kachan said. Katsuki. The idiot's brain is as useless as him to remember something like that. Katsumi. If you want to be a hero so badly, pray that you'll be born a quirk in your next life. And take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Kaminari. That's why we're doing you a favor and dumping you down Mount Ebot. Kamikiri. The place where useless crap like you belongs and will never ever return. Mina. I can't believe we had a friend like you. They really must hate me that much, huh? What did I do to any of you anyway? Why did I try to endure it? All I can feel and gain from you all is depression. Siro. I can't believe you would have ever had a crush on girls like Shoka and Katsumi. Shoka. Ew. Katsumi. Bleg. Like I'll ever fall in love with someone like him. Girls. Yeah, I doubt that you'd fall in love with someone like me anyway. I already lost interest in you all. Izuku. But what will mom and dad say? There's no need for that. I look to my side to see mom and dad along with a couple of other people I can recognize. Enji. I can't believe you'd ever fall in love with my daughter. I would never let her date someone as weak as you. Rei. We would never ever give you our blessing to marry her. If we did, we would have given it to your other siblings or your other male friends. Because they have everything suited for our kids. I'm sorry, but I never chose to be born quirkless. I always felt a feeling of wistfulness towards them because of that. Masaru. Katsuki or Katsumi would have been a better suitor. Mitsuki. I'll never let my daughter marry someone quirkless like you. All have always thought of nothing but having kids that would continue your legacy. Just the thought of it fills me with loathing. Toshinori. Like I said to you, quirkless people like you deserves to be extinct. Why did I ever hope that you'd ever save me? Now I regret ever calling you my idol or even my father, you fake. Kai. Shakes his head. Tisk, tisk. I can't believe I ever had an older brother like you. Ever since you gained your quirks, I felt jealousy towards you. You and the others always replaced me. Inko. I can't believe I would ever have a son like you. Was I really that much of a failure to you? Did I ever hurt you or do anything wrong with you? Was my own existence that painful to you? Because I always felt nothing but guilt for that. Izumi. I can't believe we used to have fun with each other or play with each other. I would never in my life play with someone as weak as you. Every day in my life I would always get that feeling of nostalgia for the times when we used to have fun. The times when children like us used to not ever have any problems. But to you, it's nothing but a feeling of the wind. It just passes by. Katsuki. Let's just dump this fucker off and get this over with. His literal face makes me want to barf. And all your suffering was just pointless. I looked at the voice walking towards me. It was a tall young man in his 30s or something. He has gray hair, black eyes and glasses. He's wearing a black business suit with a blue tie and black leather gloves along with a tan trenchcoat. I remembered him from our field trip. It was none other Daisuke Minoru, Minister of Hero Law Enforcement Representative. And me and him have a horrible memory with each other that I tried to forget. Izuku. Wide eyes you. Daisuke. Hello there, Izuku. We finally meet face to face. He walks towards me and looks me straight in the eyes. Daisuke. It seems that humiliation wasn't far enough for you to give up. Don't you remember what I said? I grit my teeth, letting the memory resurface as he had an ominous dark expression on his face as he grabbed my face. Daisuke. I'm sure society won't mind sacrificing a kid to help our society stand firm. Isn't it all might? Toshinori. PFFT. Who needs someone like him? We can always make society believe something else happened. Daisuke. Very well then. So long, Izuku. Maybe in your next life, you'll learn that you should have listened. All might. Izumi, send him packing. The two of them stood in front of me. Izumi then did something that made me build my anger even more. Izumi. Bye, everyone. So long, useless loser. That was the last thing I heard before I was sent flying by a punch from Izumi and All Might sending me flying towards the hole of the mountain. I could hear them all celebrate as I was sent flying. My rage continued to build as I was falling. But I couldn't release it in any way possible with my condition. But all I could do is remember the memory of one of the worst days of my life. I tried to forget the memory. But I still have the memory implanted in my head, clear as day. 2 weeks ago, during our field trip, a villain attack happened. One of my classmates was held as a hostage by the villains. Multiple heroes arrived to try and save him, but they had issues and were unable to take action. The villain had some sort of quirk that was using the student's quirk to cause turmoil and make heroes have a harder time. I couldn't watch him suffer or wait for All Might to come in because it would be too late. So I jumped in, and it was the biggest mistake of my life. I jumped in and tried to pry him off the villain. It worked, but the villain then went for me. And that's when All Might jumped in and saved the day before jumping away. When I thought I was going to be praised or thanked for. Reporter. How could Hero Society came to this point? Featuring a footage of a quirkless boy running into a villain while heroes hampered in confusion. I was instead humiliated on live TV. Reporter. Please welcome out special guest, Mr. Daisuke Minoru, Minister of Hero Law Enforcement Representative. Daisuke. It may seem like an act of honorable bravery. However, we considered it a rather blatant obstacle for Hero's operation. Why? What did I do wrong to deserve this? All I felt watching this was frustration. Reporter. You were saying that while there was no movement for heroes at the scene, the boys' act was yet an obstacle. Daisuke. Yes, I am. Considering that said quirkless boy jumped into the villain with a hostage in hands while he was using his quirk to cause turmoil. There were a number of heroes at the scene. It may look like they cannot handle the occurrence, but they in fact were able to limit the damage in an acceptable and controllable range to stall further reinforcement according to protocol. However, this boy's act does not only futilely put himself at risk, but also potentially increase the chance to aggravate the villain and intensify the damage. The worst case is that the safety of innocent surrounding people might also be compromised. How was it an obstacle? All I did was try and help. What's wrong with trying to help someone in danger? And you said that the heroes were trying to limit the damage. Bullcrap. They worried more about themselves than the student. I bore more bitter feelings of resentment towards this treatment. Daisuke. People may deem that the heroes took no action on the scene, though, in fact, we're trying to limit the damage and thoroughly monitor the situation. And as you can see, the crisis was smoothly ended by our symbol of peace, without any use of the boy's pointless deed. Pointless. At least I tried to do something and not just stand around. Disgust continued to fill me as I continue watching. Reporter. Our source also reports that the boy has been applying into many hero schools and many other security agencies. He apparently wants to be a part of Hero's working field. Do you have any comment on this? Daisuke. Before we move on to the discussion, let's hear what heroes at the scene had to say. I literally thought I would be at least thanked for or even defended. Instead all I felt was humiliation. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 1. That kid's butting in was stupid. He didn't even have a quirk. Like we didn't have enough problems there. I couldn't just watch someone suffer before my eyes. I was impatient, and couldn't just stand and do nothing. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 2. There were quite some heroes there, and we were able to limit the affected area. He made me worry if the situation would be worsen. You scolded me, and praised my classmate for having a powerful quirk. Your scolding just fills me more with indignation. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 3. I did admire his bravery, but it was unnecessary and a bit rash considering the circumstances. The only thing you admired was my classmate's quirk. My feeling of enemy just continues to develop watching this society. Daisuke. What we are witnessing is an example of fancy obsession. We are in the world with lots of heroes, that makes people yearn for being in part of this dream job. Thus influence individuals of unrealistic delusion to do idiotic, irresponsible acts that may affect vast number of people. At that point, my feeling of hope became a feeling of helplessness. Not even the government sees that I have what it takes. Izuku. To be a hero, one needs to learn propriety and receive proper training first. Using quirks without license is no different than a villain. I don't personally think that this boy is suitable for hero or any security jobs. My embarrassment and insecurity continued to grow at that point. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 1. I can't believe the quirkless loser would give his life for such a useless act. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 2. I can't believe I am classmates with a worthless loser. Because of the news, I was considered a fool, a laughingstock. Feelings of isolation got worse. Izumi. I can't believe I ever had a brother like you. Kai. Such an embarrassment. All I did was bring shame to myself and my so-called family. My classmates all got asked to join schools at a young age, while I never did. The entire news ruined my life. It brought me emptiness, no, desolation. Katsuki. A quirkless bastard like you deserves to be beaten up. Monoma. Acting all hero-like, and look where that ended up. You're really hopeless now. I really wished I had that feeling of schadenfreude you all have. You really must have enjoyed my pain. After the news, the next day, I was expelled, right in front of everyone. Everyone laughed at me and called me a fool. They all mocked me and threw stuff at me like Ms. Trunchbull from Matilda. My life was ruined already at that point. Mana tried to calm me down and assure that everything was fine. But it wasn't enough. All I felt was sadness, and despair. I still had that slither of hope that All Might would say otherwise. But I guess, there wasn't. Even he told me I can't be a hero. My life was ruined, and all I could feel was sorrow. Why am I at fault for just being quirkless? I never chose to be born one. Is it really wrong to have a dream? They ruined my life in every possible way, not giving me a chance to even get a simple job. They mock me, make fun of me, bully me, beat me up, never cared about me. They only cared about themselves. They took everything from me. And my parents don't even know WHOIAM. Damn it, I curse you all. Quirks, heroes, villains. I hate them. I hate them all. From the bottom of my heart and soul, I looked up to see I was still falling deeper and deeper as the light from the hole was getting disappearing because of the night. Izuku chuckles sadly, so even in death, I can't escape it. Looks like I'm suffering for eternity. I hope this can finally end. Or is this really just a nightmare? If it is, I really hope I can finally wake up from it. But for now, there's nothing I could do now. I close my eyes as I wait my inevitable fate as I plunge deeper into the deep hole. A few seconds later, I passed out. Thud. Asterisk. I suddenly felt the sun shine down on my face again, giving me the sudden feeling of deja vu. Izuku groans, if I just returned back to the same point in time again. I swear, I'll never wake up again. I fluttered my eyes open and surprised to see I'm no longer in the field of red spider lilies but now faceplanted on top of a bed of buttercups. I sat up and coughed out yellow buttercups out of my mouth like I had the Hanahaki disease, but it had no blood. I scratched the back of my neck and rubbed my eyes. Izuku. Okay, this is definitely not what I expected when I entered the afterlife. First the field of red spider lilies, then that horrible forest that's like my nightmares, and now an underground cave garden. This is the weirdest thing I've ever experienced, and not that much extraordinary happens in my life. I looked around the place to see it had like 7 pillars with vines surrounding the bed of flowers. Most of the place had dark walls in it, covering the area. I also looked up to see sunlight shining down the hole I came from with its steep and rocky roof over the garden. Izuku. Sighs, no use going back up. There aren't enough vines here to support me on the way up, and it's way too hard to climb back up. And besides, I don't want to have to deal with them again anytime soon. I guess I should find another way out. I then checked my pocket for something and pulled out the lighter from before. Izuku. Please work. Flips it on and flames come out. Phew. At least this is working. Now time to see what I'm working with. So I stood up out of the flower bed and began walking around the garden. The surroundings were indeed hard and no way for me to break through or find a weak spot. But then I came down a narrow pathway leading somewhere as I shined my lighter to see how far it is. Izuku. Well, this looks like the only path I can go to. Sighs, let's see where this will take me. So I walked down the straight path with the lighter in my hand. The further I walked, the more I noticed something in the distance. Light was shining out of another end, so I walked towards it. I stopped at the end of the hall, then turned to another way to see some sort of ruined doorway. I walked through the doorway to see a sunflower facing the other way. The only light shining in the room was the sunlight from above down at the flower and the lighter in my hand. Izuku, what's a sunflower doing here? And am I in some sort of ruins or something? I see you've arrived, Izuku Yagi. Izuku. Huh, who's there? I then see the flower move and face me. It had a mouth and 2 dotted eyes. Flowy. Howdy, I'm Flowy. Flowy the flower. Okay, this is definitely the weirdest afterlife or dream I've ever been in. Izuku. Where am I? Flowy. Oh, you're in the underground ruins. Izuku. Okay, is this a dream? Pinches himself, ouch. Rubs the area, nope, definitely not. Am I in the afterlife or something? Flowy. This is not the afterlife nor a normal dream, human. This is your subconscious. Izuku. But what's with the first place I've been? The field. And also, why were my tormentors in a forest? Flowy. Oh, that's the field of dreams. The beauty and peace of the field is your dream of peace, while the red spider lilies symbolize you wishing to end the pain through death. Then the next place you entered was the forest of fears and nightmares, which simply shows your greatest fears and nightmares. So that explains it. Izuku. Okay, but where am I now? How is this place part of my subconscious? And how are you part of my subconscious? Flowy. Because this place or me is not actually a part of your subconscious. I was sent here by someone into your subconscious. Izuku. But what's so special about me that I was chosen for you to be sent here? All I am is just a quirkless loser. Flowy. You have a lot more power than you realize, human. Let me lead you somewhere, just reach out your hand. I was still thinking if I should do it. I mean, a talking flower with a smiley face suddenly begins talking about how special I am when no one has ever seen that from you except your little sister. Izuku. No. How can I be sure? You're not tricking me. There's nothing special about me anyway. All I am is a quirkless nobody. I'll just find a different way out. I turned and began walking away, but then Flowy started speaking to me in a more sympathetic voice. Flowy. You must be terribly sad. It's tragic, right? I can see how the world pushed you over the brink. I stopped walking and had my eyes shadowed by my hair. Flowy. Is being born without a quirk a serious crime? I clench my fist and grit my teeth as tears stream down my cheeks, remembering how I was treated just for a stupid quirk. Flowy. How they would beat up someone for just being quirkless. Even to the point where they can't move their own body properly. How they bullied and beat me up. Flowy. How they're disgusted for those at the bottom but not themselves. And how they call those at the bottom's fools for dreaming big like them. How they mocked me. Flowy. How they would only care for themselves and not how others would feel. How they ignored me. Flowy. How they laugh at those who just want to be mighty like them. That they would go far to even humiliate that person on live TV. How they humiliated me. Flowy. That it rips someone off their right to dream. How they ruined my life. Flowy. All for just something they couldn't control. All for just a stupid mutation. Flowy. Smiles sadly, that kind of distorted society. Don't you think it is detestable? I turned to face him with tears streaming down my eyes as while I was clenching my fists harder. Izuku. Of course I do. This kind of society where heroes talk about some pipe dream. After all, they're nothing but power and money-hungry fakes, and shameless hypocrites. I hate them. I hate quirks. I hate them all. Tears continued streaming down my cheeks as I looked down. All of a sudden I felt something touch my shoulders. I look in front of me to see Flowy extending his stems on my shoulder. Flowy. Poor human. Hurt by deceitful people. How much have you been suffering? Meanwhile, there's this little flower called Flowy. You're probably wondering, why is this flower helping me? Yeah, I am curious. Flowy. Well, I was like you. Izuku. Huh, what are you talking about? Flowy. I wished I could help everyone and be more useful. But I couldn't. I was nothing more than a milksop. At least I am able to help someone now. Izuku. Flowy. Sighs. I think it'll be better if you go where I led you. I could talk to you along the way. Flowy then suddenly unroots himself from the ground and wraps his roots on my right elbow. Flowy. Just walk through that doorway right in front of you, then I'll lead you to the other things. I was skeptical at first. But if he was really sent here by a being, it must be important. And besides, he's my best lead so far, so it's best if I walk with him. So I did. I went through the purple doorway with vines surrounding its sides. As I went through, I found myself in a place with faint purple brick walls and floors. In the further part of the room has stairs leading to another area. Izuku. Where are we now? Flowy. We're now in the buried temple of this place. Go up the stairs and we'll be heading to our next location. Maybe you should also take your lighter out for this one. I sigh and bring out my lighter, then continue to walk forward. I went up the stairs to find myself in another room. It was darker than the other rooms. It had a closed door, 2 pillars next to it. The other one unfortunately was on the ground and blocking what it looks like to be the switch of this place. Izuku. Where to now? Flowy. Okay. I haven't opened this gate in a long time. Because I mostly stay out there in the sun and because there are a lot of things here I don't want to talk about. Luckily only I can open it. Here we go. I was skeptical when he said that he had a lot of things he didn't want to talk about. But he suddenly moved his vines and pulled the lever that was blocked by debris. The ground started shaking and the door opened. We both entered and found ourselves in a longer room with texts written in the walls, also had pictures on it. Izuku. What is this? Flowy. This is the hallway of origins. This place contains a little bit of history about your world. We should also be careful, there are obstacles in this place. I walked forward but saw spikes blocking my way forward. I also noticed to the side that there are pressure plates and a lever at the side. Flowy. Oh right, we may have a problem here. The pathway is blocked for you. We need to get rid of these spikes. I also noticed a sign next to the lever with some text embedded on it. Izuku. Maybe this sign will help. Flowy. Good idea. I walked towards the sign and it had the words written. Izuku. Think negatively. Flowy. How is that going to help? I then walked towards the pressure plates. They were formed in a 3x3 square format. Thinking negatively. I know a sad face won't work because of the 3x3 square position. Then an idea popped into my head. I walked on the pressure plates and formed a negative sign on it by stepping on the 3 middle pressure plates in a horizontal line. I then walked towards the button and flipped it on. The spikes blocking the path then disappeared and the path cleared. Flowy. Wow, I knew you'd be able to handle that. Good job. I then walked across the formerly spiked path. I noticed something at the side of a wall and it shows a happy old environment where kids and everyone else were having fun in a park. Izuku. Flowy, when did this all happen? Flowy. A long time ago. Before quirks existed. This is how things once were. Kids were still running around happily. Equality was present in the air. Many things were different from back then and now. 99% of the world's population are happy and treated equally. The picture began moving and showed kids running around in the park happily, adults chatting with each other happily, birds singing, flowers blooming. Izuku. Everything looked so peaceful. Flowy. It was. Everyone had the ability to reach their dreams and reach for the stars without nothing stopping him. Another picture showed a kids who were dreaming to be an engineer, singer, police and doctor. And then the picture fast forwarded to showing the kids as adults living their dreams. Flowy. Everyone can do things without being treated unequally. Everyone felt love. Another picture showed while I was walking a picture of everyone equally having fun. Some were offering each other food, some were helping the poor and some were letting everyone else join them having fun. It also showed a loving family having a picnic and having fun with each other. Flowy. Where even those we look like can't achieve the impossible, can achieve it. A picture then showed a thin man who was malnourished became a soldier on the future after being supported by friends and loved ones. Izuku. What happened? Flowy. Things changed. A supposed blessing has become a curse. Izuku. Quirks. Flowy. Nods. Yeah. Quirks that 2 beings gave became a curse to this world. Izuku. Wait, I thought that quirks were a result of a mutation and evolution of the human race. Flowy. That's what they all say. All of a sudden, the both of us heard rumbling from the outside of this place. Izuku. What was that? Flowy. I actually forgot to mention. This place has motion sensors from the outside detecting if someone is still alive down here. And remember those at the top that want you dead. Don't tell me, Floey. They're probably on their way down here right now to kill you right now. So let's stop wasting our time and let's go before anyone attacks you. I nodded and ran faster down the path. I continued running forwards until I encountered another obstacle. There were long spikes above the roof facing downwards and a large patch of ground. Floey. I should be able to guide you down this path. One wrong step and you'll fall down the ground and you have to do it again. You also can't fly or jump over it, because you'll get impaled by the spikes before you can cross. But I know the correct pathway down this thing. So let's head past this. I nodded and go down the path Floey was telling me to go. It actually formed the word, nightmare, when I got past it. Floey. It'll take a while for them to pass this, so let's keep going. The next part of the story continues further away. So let's keep going. The further we go, the harder it'll be hard for them to solve these things. They may have brawn but they don't have a brain for these things. I continue to walking forward. I may not know what I'll go through or what Floey's trying to tell me, but my soul is telling me to listen to him, so I have to move forward. Time skip. Floey. Well, that was a long journey. No kidding. We literally went through a lot of places just to get a secure point in this place. We had to go to like more secret passageways. I had to find one switch by going down multiple holes because Floey couldn't remember which exactly was the right one. I had to push a lot of rocks to activate some pressure plates to open doors or deactivate spikes. I had to press many buttons in order to open doors to secret rooms. I had to hold an orb and walk into an invisible maze carefully, so I won't get shocked. And I also had to go through a puzzle with randomized different colored floors with different functions. But after running through all those obstacles, we both finally reach the place where Floey says is safe. He also said that it'll take a while for them to get here with all those obstacles. Now I don't know where we are, it doesn't even look like we're in the ruins anymore. Izuku. Where are we now, Floey? Floey. We're going to the place where the Hall of Origins continue. And it's right in front of us. He's right, after walking for hours in a ruin, this isn't even a ruin anymore. The walls and floors were now gone in exchange for a large body of water and nature surrounding the area. Blue light was illuminating the whole area with stars from the sky. But the most noticeable thing in this area was the giant shining blue castle in front of both of us. Izuku. It looks beautiful. Floey. Indeed it is. Izuku. But what are we doing here now? Floey. The Hall of Origins continues there. The Ruins Hall is incomplete and only shows a forgotten history. To complete the story I need to tell you, we need to go in there. To get there, we would need to pass the moat of negativity. I looked in front of me to see a black and murky moat dividing the path between us and surrounding the castle. It didn't look like it was deep, but it looked like a giant river of tar. Izuku. And how are we going to get past this? Floey. Size, we have to walk all the way through this moat. I knew it. Things are never easy. And where did this black stuff even come from? Izuku. Do we have to? Floey. We have no choice, there's no way around it or other way. Izuku. Can't you like make vines to cross through this? Floey. I'll dissolve if I ever touch that. And besides, do you know what this moat is made of? Izuku. Negativity. Floey. Yeah, but it's yours. Wait, what? Izuku. Mine. Why is it so much? Floey. Well, considering the life you lived, it's no excuse why there's so much. Izuku. I have to walk through this. Floey. Yup, it's the only way. And besides, we have to hurry before the others catch up to us. I inwardly groaned and went down towards the moat. I looked at it and saw bubbles popping on it. I felt grossed out, but I had to go through with this. So with one foot, I stepped into it and it felt like I just stepped into quicksand. I shivered, feeling a gross feeling go through my nerves. Floey. I know you can pull through this. Now let's go. I nodded and began stepping 1 foot at a time on the moat. It felt like I was walking through a path made out of sticky mouse traps. I continued walking like my soul was calling for something inside that castle. So I continued, Every step I got closer and closer to the castle, and it also started to feel lighter on my feet for some reason, like the moat became normal water. But I felt my soul get heavier at the same time, like it was absorbing something. I felt a lot of emotions overflow my soul, but it felt like it was full of negativity because I could feel anger, sadness, insanity and other emotions of negativity. After a few minutes, I make it to the other side of the moat. As I slowly pant from all that running for hours and walking through this thing. Flowy. We made it. Looks behind. Whoa. I looked behind curiously and looked wide-eyed to see the once black and tarry moat is now normal clear water. Izuku. What happened? Flowy. I don't know. But let's go inside the castle now. I felt that I could sense him lying from his tone of voice, but I just shrugged it off and ignored it. So I continued to walk towards the open door of the castle as I walked up the stairs and in the door before closing it so no one else would get in. When I walked in, I found myself in a long corridor. The room was all gold and yellow. It had stained glass windows around it with different pictures on it and light shining through it. Izuku. Is this, Flowy? Yes, the continuation of the origins of your world. This is the known as the final corridor. I then walked towards one side and see two beings in it. One was a male angel with 6 wings who had and 3 swords. Izuku. Flowy. Izuku. Who's the angel? Flowy. Oh, that's Argus, the being of creation and order. I then glanced at the other one. It was a female with scales, wings, horns like a dragon. Izuku. And her, Flowy. That's Fatalis, his wife. The being of chaos and destruction. Izuku. How come have I never heard or read about them? Flowy. These two are responsible for balancing the order and chaos of your world. And they're also part of the story. I guess I should continue telling you the story so you could know more. I nod and suddenly the picture started moving like before. Flowy. A long time ago, 2 beings ruled and governed your world. Fatalis, the being of chaos and destruction, she governs everything related to destruction and death. And Argus, the being of creation and order, he governs all life, made the lands flourish and is the one that balances the chaos of Fatalis. A picture then showed the 2 beings watching the world work and see some of them struggling. Some people losing to wars because they were too weak. Izuku. What's going on there? Flowy. Like I said before, a supposed blessing became a curse instead. Fatalis and Argus wanted to give the world something special that would make humans extraordinary and different. They could see how most of the world struggled with life and couldn't do most things easily. They wanted to give humans a unique ability and power that will allow them to reduce the death rate, give them more abilities to protect themselves and give them more possibilities to do things. The picture showed the 2 beings floating in the sky with orbs in their hands. The orbs are releasing energy that's flowing all over the world. Flowy. So they both decided to give humans the gift of quirks. A picture then showed a baby glowing light from its body. Izuku. Is that, Flowy? Yup, the first ever quirk, like what they told you in history class. The first ever quirk came out from a baby in Qingqing City in China. The baby had the ability to illuminate light from its body. The next picture then showed more people having more quirks like ice, telekinesis, fire and more. Flowy. After that event, more quirks began to manifest from people around the world. Scientists stated that the phenomenon cause was from a virus carried by mice around the world. But in reality, Fatalis and Argus were both the ones who gave quirks to this world. The next picture then showed chaos ensuing around cities. Izuku. That's the dawn of early chaos. Flowy. Exactly. When quirks dawned, criminals rose and caused society to break down. Cold-hearted criminals started to use their powers to bring chaos to the world. I walked towards another picture and saw a man with short white hair and luminous red eyes. He was also wearing a dark suit over a white shirt. Izuku. Who is this person? Flowy. Your so-called father's mortal enemy and the symbol of evil, All for One, also known as the former symbol of unity. Izuku. All for One. Former symbol of unity. I don't. Flowy. Size All for One had a quirk called All for One. His quirk allowed him to remove quirks to those that didn't want it and give it to those who want it. Izuku. But how is he called the symbol of evil then? He used his quirk for good. Flowy. It's his ulterior motive. The picture then showed He-Man was standing on top of the rock looking down at the people who looked like they were dead. Flowy. All for One always wanted to be known as a demon king of the world. He wants to make a world where he will rule and where everyone will do his bidding. Yes, he did use his power for good. But he did it in exchange for people to serve him. But All for One will abandon them once they're deemed useless to him. I looked at another picture showing people in costumes but they weren't heroes. Flowy. Eventually, ordinary civilians started using their quirks and took matters into their own hands. This started what people call Isizuku, the vigilante era. Flowy. Chuckles looks like someone's been taking their history class as well. But yeah, it did start the vigilante era. The pro-hero system hasn't been developed during those times, so the first heroes were these vigilantes. Walking to another picture, it showed the very first known pro-hero in America, Captain Artillery raising his American-themed shield in the air. Flowy. Later on, pro-heroes began to exist with Captain Artillery being the very first one. Then they also established the very first hero system in Rhode Island in America under the Rhode Island New State Statute. Many vigilantes were affected while some became heroes. Heroes fought to save and help people in need no matter what happens to them. And the crime rate started to shrivel and plummet slowly but surely. I walked to another picture showing a giant fist of All for One intercepting All Might's fist in a fight. Isizuku. But how was he able to live to fight him? He should be dead by now. And why does he look more fit than he is now? Flowy. All for One had a life force quirk that allows him a long lifespan. Him and your bastard of a father had a fight before you were born. The fight caused All for One to be critically injured and forced him back into hiding. And the reason why your bastard of a father looks like a walking toothpick now is because he also sustained an injury. His injury caused half of his respiratory organs were destroyed. But in the end All for One is stopped but is still alive. Looking at another picture showed different heroes behind a shining light. Flowy. Both Fatalis and Argus thought that everything was fine and all because of their blessing of quirks, but Isizuku. But what happened? Flowy. Size greed. I looked into the next picture to see a hero being proud at the number one position while mocking the others below him. Flowy. Society developed the hero ranking system so that villains will cower in fear in front of those heroes. But instead, it's been turned into a competition. Those who have quirks would do everything to make it to the top. Because the higher your rankings are, the more money and fame you get. Many people started to get blind by that. It then shifts showing heroes faking accidents and saving people despite some of them not making it out alive. Flowy. The thirst for fame, power and money got to the heroes. And slowly but surely, the real heroes are disappearing. Heroes started treating their roles as high-paying jobs and not care about the real responsibilities of being a hero. Isizuku. Isn't the hero commission doing anything? Flowy. In a way, no. Isizuku. Huh, Flowy. Size look at this. Flowy pointed me at another picture showcasing a sniper killing what looks like to be an innocent civilian. Flowy. Because villains are getting more powerful lately, the commission decided to take drastic measures to improve society from the shadows. Like an example when a hero faked an accident to make it look like he saved it. Those who witnessed and know what really happened to the events are killed by assassins hired by the commission to hide the crimes of those heroes. Isizuku. Wide-eyed they would go far to kill people. The picture then shifted to society laughing at a yellow-haired kid. Flowy. Even going far to ruin the hopes and dreams of a single kid. To the point of humiliating them on live TV. Isizuku. Wait, they did this before. Flowy. You aren't the only kid to dreamt of being a hero. A lot of kids had that dream. But there was one kid who was first humiliated on live TV like you. It happened 3 years before you were born. A picture then started to shift into a yellow-haired male with green eyes. He looked about like 3 years old. Isizuku. Who's that? Flowy. That's Mizuki Tanjiro. And he was like you in many ways. But the most obvious one is that you both had the same dream. The picture shifted to a 3-year-old him watching the TV. He was jumping joy and raising an action figure in the air. Flowy. He loved heroes. He aspired to be like one of them to protect people with all his might. That was his dream, he wanted to help as much people as he can. The picture then shifted to him having fun with friends and his family. Izuku. He looks so happy. Flowy. Of course, he had many friends that he always had fun playing with. And a loving family. He was smart, excelled in a lot of things at a young age and was a very kind-hearted person. He had a life that most kids would wish for. But, Izuku. But what? Flowy. His life came tumbling down to the ground as soon as he hit the age of 4. Or what most kids dubbed, early Judgment Day. The picture then shifted to him looking distraught on the floor in a clinic-looking environment. Izuku. Wide-eyed, don't tell me. Flowy. Yup, he was deemed quirkless at the age of 4. Despite Fatalis and Argus providing the world with quirks, they couldn't give everyone a quirk. Izuku. Why? Flowy. They thought that those with quirks would protect those who didn't. But in the end, they made a mistake, which started to make the world turn worse. The picture then shifted to kids being bullied, with Mizuki also being a victim. It also showed his parents beating him up. The picture made me grit my teeth and clench my fist. Flowy. In the end, the quirked would beat up the quirkless. They would always put them in their supposed place. The equality diminished when quirks appeared. They would always reason that they deserve it or they're doing it to protect them. Bullshit. And as you can see, Mizuki's life turned for the worse. His friends with quirks would start to beat him up. And his parents were abusing him and considered him a failure. Izuku. Grits teeth. This damn society. It quickly turns into a quick 180 whenever someone is deemed quirkless. Flowy. Life literally turned upside down for him. Losing friends, his family hating him, society continuing to bring him down, and more you can possibly think of. He suffered for years and years to come. But it all became worse at the age of 13. The picture then shifted to a 13-year-old him walking home all bruised up. Flowy. It was just another day of being beaten up by a bunch of bullies. But he still had a lot of determination to move forward to being a hero. But that determination died when this day came. Izuku. What happened? Flowy. While he was walking home, he saw a man forcing herself on a woman. Heroes weren't patrolling in the area, so it was only the man and her. He eventually saw it, and on instinct acted to defend the woman. Izuku. But if he defended the woman, why did it ruin his life? Flowy. Look at the picture. Doesn't that man look familiar to you? Like you've met him before. I looked at the picture and it shifted to the man who had a devil-like face on. He had glasses on, gray hair, black eyes, and also had a trench coat. No. Izuku. Wide eyes. No. It can't be. Flowy. Yes, it's the one and only Daisuke Minoru. He used his power of authority to ruin Mizuki's life. He called police to arrest him and they didn't even ask Mizuki questions and just arrested him on the spot. I looked wide-eyed and anger started filling my veins. The picture then shifted to Daisuke on the news talking while Mizuki was sitting on a chair looking at the news with tears in his eyes. Flowy. Eventually, he ruined his life more when he told the whole Japan, live on the news, that he was trying to save someone without a quirk in the past. He kept telling that fucking excuse that using quirks without a license is no different than a villain. He also told Japan that he was carrying and trading illegal drugs that was found in his bag that officials secretly implanted. He was charged for being part of illegal drug trades. My anger kept building and building the more I keep hearing about this. The picture then shifted to the students, teachers and parents looking at him with hate. Flowy. He was eventually expelled from his own school and disowned by his family after they heard everything on the news that night. His life was ruined in just one day just because of the cruel truth of this society. The picture then shifted to him falling down a building with tears in his eyes, making me look wide-eyed. Flowy. He wanted to end the pain he was feeling and get away from the life he lived just like you. He wanted to end this harsh society in any way he could. But he was quirkless and he couldn't do anything. And he ended it in the exact same way as you. Izuku. Grits teeth and clenches fist harder. This damn society. Those with quirks thinking they can do whatever they want. They abuse their power and care all about themselves and not about what others will feel. Some of them even call themselves heroes when they're no better than villains. Quirks, heroes, villains. I hate them. I hate them all. If only I had a power to change this damn society. I'll kill them. A voice calling my soul suddenly got stronger. The picture then showed Fatalis and Argus looking down at the world with sadness. Flowy. Fatalis and Argus felt extremely sorry for making people suffer because of quirks. They saw how Mizuki lived and was angry at how society changed for the worse because of quirks. I then walked towards another picture and saw them have hearts on both their hands. For Fatalis, she had a red and green heart on the right and a blue and green heart on the left. For Argus he had a red hearts on both his hands. Flowy. But they decided to give them one more chance and gave the world one last test. Izuku. Test. What test? Flowy. A-. All of a sudden the ground started shaking and we both heard loud banging at the door. Flowy. Shit, they're here. No time to explain. Quick run. I nodded fast and ran for it. I ran so fast away that I didn't even notice the 4 hearts with different colors at the final picture with the city erupted in flames. I ran and busted through some doors as I hastily ran towards hallways which are now turning gray. I look at my hair and also noticed it was gray. But I kept running and running until Flowy pointed at another giant door. Flowy. Quick, in there. I did so and ran in and shut the doors tight. I was heavily panting and had my back rested behind the door. But as I did, I noticed that I was in another room but it was all pitch black that I couldn't see anything else but the light illuminating by the door. I sat by the door holding my head in fear. Izuku. This can't be how it ends. This can't be how it ends. I was afraid and conflicted. Is this really the way how I want my life to end? Of course I wanted to end this nightmare, but in 2 ways. One was killing myself because I couldn't handle the pain anymore. My second option was to stop it by myself. But I don't have the ability to do so. But after hearing Flowy's story, I am conflicted on whether doing it or not. A part of my mind is telling me to end my life while my soul is telling me I might even go and throw my life away. Heck, I don't even know if I am still alive right now. Flowy. Poor child. Izuku. Huh. I look at Flowy to see him have a sympathetic smile on his face. Flowy. You were hurt by deceitful people. The ones you called friends and family deceived you. The ones you called your heroes abandoned you. And now, you're confused on what to do next. You even don't know if you're alive or not. Izuku. What? Flowy. You're still alive, Izuku, let me show you. I looked at him confused when suddenly he plunged a vine down the ground. It popped right in front of me with a television attached to it. It only showed an error screen at first and then it finally worked and made me look wide-eyed. It showed the alleyway where I jumped off. I could see fireworks still firing off, meaning that time hasn't even passed by that much. I could see my limp body lying down on the ground. Blood was trickling down my closed eyes, my smiling mouth, my nose and my other wounds. Izuku. Is that me? Flowy. Indeed it is you. You're still barely alive though. Izuku. How am I still alive when I am here? Flowy. I brought you here. Simple as that. Izuku. Why did you bring me here? To suffer. Flowy. No, I brought you here to enlighten you the truth about this society. Izuku. It's not like I can do anything to change it. I am quirkless. Flowy. Izuku. Like I said earlier, you're unique in more ways than one. You got to listen to your soul for once. He then taps his vine on my chest area and suddenly it glows gray in a shape of a heart. The outline of the heart has a half green and half red color on it. Izuku. What's this? Why is there a glowing heart in my chest? Flowy. That Izuku, is your soul. Izuku. My soul. Flowy. Yup, that's your soul. Your soul grants you the ability called soul attribute, where depending on your soul trait, it will grant you a lot of abilities that are unique and different from quirks. Izuku. So this isn't a quirk. Flowy. Nope, even better than a quirk. Izuku. What can mine do then? Flowy. Well, there's a slight problem with yours. Your soul is weakened or in other words lost its supposed traits after the suffering you endured. Izuku. Sighs, I knew it. I was born worthless. It's pointless. I'll always be the weakling everyone calls me. Flowy. Chuckles, there's another reason I brought you here. Look in front of you, beyond the TV. Flowy then plunged more vines on the ground and it sprouted in different areas that caused it to crack and fall. It also pulled down large curtains that were blocking the light. Because of that, I could now see the place where I am. The room had giant windows, but it had like holes on the roof and leaking water from it. The room was all golden, but it had like vines crawling down some of the walls. The floor was also grass and had yellow buttercups sprouted on the floor. But the most noticeable thing in the room was the giant tree that was placed in the middle of the room. The tree had a cloth wrapped in its middle with a sun and moon emblem on it. The tree was rooted on the ground as I could see its large roots. And it was also very fruitful. It had gold apples sprouting on the part of the tree where the sun was placed, while it had black ones to where the moon was placed. But the thing is, there were more black apples than gold apples on it. Izuku. What is that? Floey. That, my friend, is the tree of feelings. It's a special tree that has been planted in a special part of your head ever since you were born. Izuku. Why has there been a tree like this in my head the whole time? Floey. This tree has been waiting for the perfect moment. Slumbering within that tree is your real potential and power. Izuku. My real potential and power. Floey. Just walk closer, and open your soul, ears and eyes more. I hesitated and just stood there, but suddenly. Izuku Yagi. Izuku. Who's there? Walk forward. It is I. The tree of feelings talking to you. And I want to give you your power. I looked towards the tree and saw it glowing. And it looked more hypnotizing and marvelous as I stared at it. So I started slowly walking towards it. Floey stood behind and said that he'll keep guard. Izuku. Power. Indeed. I could sense that your soul lacks the traits you once had. You had both the traits of determination and kindness. Izuku. Determination and kindness. How were those my traits? It should be easy to see it in you, boy. A TV suddenly pops out of the ground at my side, and it shows me getting up after getting beaten up and told to give up. Your determination comes from your intense willpower. You never stopped striving to become a hero no matter how much beatings or insults you took. You still held hope no matter how many things got in your way. Another TV pops out of the ground and it shows me showing kindness to others despite them hating it because it was from someone quirkless. It also showed me not hurting anyone despite them hurting me. Your kindness comes from your unconditional gratitude and kindness that you offer others despite them not taking it. It also comes from you never attempting to hurt anyone no matter how much they've hurt you. I stopped at the front of the tree admiring its look. Another TV then pops in front of me and it shows my soul slowly draining its red color during those horrid events of the past. And its green color from the treatment I took. How sad that they used you to your advantage, abusing your determination and making you their own punching bag for their own joy. And abusing your kindness and just getting things they want but beat you up in return. And what do you get in return for that? Nothing. And it costed your own soul traits in the process. I clench my fist with anger filling up my veins. Another TV popped behind me and it showed All Might and Psyche, Bakugo twins, villains and fake heroes. It's really sad how this society turned out, huh? All because of quirks. Ignorant parents who ignore and abuse their children because of a simple mutation. Bullies who beat up the weak. Villains who put everyone in distress. And walking hypocrites wearing costumes who everyone admires but are no better than the villains themselves. But all of them have one thing in common. All of them are people who do whatever they want without caring what others will feel or how it will affect others. I felt disgust crawling up my veins as I remember what they all did to this society and what they did to me. A third TV then popped right next to the middle TV. It flashed me and other kids looking like they lost all hope. And what about those without quirks or have villainous quirks? They get treated like dirt. No lower than dirt itself. All of them are bullied and beaten up because they're considered a waste of space to society itself. Those with villainous quirks are outcasted and called villains and become villains themselves because of it. The quirkless get oppressed and can't even let their dreams come true. Just like you. You gave nothing but kindness but gained hate and pain in return. Suddenly I hear another TV popped behind me and I look at it. Words started popping up out of it. This is what gained from the kindness you gave this society. Fear, dread, envy, restlessness, depression, doubt, wistfulness, loathing, regret, jealousy, guilt, nostalgia, anger, rage, frustration, resentment, disgust, humiliation, impatient, indignation, enemy, helplessness, embarrassment, insecurity, isolation, shame, emptiness, desolation, schadenfreude, sadness, despair, sorrow, hate. As every word was being said, I felt each and every emotion go in my soul. As I remember every time I experienced those emotions during my life, it goes directly to me soul. I then felt it course through my veins. Each and every emotion was flowing through my veins, my mind, body and soul. I could feel all those emotions starting to overwhelm me. My head started hurting a bit, so I started to clench it. They basically made your perfect dream life a living nightmare. When he uttered that, more painful memories of the past started to overwhelm me. My head started to hurt more, that I had to stand on knee while clenching my head. He was right though. I've lived a nightmare, all because I lacked a stupid fucking quirk. I didn't even notice at that point that I started swearing. Tell me, boy, if you had power, what would you do with it? I stood up and felt my eyes change color and my hair too. I started to speak and answer him from what my heart and soul want. Izuku, if I did, I'll make them suffer. I'll slowly kill them and torture them. I'll make every hero, quirk user, and every cold-hearted villain suffer and cower before me. I'll make this world a better place for those who were treated unfairly like me. They made my life a living nightmare. So I'll show them a real nightmare. I raised my fist in declaration, meaning every single word that came out of my mouth. Light then came out from the tree shining on me. Then, if you're thinking of throwing your life away, that's a completely horrible idea there. But I can see that you're worthy to receive this power. I acknowledge your raw potential, and your thirst for power and correction of this world. You are clearly worthy of taking this power. I slowly walked to him more when suddenly loud banging was heard at the door and Flowey's voice along with a familiar one. Knock knock Deku, we know you're in there. Flowey. They're here, quick. I ignored it and looked at the tree. Suddenly it moved a branch with a black apple on it towards me. Izuku. A black apple. Indeed. To give you your power, you must take this apple and bite it. Izuku. Bite it, yes. Just one little bite, and the power you need to change the world will be given to you. Just one little bite. I reached my hand out and plucked the apple out of its branch as the branch retracts back into the tree. I took the apple and examined it. It was a jet black shiny apple. Izuku. Just one bite. The banging could be heard louder and I could hear Flowey yell more. Come out, you useless trash. Flowey. Just bite it already. And so I did. I moved the apple closer to my face and crunch. Asterisk. I took a bite of it and chewed it, then swallowed it. I felt nothing. Izuku. What? Why am I feeling not awe? All of a sudden I dropped the apple and fell to the floor, clutching my chest as I could feel it in pain. I could hear my chest groaning in pain. Izuku. Struggling, what's happening? AGHHH. Power. Your power is harnessing your negativity throughout all those years. I continued clutching my chest in pain, when all of a sudden, I covered my mouth as well as I could feel something rise out of my throat. Open the fucking door, Deku. Don't you dare do anything stupid in there. Flowey. I'm a flower, for good sake. Hurry up. I could hear Kachan and the others scream out there while I still felt pain throughout my body. All of a sudden black like goo like from the moat before was spilling out of my mouth, then to the ground. Izuku. Let's go of his mouth. Wah. AGHHHHH. As I let go of my mouth, more black like goo starts coming out of it and onto the floor. And suddenly it also starts coming out of my nose and mouth. All I could do at that point was scream in pain. My back started to hurt even more. Suddenly 4 black appendages manifested from my back and sprouted behind me. I also felt the goop rising above my body, so I tried to get it away. Don't fight the power, boy. The only way for it to accept you is if you embrace it. Embrace all those negative emotions. Embrace it. I was still stuck in thought when suddenly the door bursted open and all of my tormentors popped through it. Katsuki. Here's Johnny Deku. Shoto. We should have killed you instead. Izumi. That won't work, Shoto. It looks like even death won't do him. All Might. The best is to just torture the living hell out of that trash. Daisuke. We'll make his life a living nightmare. He'll definitely stop for sure. Nightmare, huh? Become the incarnation of nightmares. Embrace it. Embrace your negative emotions. Embrace your fears, your anger, Embrace your negativity. Become the king of negativity. Embrace it. He's right. Why am I resisting this? If I really want to show all those bastards a real nightmare, I should embrace this. This is the power I am being given, I shouldn't be rejecting it. I'll show them. I'll show them all. I'll give them a real nightmare. I suddenly felt power starting to course through my veins as I started to embrace each negative emotion I've felt. I also started feeling some new emotions and feelings I've never felt before. Like my desire to harm others and see them suffer starts to grow. Malice. My face started contorting to a smile, imagining the looks on their faces when I kill them and ruin their dreams. Sadism. My want of killing all those fakes, villains and bastards had increased. And I want to feel the thrill of killing them. Bloodlust. I've lost the compassion and pity I once gave those bastards. Ruthless, merciless, or even lost the fear in them. All I see them are as insects and pests that need to be exterminated. Fearless. I just want to force them into submission, then beat them so hard and slowly that they have to feel every second of that pain and make them regret that they were even born. Brutality. I also felt my body slowly change, like each part of my cell and physiology was being altered. I felt my body start to get a bit more fluid and flexible. Katsuki. What the fuck? Deku, what in the world is happening to you? I stood up slowly and started laughing like a maniac. I then looked at them and they all lost that smile on their faces. It was replaced by uncontrollable twitches of fear. Izumi. Shaking in fear, big brother. I then felt my right eye disappear and get covered by the black stuff that was going over my face. I then placed a hand over my right face and looked at them with an insane smile that was forming my face. Izuku. Oh Izumi, your big brother is dead, because I closed my eyes as I felt the black goop fully envelop my body and my soul. I then opened my eyes to see that it changed blue and held out an arm that revealed my soul. From gray, it became like black and tar-like. I also placed a hand over my face and gave them an insane smile. Izuku. I am Nightmare. Suddenly tendrils exploded out of my stomach and impaled all of them instantly at the chest. I could see all of them look lifeless with blood dripping out of them. Izuku. Who's laughing now? I could see all of them start to turn to black like goop and start to get absorbed by my tendrils. It was logical since they were made from my nightmares that they're all returning back to what they once were. I let the tendrils return back to me as I look back at the tree. Chuckles, I knew you had it in you. Izuku. Examines his arm. What is this black stuff? That is dark matter. Your transformation changed your own body's physiology. That matter is manifested from all your negative emotions. It can grant you superhuman abilities that not even a quirk can grant. Izuku. Huh, sweet. Floey suddenly pops next to the tree and looks at me. Floey. It also makes you harder to kill. Physical attacks are all nullified in that form. No matter how many times someone beats you up or slices you, you can easily regenerate those areas and your body parts are sentient and can regroup if it's separated from you. Izuku. So I really took the role of punching bag personally, huh? Floey. Basically, but you'll become like a deadly sparring partner. You can take a lot of hits and deal a lot of damage. Izuku. Hey, that's nice. You also have abilities like from RPG games. A level up system that can allow you to infinitely get stronger. Check your soul and concentrate on it. And so I did. I opened my palm and my soul came forth. I then concentrated until a pain came out of my soul and it showed. LV. 1. HP. 70. At. 110. DF. 70. SPD. 90. EXP to next LV. 10. Izuku. So I have stats. Floey. You do. HP means health points. AT means attack output power. DF is defense input. SPD is your speed. Izuku. Does LV mean level and express mean experience? It actually means something else for you. Izuku. Floey. LV actually means level of violence. Izuku. Convenient. Floey. It measures your capacity to hurt and your threat level. The higher it is, the more bloodlust and aura you'll emit that will cause enemies around you to feel fear. You can gain LV if you gain the required express or execution points. You gain those points whenever you kill someone. Izuku. That does happen in games whenever you kill something. Flowy. The express points depends on the person's LV. Izuku. So everyone has LV, I'm assuming. Correct. Normal humans, villains, and even those bastards of a heroes. The EXP points vary depending on that person's LV. Like if the person you killed has an LV of 5, you gain that 5 express points. You can see and sense it through their soul on how much LV they have. Izuku. Neat. Flowy. And as you level up, you gain more abilities that can make you stronger. As you have now, is the ability to modify your limbs into various shapes and sizes, summon tentacles from your back and body, but the 4 on your back are a natural part of your body. You can also teleport. Izuku. I can teleport, Just concentrate on a singular location like over that door over there, then you'll be there. I then closed my eyes and thought of teleporting to that door again. Then a few seconds later, I felt my body like move from one place to another. I opened my eyes and see that I was at the door, a short distance from them. Izuku. That's cool. I then used it again to teleport back to the place where I once was. Izuku. Does this teleport have like a range limit? Unfortunately, yes. Your teleport can work on locations not far from you. But you'll gain a one that works globally as you level up along with other strong abilities. I wish we could tell you, but it's better if you figure it out yourself. But I want to ask you another question. Izuku. And that is, if you found people who were treated unfairly like you, what would you do to them? It even counts villains. Izuku. It's simple. I'll recruit them or take them with me. I want to make a world where people like us have equal power. I want a world where no hero nor villains exist. And most importantly, no quirks. Excellent answer. I also want to remind you something. Izuku. In the near future, you'd cross paths with 3 other individuals. The 3 of them are the same age as you. The 3 of them have suffered as you because of this society. The 3 of them have also negative soul attributes as you. And the 3 of them have the same ideals and goals like you. I'm sure the 3 of you would develop a great relationship with each other. Not like the 3 of you are destined for each other. Izuku. I'm sure we'll get along. Now go fort. Izuku Yag. Izuku. Number. Izuku Yagi is dead. I am just Izuku. I am no longer a Yagi. I am Nightmare. Sorry. Now. Arise Izuku Yagi. Awaken. I closed my eyes and felt my body start waking up. No one's paw. As Izuku's body disappears from the subconscious world, it only just leaves both Flowy and the tree. The tree disappears and Flowy looks behind him to see a white and black light appear before him. Flowy. Did I do well, Master Argus? The white light then shifts to a screen showing Argus and the black one shows Fatalis. Argus. You did well, Flowy. Flowy. Chuckles. It's kinda hard to voice both me and the tree at once. Fatalis. But you did a good job at it. We're grateful for you doing this. Flowy. I should be the one grateful, Masters. You gave me a new purpose in life. Argus. No, it was our fault in the first place. This wretched society pushed you to the brink of death. Flowy. But now, we have 4 people to start the purification process. I am grateful for that and that you gave me a new life and purpose. I owe everything to you too. Fatalis. Shouldn't you be going to the other 3 next? It might be hard. Flowy. I was just finishing here, Master. I should be able to talk the other 3 into accepting their power. Argus. Good luck, Flowy. Or I should say, Flowy then changed forms. He's now a human boy with white hair. He has red eyes with green pupils. His hands had green-like gloves with red nails that are like thorns. He was wearing a top hat, a suit, a bow tie which looked like a mouth and a yellow flower. Argus. Mizuki Tanjiro. Flowy. Flowy will suffice now, Masters. I kinda got used to it. And besides, Mizuki Tanjiro died from society years ago. I am just his ghost awaiting vengeance against society. Fatalis. Smirks and vengeance he shall receive. At the hands of these 4 champions. Argus. Smirks. The world will have the biggest wake-up call of their lifetime. Flowy. Grins evilly. I hope death doesn't have a hard time with the bloodbaths that are about to happen. The 3 of them started laughing evilly knowing what will happen soon this new year. Izuku's paw. I opened my eyes to see that I can only open my left one, like in my dream. I looked up to see that the fireworks were just finished and noticed that not even a few minutes have passed. I raised my arm over my face to see that it was made out of the same black stuff in my dream. Izuku. Huh, so it wasn't a dream. I slowly sat up and looked at my surroundings to see that I am still in the alleyway I was before. Izuku. Man, I felt like I slept like a baby. If that baby got hit by a moving truck. I looked to my side to see my pale dead body still there, making me slightly jump back. I noticed that it was still bleeding from the same areas as before. Izuku. So, my guess is that my soul cloned my body and drained my remaining life force to make this new body for me and my soul. Neat. I looked down at my chest to see that it had like a heart shape on it. I grabbed it and pulled it slight to see that it also cloned the locket that Mana gave me. I opened it to see the picture of the both of us she made. As I stare at it I remembered the other words she said when she gave me this locket. Mana. Big brother, my dream is that the both of us would be a hero duo in the future. I want to fight by your side. No matter what others say, I believe that you'll do great things someday. Do you promise to be heroes with me in the future? Izuku. Where's the locket? I promise. I clutched the locket and felt tears streaming down my face. I wipe it off and let the locket sink back into my body. Izuku. Sorry Mana. I would have wished to walk beside you through this journey. But this is the part where we go separate ways. I hope that you'll open your eyes and see how cruel and unjust this society really is. And I must fix it by my own way. I'll always love you. Please forgive me. I then closed my eyes and teleported to a random building close by, leaving my dead body still in the alleyway. I look over the rails of the building and see that the beautiful night and a good view of the city. In the distance I could hear people celebrating Happy New Year and many others yelling. I could still see some fireworks popping. Izuku. Chuckles, what a happy start to a new year I am hearing. Families having fun. Parties are going on. A lot of people are enjoying themselves. Fireworks still popping. And yet, those outcasted are not having fun while they have fun. Where's the equality? It all makes me sick. Grins evilly. How about we add a little bloodshed to this new year? I stood up and gazed into the city with an insane smile on my face. Izuku. Hey heroes, villains and all other Quirk bastards. I then summoned my soul to see that it was emitting a purple flame-like aura. I then looked at the entire city with an insane expression plastered on my face. Izuku. Are you ready for your worst nightmare? No one's paw. Izuku was currently on the rooftop of the building, watching the scenery around him. Izuku. It's a beautiful night outside. People cheering, fireworks popping, and yet those having fun. They've sinned so much that it really seems so wrong that they're the ones having fun. Chuckles evilly. How about we change that? He then glances down at the black goop around his body. Izuku. Hums. Floey and the tree said that my body is basically composed of antimatter. They said that this stuff basically nullifies all physical attacks. So, Izuku looks around and finds that the rail of the fence is broken with the sharp edge exposed. Izuku. Let's test this out, shall we? He then slams his hand onto the sharp edge of the rail as it goes through his body. Izuku. It doesn't even hurt as much as I expected it to be. So I can still feel slight pain despite my physiology. He then slides his hand down the rail until his forearm is cut into two. The arm suddenly connects back to each other and didn't seem like it was damaged. Izuku. I have regeneration too. Chuckles. Now we're talking. Let's see if you can really kill me now, Kachan and Cat. I'll be the one enjoying saying, die, from now on. Now let's see. Izuku then opens his palm and shows his soul. It then shows his stat pane again as he started reviewing it. Name. Izuku. Soul attribute. Nightmare. Age. 10. LV. 1. HP. 70. At. 110. DF. 70. SPD. 90. EXP to next LV. 10. Izuku. I know Floey and the tree said I gain skills when I level up certain levels. All I know for now is that my body's composed of antimatter and that I am able to use teleport. He then glances behind him to see the 4 black appendages on his back as he waves it. Izuku. These tentacles on my back. And my body, is there any way I can easily find out what abilities I can easily? Notices something him. He then notices something on his stat pane labeled, abilities. He taps on it then and sees a pane showing some of his current abilities. Current abilities: dark matter physiology, teleportation, enhanced physical capabilities, negative aura. Izuku hums, I already know about my dark matter physiology and teleportation. Let me check about my other abilities. Let's see this one first. He taps the one labeled, negative aura, as another panel expands beside it and shows more stats. Negative aura. User emits an aura of negativity around them and can affect those they wishes to get affected by it. It causes anyone to feel negativity around them. Izuku hums, so I can basically emit some sort of aura around me that causes others to feel negativity. It even shows on how far the aura reaches. It also says here that the range increases the more I gain LV. Notices something branched skills. He taps it and another panel expands beside it. Branched skills. Negativity sense. User can sense the auras of anyone they see so they can see if they have any negative emotions or feelings they're currently feeling. Izuku raises an eyebrow, so some skills also have a branch of skills that work with the main ones. And it shows some of the locked ones. Does my dark matter physiology have some branch skills like this one? Maybe I could also see if it can do more. Izuku then backs up the panes and presses, dark matter physiology. Dark matter physiology. The user's body is composed of dark matter like black goop that manifests from their negativity that grant them superhuman abilities even without having a quirk. Because of this physiology, the user can't be killed or beaten up so easily no matter how many times you slice or beat them up. They can easily regenerate or those areas in their body parts are sentients and can regroup with the user if they're cut off. Izuku hums, so I can reattach my body parts, huh. That does come pretty handy. And I really can't be easily killed, huh. Chuckles evilly, good luck with these heroes, because this punching bag will be the one having the last laugh. But does it have branched abilities like my negative aura? Izuku then taps the branch skill, and finds a few tentacles. The user can summon black appendages or tentacles from their back that he can use to tie up, kill or grab anyone and can also use it for more things other things. Izuku looks behind him and waves the tentacles on his back, so these things can do that, huh. And I can summon them around my body. Just like when I was still back in that dream world. Flashback. Izuku closes his eyes as he felt the black goop fully envelop his body and my soul. He then opened his eyes to see that it changed blue and held out an arm that revealed his soul. From gray, it became like black and tar-like. He then also placed a hand over his face and gave the others an insane smile as they were trembling in fear. Izuku. I am Nightmare. Suddenly tendrils exploded out of his stomach and impaled all of them instantly at the chest. Their bodies lose all their life and fall back to the floor in a pool of blood. Izuku. Who's laughing now? Flashback end. Izuku places a hand under his chin, so I can produce more than 4, huh. If I made them sharp before, doesn't that mean? Izuku then notices the next branched skills and expands it. Limb modification. The user can modify their limbs into various shapes and sizes, such as making their hands claws, morphing their arm to blade-like weapons, make their arm to ranged weapons and other stuff. Izuku raises an eyebrow and examines his arm, so I can also modify my own limbs and tentacles, huh. Let's test this for a second. Izuku then extends his arm out and closes his eyes for a second. Izuku. Okay, let's try changing its size first. It says here that I can change it depending on how I think to shape it, size here goes. Izuku then concentrates and looks at his right arm. He keeps concentrating and narrowing his eyes on his right arm. A second later, his arm then bulged and grew in size. Izuku raises an eyebrow. That's pretty neat. So I can alter my body's shape. Kinda logical since I have these things on my back. Looks behind him and waves his tentacles, but I think I can extend them too, like before. Let me just. He then looks in front of him and sees a dummy conveniently placed beside by the rail. Izuku. How convenient. Chuckles evilly. Let's test this out, shall we? Izuku then commands the 4 tendrils on his back and grabs the dummy on both its arms and legs. Izuku. Rip. He then rips off the arms and legs of the dummy as the torso flies up and slowly falls down. Izuku. And he reels his right arm back a bit as it stretches a few feet back. The torso of the dummy lands on top of a bunch of debris. Izuku. Smash. He then punches forwards as the arm launches forward and hits the torso and destroys the debris. He then retracts his arm and sees that most of the debris were sent flying. He then glances back on his hand again. Izuku. Is it just me or am I physically stronger? He then checks his soul again and looks at another branched skill he has. Superhuman. Users' physical abilities are at a superhuman level. It grants them enhanced strength, speed, endurance and other physical abilities. Physical abilities grow the higher the user's LV is. Izuku. I should have expected this. Flowey and the tree did say that my stats grow along just like a basic RPG game and that I can grow infinitely strong. But what was the last branched skill? He looks at the last branched skill from his dark matter physiology. Shapeshifting. The user can shapeshift from their human form and their soul attribute form by their own will or can even change their body to anything or anyone they can think of. Izuku. Raises an eyebrow in surprise. I can change my form. He then walks by to a window by the door of the entrance of the rooftop. He looks at it and sees his reflection. He could see that his entire face had dark matter crawling down his face and that his eyes are no longer green, but he has one blue eye. Izuku. I wonder what my human form looks like right now. Sighs only one way to find out. Izuku closes his eyes and thinks of his human form. A few seconds later, his body shifted. The antimatter on his body started to go inside as skin became present. Izuku opens his eye and was shocked at the drastic change in his appearance. Izuku. Whoa, he lost most of his original facial features and has some scars covering his face, like 2 scar marks on through his right eye and one going down. He lost his signature freckles on his cheeks and the shape of his head changed from round to long shaped. His hair went from green to black and isn't like his original fluffy hair. His eyes also changed with blue on his left eye and red on his right. Izuku. Damn, I look hot. Gets an idea but can I still? Hey, villain. Izuku looks behind him to see one of the heroes he despises looking at him from another building. He has short salmon-colored hair, he mostly wears pants and doesn't wear a shirt to show his dragon tattoos. It was none other than one of the new rising heroes, and the one of the same heroes that humiliated him that day. Izuku. Narrows his eyes, the dragon tattoo hero, Fafnir. One of the few heroes I completely despise, especially after that day. Sighs calm down, let's see what does this fucker want. And besides, smirks I'm different than before. Izuku then enters the entrance of the rooftop and closes the door. Fafnir. Hey, come back here. Fafnir jumps from building to get closer to the building where Izuku was. Izuku peeked through the window and saw Fafnir getting closer. Izuku. Thought, crap. I can't let my guard down, especially with someone like him when I don't know his LV gets an idea what if I. Izuku then suddenly shape-shifts his form. At the same time, Fafnir reached the roof where he was and started looking around. Fafnir. Come out wherever you are. He then heard noise by the entrance of the rooftop and smirked as he slowly walked towards it. Fafnir. Found you, villain. He then runs towards the door and punches it down. But to his surprise, all he found was a kid by the stair. The kid had black curly hair with it covering its right eye. The kid had red eye on its left and 4 symmetrical freckles on both cheeks in a diamond formation. He noticed the kid all curled up and crying. Fafnir. What's a kid like you doing up here so late? Unknown to him, the kid was actually Izuku in disguise and was fake crying to fool the hero. Izuku. Fake crying. I can't believe that actually worked. Disguising as a goth version of me works. I disabled my negative aura so he doesn't suspect anything. I need to check his LV so I know what I am dealing with. Izuku then glances up at the hero. He then secretly sees and scans his soul. Izuku. Raises an eyebrow. He's got an LV of 7 on him. Chuckles internally, found my first kill. Just got to keep up with the act. Fafnir. Hey, kid, you good? Izuku. Fake crying Mr. F. Fafner. Looks up the dragon tattoo hero. Wipes tears away and eyes sparkle. I am a big fan of you. Fafner. Chuckles. Thanks kid. I am always in for the fans. Walks towards him and extends his hand. Here ya go. Izuku grabs his hand and he helps him stand up. Fafner. Hey, kid. Have you seen a villain around here somewhere? Izuku. No. I haven't seen any villain around. Fafner. Tisk. Damn it. Waste of my time. Groans. And here I thought, going on patrols during New Year would be a great way to hunt. Anywho, what in the world are you doing here in the first place anyway? Izuku. I live alone. I lost my parents from a villain earlier. Fafner. TCH. Damn villains. Do you know where they went? I am going to get them. And can you maybe tell me what happened? Izuku. Starts fake crying. A villain kidnapped me and my parents and took us to this rooftop. Then they tried to attack me, but my mom pushed me away and told me to hide. I saw the villains take my parents away. Further points at a random direction. I saw them head towards the direction towards that alleyway. Please, bring them back. I miss them. Fafner. You don't have to worry, kid. I'll get those damn villains. Smirks inwardly, and maybe find a way to rise up the hero rankings. Izuku. Chuckles inwardly. I guess all that acting back then worked out. Now let me just ask him the $1,000,000 question, before going in for the kill. Looks up with hope. Really? Fafner. Yeah, I'll do my best. Just stay here until I get back. Finally some actual way to raise up my rankings and fans. Just as he was about to walking away and before he could leave, Izuku still in his disguise walks after him and calls him. Izuku. Wait. Fafner. Looks over his shoulder. What is it kid? What? You want an autograph or something? Izuku. I just want to ask you something on behalf of my friend who's also a fan. Fafner. Hit me with it, kid. Izuku. Why you see, my friend is quirkless and dreams to be a hero just like you. So he's been meaning to ask you, if you can be a hero despite being quirkless. Now let's see on how he replies when I activate my negative aura. Izuku waits for his answer but suddenly. Fafner. PFFT. Ha 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 ha. You serious? A quirkless being a hero? Ha 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 ha. If so, then your friend must be living a fantasy life. Why am I saying this so much in front of a kid? Izuku. Acts shocked. Chuckles inwardly, just as expected. The negative aura is allowing him to increase his negativity with the quirkless, thereby revealing his true hate to them. Izuku just kept acting shocked while Fafner continued laughing. Fafner. Kid, please, if you're going to stop me for a joke then you should stop it, cause this has to be the funniest shit ever. Izuku. Still acting shocked. But, Fafner. Listen kid, tell you friend that quirkless people like him can't be heroes. Cause let me say it to you right now, quirkless people are nothing but a waste of space to this society. They're nothing but distractions to this world and completely useless shits. Hold on. Why can't I control myself? Why do I suddenly feel the urge to rant out all my hate on this kid? Izuku. Internally smirking. That's it, show me more hate, show me more of it, give me more reason to kill you. Fafner. Quirkless can't even do anything good in this world, all they're good at are just being a bunch of punching bags and being annoying pests. Chuckles. But the best thing they could possibly be are just a bunch of damsels in distress that we heroes can use as our tickets to starhood. Stop. Why can't I control myself? Izuku. Grinning evilly from the inside. That's it. Show me how greedy this society is. Fafner. Like that one time when I partnered with Bullet, we faked tumbling down a building full of quirkless people. In the end we saved it despite losing like nearly half of the lives in the building. We started rising up to fame more. And thanks to the government, they were able to hide over 100 casualties we caused. And as you can see, even the government hates the quirkless. What in the world is happening? Why am I telling him all of this? It's like my whole soul and body is dedicated to rant all my hate. Izuku. Grinning evilly from the inside. That's it, rant all of your hate on me. That's your nightmare, right? Letting someone find out your true colors. That's all your greatest fears, right heroes? I'll harness my aura and expose your true colors. And you're the first example, Fafnir. Fuel me more with your negative emotions about this society. Fafnir. You know, looking closer at you, you kinda remind me of that one kid I hate. Shit, why can't I stop? My body's committed to literally hate. I gotta stop before it goes out into the world. Izuku. Raises an eyebrow. Really? Who would you hate? Chuckles internally. Now this just keeps getting interesting. Fafnir. Internally struggling to control himself. I think the kid's name was Izuku. Shit. Izuku. So what did Izuku do to you to make you hate him? Smirking evilly from the inside. Show me your negativity. Fafnir. Where do I begin? Shit, I can't control my emotions anymore. I first met that kid during some sort of field trip with a bunch of other kids. I appreciated him for being a fan of me. I think the kid was a hero fanatic. Until the kid did something fucking reckless that took one of my ways to fame. Izuku. Faking to be clueless. Reckless, huh, piece of shit. I was doing your supposed work for you, you worthless fucks. Fafnir. A villain attack happened at the area of the field trip. They had a student as a hostage and the villain has some sort of quirk that's using the hostage kid's quirk and the kid had a powerful quirk. My quirk wasn't any good for anything against it, so I had to stay back and wait for an advantage to jump in. But then, that stupid shitty kid jumped in. The kid was such a useless shit, like he was literally fucking quirkless. Shit, I got to stop myself before I go too far. Izuku. Smirking evilly from the inside, resistance to my aura is futile. Show me your negativity. Fuel me more. Fafnir. The kid just became a fucking distraction. I mean, he did save the hostage, but he just let himself become the hostage. I mean, who fucking does that? Stop me. Stop. Control my fucking emotions. Why can't I control my emotions? Why do all I feel is negativity to quirkless people? Izuku. But aren't heroes supposed to put themselves over others? You're supposed to be doing it, jackass. Like hell you would have done a better fucking job than me. Fafnir. Yeah, but I think I could have done a better job than him, without injuring himself. All Might then jumped in to eventually save the day. But still, the kid interfering was worthless. I mean, he didn't even have a fucking quirk. Like we didn't have any more problems. And plus, he stole my chance for more fame. Whoever must be that kid's parent, must be really disappointed for having such a waste of space with them. Shit, I can't stop myself even if I wanted to. Izuku. Smirking internally. You've reached the point of no return, Fafnir. You can't control your emotions over my aura. It's only just a matter of time. Fafnir. Listen, kid. Whoever this friend of yours is, just tell him to hang up his towel and just give up. Quirkless people like him are no special in the world we live in right now. You know, I think quirkless people should just die. Fuck, I can't stop myself. Izuku. Acts to be shocked. Smirking internally. Now you've done it. Fafnir. I mean, what purpose do quirkless people have in this world? Why do they still even exist at this point? They should have been extinct when quirks started to appear. So you can also just say to your friend to just die, because that's what all quirkless people should be doing. Another thing, tell this to anyone, I'll hunt you down and kill you, got that? Izuku. Faking to be afraid. Now to go in for the kill. Fafnir. Sighs and starts walking away. Whatever, stop wasting my time. I have to save your parents and do other things. Can't believe I just wasted my time on ranting out all my hate. This lead better be worth it, or I swear, I'm killing you. Just as Fafnir was at the ledge of the roof, suddenly black tendrils grabbed his legs, making him look wide-eyed. And suddenly the tendrils flipped him on his back and restrained him. Fafnir. Tries to get out. Damn it. I can't get out. Glances down at the tendrils and tries to keep getting out. What is this shit? Such a shame. Fafnir, you don't have to worry about your fame status. Fafnir glances at the voice and looks wide-eyed to see Izuku sprouting black tendrils on his back with an evil smirk on his face. Izuku. Smirking evilly because you'll be famous for being my very first victim. Fafnir. Shaking in fear. Kid. Izuku. Oh, kid, huh. You were right about that. But do you know who I am exactly? Fafnir. Struggling to get out. I have no fucking idea. I just met you, alright. Who in the fuck are you anyway? Izuku. Wow, heroes are pretty dumb, huh? Don't you remember the kid you were just ranting your hate about earlier? Fafnir. Struggling. Huh? The fuck you mean? The only two kids I was ranting my hate on were your friend and I realizes and no, you can't be him. You were Quirkless. Izuku. Chuckles. So you aren't just all brawn, I guess. But who said this was a quirk? And who said I was Izuku? Izuku's body started to change with antimatter, surrounding his body and changing him back to his nightmare form. He looks at Fafnir with a sinister smile on his face. Izuku. I am nightmare. Fafnir. Struggling. What happened to you? I remember why you used to be kind and happy. What in the world happened to you? Izuku. Life happened, Fafnir. Everybody changes, so do I. And if you're going to ask how it happened. Chuckles. Well, I am looking right at it. Fafnir. Struggling. Look. I am sorry if I was mad at you and said all those things. Maybe we can find a way to settle this properly. Maybe I can give you an autograph or something. Izuku. Chuckles. Well, I'll be the great and mighty dragon tattoo hero, Fafnir, begging for life in my grasps. Tisk, tisk, how pathetic. A LV5 hero is afraid of a LV1 me. How pathetic can you be? Fafnir. Struggles to get free please. Maybe we can settle this properly, without any one of us getting hurt. Izuku. Fake hums approvingly. You're so right. I am thinking, humiliation. Kinda like how you're one of the people who humiliated me. Izuku walks closer to Fafnir as his tendrils then lift him up and bound him by his arms and legs. He stops walking and stands in front of him as his gaze pierces right into his eyes. Izuku. Do you remember what you said to me? Do you remember how instead of thanking and defending me, you humiliated me more, in front of live TV? Fafnir remains silent and continues to struggle as Izuku shakes his head disappointingly and turns around. Izuku. You know, I used to idolize you. Fafnir. Temporarily stops trying to break free. Huh? Izuku. I used to think that you were one of the most chivalrous heroes out there. I watched you on TV, seeing on how you saved lives like it was nothing. When I heard you rising up as one of the new heroes, all I can think of was how amazing you are. And all I could think about is that nothing bad could ever happen because you along with the other heroes are here. Fafnir just looks down to the side with shame and fear in his eyes. Izuku then continues to walk away further from him. Izuku. But now that I look close up at you, you're nothing but a greedy, power-hungry, self-centered coward who only walks around in shorts and pretends to act all hero-like. Izuku then stops walking and stands a few feet over the ledge. Izuku. And now the faith of this world hangs on idiots like you. And that is sorta terrifying. Chuckles for you heroes. Izuku then pulls Fafnir towards him and makes him stand next to him while still being restrained. Izuku. But don't worry there, Fafnir. You're not just the one at fault here. Look around you. Fafnir then looks around the city to see the New Year celebration continuing. Izuku. Do you hear that? Fafnir. Struggling. Why yeah, people are having fun. Isn't that what most people do during New Year, right? Izuku. Shakes his head disapprovingly. Tisk. Tisk. Most of them. Izuku then walks slightly forward and stands a bit closer to the ledge. Izuku. You can't hear and see everything, Fafnir. You can only hear those who are in the light, you can't hear those who are in the dark. Izuku then looks at the families with quirks eating in their homes. Izuku. Those who are in the light are people such as you. Those who were blessed with quirks, just like you. Those who live a happy life with powerful heroic quirks. He then glances at the quirkless ones eating from a dumpster and narrows his eyes. Izuku. While those in the dark are the oppressed. Those who are quirkless and judged by their quirks. Those who were oppressed by people like you. He then walks closer to Fafnir and lowers him down to his level. He then grabs him by the chin and makes him look closer at him. Izuku. Greedy, power-hungry, selfish, bullies, and murderers who are no better than the villains themselves. And your so-called rant earlier is just 1% of the proof to show the true colors of this society. Fafner. Struggling L. Listen. K. Kid. Izuku. That's not my name. Izuku then pushes him back towards the wall of the entrance and starts walking towards him. Izuku. And it's not Izuku Yagi, either. He died earlier because of all of you. Fafner tries to move but Izuku then restrains him by his arms and legs again. Izuku. All I did was help you heroes. I only wanted to help you heroes. Voice becomes sinister. And what did you say to me? Fafner. Flashbacks. Fafner. That kid's butting in was stupid. He didn't even have a quirk. Like we didn't have enough problems there. Izuku. Voice calms down a bit and then. I asked All Might if I can be a hero. Voice becomes sinister again. You know what he said to me? Fafner. Izuku. He said that if it was a funny joke and said the same shit you did. Izuku stands a few feet in front of him again and stares right into his soul as he calms his voice down again. Izuku. It all tore me apart. But I learned an important lesson through that. Izuku then walks towards him and brings out a tendril and stabs him by the chest. Fafner. In pain *ARRGHH. Izuku. Retracts tendril as his chest leaks out blood. You can't count on anyone, especially those you call heroes and idols. And even those you call friends and family. Fafner. In pain and struggling L. Look. I was wrong to have treated you that way. I am sorry. Izuku. Chuckles C. Now you're sorry and you respect me. You even called out that you hate me earlier, and now look at you, you filthy coward. You respect me because you see me as a threat. That's how this society works, doesn't it? Izuku then starts walking towards him until he was at a close level with him again. Izuku. Society will only respect those they see as a threat to their fame in the same way they do. They respect those who they deem worthy of their time. And especially, they'll only respect those who have mutations like them. Unknown to Izuku, Fafnir's arm started to slowly get free from his grasp. Izuku. You wonder why am I doing this? I do it to save society from the real threats. You so-called heroes and quirks. Izuku then stood in front of Fafner again and grabbed his cheeks and made him look at him. Izuku. Quirks that ruined mine and the lives of others that you so-called heroes are so blind to see because you only care about yourselves. But now that I have a power for my own, and when I unleash it. Fafner. Wyvern Fist. Izuku suddenly looks wide-eyed as Fafnir's arm got free and suddenly glows blue. He then proceeds to punch Izuku through his chest. Izuku just remained still, lifeless, staring at Fafner whose fist penetrated through his chest. Fafner. Breathing heavily. Sorry kid. But I am doing this for your own good. Izuku goes limp and was still standing up lifeless. Fafner then retracts his arm as he gets free from Izuku's restraints. Izuku's body then lies down face first lifeless. Fafner. Clutching his chest to stop the bleeding damn, starts walking away slowly to the door. Gotta get to the hospital fast and report to the commission about Tiarg. Fafner was caught off guard as something cut his left knee and made him fall on the floor. Fafner. In pain what the h how did, I should be the one sorry, Fafner. Fafner looked wide-eyed at the voice and turns around and looks at Izuku's body to see him standing up. Fafner. Shaking in fear. It can't be. He saw the wound on Izuku's chest closes up like nothing even happened as he looks at him with an evil grin. Fafner just continued to shake in fear as he clutches his chest to stop the bleeding. Izuku. But it's going to take more than a simple punch to send me to the Hall of Donuts. Fafner. Shaking in fear. Impossible. How are you still alive? I saw you dead. Izuku. Chuckles. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call acting. Izuku then proceeds to slice his right arm off in the blink of an eye. Fafner. Clutching his right shoulder in pain *arg. Izuku. Grins evilly. If you want to know how I am still alive. It's because my body's physiology is different from a human's now. Shows the black stuff on his arm. My physiology is now composed of antimatter, or the negative emotions of collected from my suffering in this society. Smirks. And as you saw from your useless signature punch, it didn't do shit to me. Izuku then proceeds to stab him with a tendril in the eye, making him scream in pain again. Izuku. Chuckles. You heroes really are useless. You're losing to a kid you used to look down upon. How the mighty really have fallen. Izuku then proceeds to kick Fafner on his chest, sending him flying to the wall as he then walks towards him. Fafner. Asterisk in terrible pain. How did you get this much power? Izuku. Chuckles. How? He then proceeds to kick Fafner in the chest again, making him scream in pain again. He finally was in front of him as Fafner clutching his chest in pain. Izuku. If you're answering how, I was given powers in order to correct this world by a supernatural being. To rid the world of the curse of quirks. Izuku's arm extends and wraps around Fafnir's neck as he struggles to breath. He then lifts him up so he can be at the same eye level as Izuku. Izuku. And I'll do that by killing every single last bastard like you and continue to get stronger until nothing can stop ever me. Fafner. Struggling. YUWW won't get away with this. Will stop you. Izuku. Smirks evilly. Oh. I already have. And don't worry about being here and letting them know. He then shifts his other arm to a blade while still staring at Fafnir's eyes of fear. Izuku. Because you won't be alive to be here and tell them. Before Fafner could react, Izuku stabs him right through the heart. Fafner. Getting weaker. Damn you, Izuku. Farewell, Fafner. May the gods forgive and have mercy on your soul. Chuckles. Who am I kidding? They won't. Fafnir's body goes limp as he succumbs to his death. Izuku lets go of his throat as he falls down to the floor face first and lifeless. Suddenly, his soul pops out of his body and floats over his lifeless body. Izuku raises an eyebrow. So that's his soul. Pretty neat. So how do I collect the express? He then walks towards his soul and grabs it by his hand and then examines it. Izuku. Do I just crush his soul or something? Only one way to find out. He then closes his fists and tries to crush it, but to his surprise the colors of the soul started to disappear and flow through his body. A few seconds later the last of the colors of the soul disappear as it slowly starts to crack. A few seconds later, more cracks starts to appear on the soul, then it fully shatters and disappears. Izuku. Then suddenly a panel appears on his hands that show 7 express gained, 3 more express for LD2. Izuku. Interesting. So I absorb the soul instead of crushing it. And when I absorb their energy, it depletes it until there's nothing left remaining. Chuckles. Interesting indeed. He then glances at the dead body of Fafner before glancing at his surroundings. Izuku. I'm lucky enough that there's no cameras or witnesses that saw that. Don't wanna be stopped with just one victim to my name. He then starts walking off to the ledge while looking around. Izuku. I better get out of here before someone notices me. I still need to keep getting stronger before I can take on more stronger opponents. He then stops on the ledge and looks below him. Izuku. I better look around more, find more people to harvest express from. Izuku then jumps off the ledge towards the next building in search of more people he can harvest express from. Meanwhile, a few moments earlier, 2 people were walking by the streets during this New Year's Eve. The 2 of them just finished eating in a restaurant together and enjoying the New Year festival. The 2 of them are currently walking down the street to meet someone. 1. Sighs in relief. That was the best taiyaki I had in a while. 2. Sighs exasperatedly. You always loved to eat taiyaki, Sorahiko. 1. Like you're the one to talk, Chio. You clearly almost bought all the candy sold in the stands. The first one is an extremely short, elderly man with heavy wrinkles and a scrawny build. He has a light complexion and brown eyes. His hair is gray and spiky, styled short with some bangs hanging forward and a trimmed beard. The second one is a short, elderly woman with gray hair styled into a netted bun, a large syringe poking diagonally out of it to the left. She has a notably small nose and eyes which are usually drawn as 2 little dashes, and a long mouth with defined nasolabial folds. The 2 were none other than Sorahiko Torino, the pro-hero Gran Torino, and Chio Shuzenji, the pro-hero and nurse recovery girl. Chio. Hey, I almost give all the candies I am supposed to be eating to the kids at UA. Sorahiko. Work must be cut out for you, huh? Chio. Shrugs. Nezu is on a whole new set of drugs, increasing the kids' training difficulties to a new level. I get like 15 to 45 patients a day now. Sorahiko. Who knows what's going into that rat's mind? Chio. Sighs. Well, I am just glad I get to have a day off like this. Working for UA seems really tiring for me nowadays. Sorahiko. Chuckles. Well, what did you expect? Even I rarely go out and do hero work and just spend most of my time eating takoyaki in my apartment and just watching the television. Chio. I think it's finally time we visit the grandkids. Sorahiko. Yeah, been years since I've seen them. Chio. You're telling me, I usually have to stay behind because there's a lot of casualties in the hospital or there's some overnight patients I have to deal with. But I was lucky enough to get time off from work today to visit them. Sorahiko. I guess. I really hope they're doing fine. Chio. Especially, Izuku. Sorahiko. Oh, didn't know you had favorites. Chio. No, but you can't blame me. Sorahiko. I guess, but I personally like him and Mana. Those two are just as sweet and kind as they were. I still remember when they were 3, those two loved to spend time with me and you and even help around. Chio. Chuckles. Yeah, those two definitely have the heart of a hero since they were kids. Sorahiko. But what seems to be the problem with Izuku? Why are you so worried about them? Chio. Well, unlike the other 3, I haven't heard or spoke to him in a long time now. The 3 usually are able to contact me, especially Izumi and Kai, but when it comes to Izuku, I never hear his voice anymore. Kai and Izumi usually say that he's sick or something. Even now, they said that he couldn't make it to the festival because he was sick when I called those two earlier. Sorahiko. Odd, didn't you say Izuku had a very strong immune system when he was younger? Chio. I did, and he had the most strongest immune system out of all the 4. It kinda is odd that he usually gets sick. Sorahiko. Narrows his eyes. I have a feeling that something isn't right about this. Chio. What do you mean? Sorahiko. I just remembered that Toshinori and Inko usually send me pictures of their vacations whenever they take one. And in some of their latest ones, Izuku wasn't in any one of them. Chio. That is strange. Another thing I find strange is that whenever I see Inko post anything on social media, it would usually be related to Izumi, Kai and Mana. Sorahiko. Yeah, Izuku should be also getting some considering how intelligent he is. It's strange for him to not even achieve a single one or even go lazy on his studies considering on how determined he is to be a hero. Chio. Now that you say it, there really is something strange going on here. Sorahiko. And I am going to get to the bottom of this. As the two of them continue walking, they then pass by an alleyway. And as Sorahiko glances at it, he stops. Sorahiko. Hey, Chio. Chio. Sorahiko. Isn't that the same black hoodie you gave Izuku for his birthday? She glances and looks wide-eyed as fear started to fill her body. Chio. Feeling fear. It is. Sorahiko then looks shocked at the realization of the body they both found in the alleyway that matches the same description as Izuku. They both then started running towards the body with fear both rising in their hearts. They finally stopped, looked at the body, and their hearts sank the moment they set their eyes on the body. It was Izuku lying lifeless on the floor on a pool of his own blood. He still had a smile on his face with blood leaking out of his mouth. Tears welled up in both of their eyes from the thing they didn't want to see the most, happened. Sorahiko. Tears falling out of his eyes. Izuku. Sorahiko kneels down and pulls Izuku's hood down and ruffles his hair. Chio on the other hand kneeled down next to him and checked if Izuku still had a pulse. She looks at Sorahiko with more tears streaming down her face. Chio. Crying. He isn't breathing and there's no pulse. He's dead. Sorahiko. He looks at her in disbelief, trying to deny it, but sooner or later he starts to accept the fact, and the both of them started to cry in grief even more. Sorahiko was hugging his body along with Chio. A few seconds later, they both stopped crying but still had some tears streaming down their face. Sorahiko stood up, clenching his fists while Chio was checking his body. Sorahiko. Clenching his fist with tears streaming down his face. Who did this to him? Clenches his fist harder. Whoever did this to him. I swear I'll make them pay. Chio. It's not a murder. Sorahiko. What do you mean not a murder? Chio. He does have wounds and bruises. But some of these look too old to have caused him to die right now. Judging by the area we're in right now and the cuts on his wrists look like they're self-inflicted, this all leads to concluded to him to have committed, gulps suicide. Sorahiko. Shocked as suicide. But. How wait his wounds were old. Chio. Yes they are. And not only that, I could feel most of his bones are broken from out here, but not from the fall. Some of it were from his arms and other parts that rarely would have broke from falling. Sorahiko. Why would he commit suicide? And what's with these wounds? Just what in tarnation is going on here? What is Toshinori and Inko not telling me about? Chio. I don't know either. Notices something on the roof. Hey, aren't those Izuku's shoes up there? Sorahiko looks up and notices the familiar red shoes slightly from this distance. Sorahiko. Hold on, let me check. Sorahiko then uses his jet quirk to boost himself up towards the roof of the building. He lands and finds Izuku's yellow bag, and next to it was his signature red shoes on top of 4 sheets of paper. He picks it all up and jumps back down next to Chio, who was still checking on his body and taking photos of it with her phone. Chio. So, what did you find? Sorahiko. I found his shoes. But I also found his bag and 4 sheets of paper. Chio. Sheets of paper? You mean like letters? Sorahiko. Yeah. Looks at it and apparently, 2 of them are for us. Chio. Let's read it. Maybe it can give us clues of what's going on in here. Sorahiko nods and places the 2 sheets of paper in the bag, and the both of them takes their letters and starts reading them. After a few seconds of reading the letter, the both of them lower their letters, which reveal their faces brimming with anger and rage. Chio gritting her teeth. When I get my hands on those bastards, I swear I'll kill them. Sorahiko. Crumples his piece of paper. I hope you're happy with yourselves, you bastards. Because you'll regret it sooner or later. No one's paw. Meanwhile, on the peaceful streets of Musudafu, on the way to the Yagi house, are the Yagi family and the rest of Izumi's friends with their parents. Apparently they're planning a sleepover today at Toshinori and Inko's house as a celebration for another new year. The family members were chatting while on the way back. Izumi and her friends were also chatting about how she got one for all. Ochako. That's pretty amazing, Izumi. Izumi. Oh come on guys, you're making me blush. Setsuna. Come on girl, live a little. You're going to inherit your father's will, you should be happy about that. Mina. She's right, it's not every day you get to inherit your father's own will and name. Shoka. Yeah, your parents sees you as someone powerful enough to inherit his quirk and will. You have to be at least proud about that. Izumi. I guess. Kai. Come on, sis. I mean, you should be lucky that you were chosen out of all of us. Izumi. Yeah, I guess. Smiles. Thanks guys for cheering me up. Iida. Asterisk hand chop mode. No problem, Izumi. What are friends for? Katsuki. Yeah, but just because he chose you doesn't mean you can get ahead of yourself, huh? Katsumi. Yeah, we'll still beat you no matter how strong you get. Shoto. Eating a bowl of cold soba, but didn't she wreck you both in a match? Katsuki. Katsumi. Zip it, icy hot. Monoma. Ha, just because you 1A freaks have the successor doesn't mean anything. We'll show you on how superior we are. Kendo. Like you're the one to talk, Monoma. Smirks. Weren't you easily defeated without the battle even starting yet? Monoma. Looks away in embarrassment. Kendo. The others just laugh at the usual antics of their friendship. This normally happens now ever since they started bullying Izuku. It felt so natural to them that most of them think that it's fine and that Izuku wouldn't hate them. Some of the bullying became beneficial to those who suggested it. Like without Izuku, most of the attention goes to them instead of Izuku. Izuku used to be the center of attention most of the time to the parents of the others, girls, and teachers, because he was sweet, charming, smart and all that other stuff. But ever since he was deemed quirkless, that all changed for them. Their parents basically forgot about him. And through their bullying, they basically made him the most hated person in their school. Some thought that it would be fine because it would protect him, while some thought of it as a way to harm Izuku to make him give up. Clearly all of them are only thinking about their own selfish desires, to keep Izuku safe and for their selfish desire to remove competition. But they all clearly think that Izuku will never hate them because of his kind and patient nature. Well, They're clearly dumb enough to know that even the nicest person's patience has its limits. And clearly, Izuku's patience has reached beyond its point. And one of them is also about to reach their patience limit. Mana thought, why did mom and dad choose Izumi over Izuku? Mana was walking in silence, not even bothering talking to the others as she was busy in her own thoughts. She hasn't been herself ever since his father revealed himself to be All Might. Of course she was surprised about that, but she was even more surprised of her father's choice of successor and reply about Izuku earlier. Toshinori. Who is this Izuku you are talking about? Whoever he is must not have a heroic heart as Izumi and the rest of you and must be quirkless. I only have 3 children and that is you 3. I want someone powerful like Izumi to wield it and not someone quirkless and useless. And I want our family legacy to continue through you. Will you accept my power? Mana thought, why would dad say that? I am surprised that he is All Might and all. But did he really have to choose Izumi? She's more of a bully than a hero. And why did dad say that about Izuku? Have they really forgotten about him? And he wants someone not quirkless to inherit his powers. What's gotten into them? This isn't the All Might I watched on television. Mana was worried for his brother, especially after the events that just unfolded today. And even more worried about how she's going to tell him on what her dad told about not knowing Izuku. Unlike her siblings and friends, she cared deeply and loved Izuku. And she was actually smart enough to think it through about not bullying Izuku. She was there for Izuku when he needed it the most. She out of all the others showed the most love to Izuku and care. Mana thought, I hope Izuku likes these chocolate ganache mochi I got for him. Smiles, I know he loves chocolate so much, especially when I sneak some in for him. I love watching him eat it and see the smile on his face. His cute smile. Blushes and shakes her head no. Bad Mana. Don't think about such things. But she was also slightly conflicted. Yes, she did love her brother, but to what extent? The brotherly kind, or the romantic forbidden kind of love. Ever since they started beating up Izuku, Mana was always there and patching up Izuku. And whenever she was about to get hurt, he was there to protect her despite him getting hurt. Mana would often talk with Izuku when the others weren't around and she decided to stay home. She enjoys her time talking with her big brother and even the little things they do. But the longer she spends with Izuku, Mana gets a weird feeling that she loves him, but not in a brotherly way anymore. But she doesn't mind that for now. For now she needs to tell Izuku about what she found out and ask him to help her convince her father that he should give it to Izuku instead. Toshinori. All right everyone. Inko. We're here. Mana snaps out of her thoughts and sees that they've arrived at their house. Inko and Toshinori open the door and Mana completely walks in. Toshinori. Whoa, Inko. Mana Yagi, where do you think you're going? Mana doesn't answer and just continues to walk further into the house as Inko and Toshinori sighs. Inko. That girl, Toshinori. She rarely talks with us anymore. Enji. You two alright? Masaru. Yeah, it looked like you two saw a ghost or something. Mitsuki. Notices Mana walking further in the house. Oh, man is already in, huh? Toshinori. Yeah, that girl always likes to stay in the house, not even go on family night outings or even just a family movie night. Rei. Really? Inko. Yeah, she rarely spends time with us. For some reason, she likes to stay in the basement for hours. Enji. Raises an eyebrow. Huh? Odd. Ochako's father. Why would she want to spend in the basement for hours? Momo's mother. Yeah, aren't you both suspicious about what she does down there? Both Inko and Toshinori looked at each other and started thinking. Maybe there was a specific reason that Mana would spend time in the basement. Maybe she was talking and spending time with someone who they forgot. Or maybe showing love and care to someone who lost it. But, Toshinori. She possibly trains her psychic powers in the basement. Inko. Yeah, we have a lot of junk she can use for training in the basement. Toshinori. Laughs. Maybe she's competing against her other siblings and wants to carry the family legacy like Izumi. Enji. Don't get ahead of yourself, Toshinori. My son and daughter will surpass you. Masaru. Hey, don't count my son and daughter out. Mitsuki. Yeah, they'll blow away the competition. Meanwhile, as the adults were inside the house, the kids were still out and talking to each other, regarding Izuku. Izumi. Guys, I think we should stop with bullying, Izuku. Almost everyone. What, Kai? Yeah, we've been doing this for like 6 years now. I think that's already enough for him to give up. Izumi. And besides, are we sure we aren't damaging him physically and mentally too much? Shoka. Yeah, I mean with over 6 years of continuous bullying, maybe we've already done too much to him. Izumi. And the last thing I'd ever want is for him to hate me. I just want to protect him and stop him from killing himself doing hero stuff. I think it's really time that we stop. The others also remained silent, contemplating. Well, mostly the girls. Literally every one of them has crushes on Izuku. They decided to be a part of this plan to bully him, to make him give up from hero work. Because they don't want him to die from getting killed during hero work. Maybe if they could have used their noggin, they could have found a better way to do it. But to those that wanted to beat him up to make a mark on him. Monoma. Oh come on guys. You're being so dramatic about this. Awase. Yeah, I mean come on guys, this is Izuku we're talking about. He's literally the most kindest guy in the world, him hating us is close to impossible. Kindness should never be taken for granted, because even the kindest people have their limits. And Izuku's beyond that point now. Katsuki. You extras are being babies. You guys know it's going to take more than that to make Deku give up. Shoto. Yeah, he never gives up. And as you guys keep reading and watching on the news, right? Villains are getting more powerful and dangerous. We need to keep making Izuku realize that he doesn't have what it takes to be a hero. Izumi. But still, Kai. I think it's been going on long enough. How can we be sure that we didn't severely damage him mentally and physically? Katsuki. PSSH. Please, we didn't do that much to him. Didn't do that much. Bitch please. You made him a human punching bag. Katsuki. And besides, if he wants to be a hero, he should have what it takes to patch himself up. If he can't do that, then why else would he try to be a hero? Not all wounds can easily be healed, especially when you gave him a bunch of broken bones and scars, and told him not to show anyone about it, which those injuries are impossible to heal on its own without any special help. Kai. Hold on, how are most of you fine with continuing to bully Izuku? It's like most of you really want to beat the crap out of him. The others who wanted to beat up Izuku for their own reasons looked away trying to hide the fact. Kendo. Narrows her eyes Monoma. Shoka. Narrows her eyes Shoto. Katsumi. Narrows her eyes Katsuki. What aren't you telling us? Katsuki. I got an idea and scoffs. What do you mean? Aren't we only trying to stop Izuku from being a hero? You do know how resilient he is. Monoma. Gets the idea yeah. I mean it's not like we're hurting him too much, there's no way we're doing any severe damage to him. Shoto. And besides, your parents and none of ours haven't even stopped us by now. They should have noticed his injuries by now and stopped us. Katsuki. Or in English, that means we can keep this up. Izumi. I don't know. I really think we should stop this. Mina. Oh come on guys. Momo. Mina. What? I mean they're right. Setsuna. Yeah, they kinda have a point. They really should have noticed it by now and stopped us. Mina. See, we can still keep this up and stop Izuku from killing himself. It's already too late for that. Izumi. Sighs fine. We can continue this. Monoma. All right, Kai. But for only a year or so. That might be enough. Izumi. Yeah, then we have to apologize and tell him. Because I agree with Mana, the last thing I want is for Izuku to hate me. Katsuki. Fine. And can we go in now? It's freezing here. Suyu. Speaking of Mana, where is she? Hiro. Izumi. She must be already inside. Kai. Yeah, she usually goes in the house first and fast. Siro. Odd. Have you guys noticed that she starts spending less time with us? Subaruba. Yeah, she mostly stays at your home than play with us. Izumi. Sighs maybe it's her own business guys. You guys should give her time and not disturb her too much. Let's just go in and have some hot chocolate and tea. The others agreed and one by one went inside the house. Meanwhile, Mana was inside the house, ignoring everyone else, and was calming herself down and think on how she's going to tell Izuku. She was standing by the door to the basement and was calming herself down. Mana. Taking deep breaths, Mana, deep breaths. Just give him the chocolate mochi, then tell him properly. This is your big brother, he'll understand. And maybe I should also tell him about why they're bullying him. Then maybe we can convince Dad to give his power to Izuku instead. Mana takes one more deep breath before composing herself. Mana. Okay, here goes. She then starts to silently knock on the door. Mana. Izuku, are you there? It's me. Mana knocks again. We just got back. Knocks again. I brought back chocolate ganache mochi. Knocks again. Izuku. Silence. The only thing that greeted her was the awkward silence. Mana. Odd. Normally he'd come up and open the door by now. Especially when I bring him any food he likes. Knocks again. Izuku. Silence again. Now Mana was getting extremely worried. Why wouldn't he answer the door? This was a usual thing for both of them in this house. Mana would normally come knocking by the door with some of Izuku's favorite food, and he would let her in, and the both of them would start talking with each other. But with him not even answering, isn't normal. Which would obviously make her worried for him. Mana. Izuku, I am coming in, okay. Silence again. She had no choice anymore. She was extremely worried now. Mana then opens the door and is greeted with nothing but pitch darkness, which also wasn't normal. Izuku would usually leave the lights opened. He was even lucky enough that the light was still working with it not even changed for a long time. Mana. Izuku. Mana walks further down the stairs of the basement and flicks on the light switch. She was greeted with the usual contents of the basement. But she glances at the mattress where Izuku sleeps and where they both usually sit and chat with each other, to find that he's not there. Mana. Where did he go? Izuku. I hope you're not playing some sort of prank on me. She walks further down until she reaches the floor of the basement. She looks around to see that he's clearly not there, especially considering that the basement doesn't have that many places to hide. She glances at the boxes where Izuku usually keeps his stuff, to see that his jacket that her grandma Chio gave to Izuku, his yellow bag that she gave him, his notebooks and a bunch of his action figures were missing. Mana. Did he go out somewhere? That's strange. Izuku usually stays here in the house. And when he usually leaves to do some stuff, he should have been back by now. Her worries started to spike at what might possibly happen to him. Like he could have ran away or villains might have captured him. Multiple scenarios popped in her head. Until, ding dong, asterisk, Mana. Snaps out of her thoughts. She was snapped out of her thoughts by the sound of their house's doorbell ringing around the house. Mana. Who could be coming this late? Is it Big Brother? Please be him. Mana then started running back up the stairs in hope for the one at their door as her big brother. But, she doesn't know that the news about to be brought to her will not only shatters her hopes, but also her dreams. Meanwhile, moments earlier, the adults are gathered in Inko and Toshinori's large living room while the kids were still outside talking. Toshinori. You guys up for movie night? Masaru. Sure. Enji. What's even good to watch? Inko. I'll check the CDs we have. Toshi, can you make some popcorn for all of us? Toshinori. Sure. Ochako's mother. I'm still amazed on how your living room can hold over 100 people. Inko. Well, Toshi and I paid to make this room bigger because Izumi and Kai requested it. And we also thought that our children needed a bigger room to interact with their friends. Rei. That's sweet of you, Inko. Your children must be really lucky to have a mother like you. Yeah, right. All of you can have the Worst Parent of the Decade awards. Toshi. Laughs asterisk as expected of Inko. Now while I prepare the popcorn, maybe the rest of you can prepare the places we can sit and lie down. Everyone. Yeah, sure, fine. Toshinori. And Inko, maybe you can find us a good movie to watch. Inko. Sure. Everyone then starts to get to work with some of the parents placing mattresses down and blankets on the floor for them to sit and lie down. While on the other hand, Inko went to the shelf and started to find a CD to watch. Inko. Any of you want Polar Express? Mitsuki. Nah. Katsuki and Katsumi are already bored of that movie and I'm pretty sure the other kids are too. Inko. Well, let's see. How about Last Christmas? Masaru. Nah, I'm pretty sure most of the kids aren't a fan of romantic comedy. Enji. Yeah, Shoto's not a fan of it. Inko. Well, how about a Home Alone movie marathon? I have the entire series here. Rei. Not a bad idea. The kids could use a bit of comedy. Monoma's mother. Yeah, Monoma loves the entire Home Alone franchise. Inko. Alright, it's settled then. I already have the 5 of the series here. Shows 5 CD cases. Let me just. Uses her powers to get the last one. Get this last one. Gets it off of the shelf. Got it. Notices something falling. She suddenly gets hit with a picture frame in the face, making her fall down. Rei. Are you alright, Inko? Inko. Why yeah. Removes the frame off of her face. I just got hit with a picture frame and all. Wipes the dust off the frame. Let me just Inko stops and stares into the picture frame in her hand. It was a picture of her and Toshi with their children. Toshi was carrying both Izumi and Kaya on his shoulders as the 3 of them had smiles on their face, while she was hugging both Izuku and Mana as they also had smiles on their faces. Inko. Thought, Izuku. She glances at another picture frame where it shows them in a family picture. The 3 kids are floating using their quirks with smiles on their faces. The 3 of them surround both Inko and Toshi, who also have smiles on their faces. Inko glances at the edge of the frame to see Izuku peeking at them with a sad expression on his face. Tears started to dwell in her eyes as multiple memories started flooding her head. Memories without Izuku and how mostly Izumi, Kai and Mana were there. Guilt started to flood her, as she finally realized. Rei. Worried eye. Inko. Mitsuki. Worried A. Are you alright? On how a terrible mother she is. She got on her knees and started to cry more. The others got alerted and became extremely worried and started to surround her and calm her down. The kids came in the door and saw what was happening, making them look wide-eyed. Izumi. Worried M. Mom. Kai. Worried WH. What's wrong? The both of them immediately go and surround their mother. Toshinori arrives at the scene after hearing the commotion and immediately runs towards her. Toshinori. Worried eye. Inko. Honey, what's wrong? Inko finally looks at him with tears still flowing down her cheeks as tears were presently stained on the photo frame. Inko. Crying T. Toshi. WW were horrible. PP parents. Breaks down even more. Toshinori. What do you Maya? Ding dong. Ding dong. Asterisk. Everyone then glances at the door, thinking of who could be at the door at this hour. Toshinori stood up and started walking towards the door. Toshinori. Did anyone bring guests at this hour? There were numerous murmurs, but most of them clearly said no, still thinking of who would come late at this hour and why was Inko crying. Toshinori. I wonder who that could be then. Toshinori then proceeds to open the door to check who could be it. Toshinori. Yagi residence, who's th? Kick. Asterisk. As the door fully opens to check who could it be, he was greeted by a powerful kick to the stomach, sending him flying. The others then look in shock and in worry. Inko. Crying T. Toshi. Izumi. D-Dad. Enji. Readies his quirks. You villi. Whack. Before Endeavor could react, he was also whacked in the face and was sent flying. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 1. Take that. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 2. You'll pay for what you did, you bastards. Everyone finally got to see who was the one that kicked Toshinori and Enji in the face. Toshinori. Shaking in fear and clutching his chest. GG Grand TT Torino. Enji. Holding his cheek. RR Recovery Girl. The two were none other than Gran Torino and Recovery Girl. But instead, with their usual calm, happy and loving grandparent look, it was replaced by a look of absolute rage. The both of their rage was so powerful that they were both emitting a powerful aura that everyone could feel and started to get terrified. Izumi. Shaking in fear. GG Grandam. Chio. Don't you dare call me grandma. You've lost the right to call me that. Inko. Why you can't talk to her like. Slap. Asterisk. Inko was interrupted as Recovery Girl slapped her in the face as she holds her cheek in pain. Chio. I can talk to her however I like, Inko. Because you, your daughter and your friends are nothing but bastards. Toshinori. Struggling to get up. WH Wa. Sorahiko. Not a word, Toshinori. Not until you tell me where's my grandson. Toshinori finally gets up but is still clutching his chest. Who? Why you mean, Kai? He's right there. Kick. Asterisk. Toshi was then kicked again in the stomach as Gran Torino stood back and anger in his eyes was building. Sorahiko. Him. My grandson. Ha. I completely disown you and Inko as an adoptive parent and your son and daughter as a grandchild. Heck, I disown all of you as my grandchildren. Kai. Shaking in fear. But, GG Grandpa. Sorahiko. No buts, Yagi. And it's Torino to you. I can't believe all of you would do that to your own friend and brother. All of the kids suddenly flinched at the word. Those who wanted it and suggested it, mentally cursed themselves, while the adults were downright confused. Inko glances at Izumi and Kai who were now sweating nervously while shaking in fear. Inko. Izumi. Kai. What did you do to your brother? Izumi. Sweating nervously and shaking in fear. I. Sorahiko. And not just your kids. All of you are at fault here. Now tell me where's Izuku, you son of a bitch. Toshinori. Clutching his chest in pain. He's in the basement. Chio and Sorahiko. Eyes widen in anger. Basement. Every parent. Basement. Grandpa. Grandma. Everyone glances at the voice to see Mana just arriving at the scene. Sorahiko and Chio's looked soften with a hint of sadness as they saw her. Chio. Mana. Mana then rushes and hugs the both of them as the both of them hug back. Mana. I miss you both. Sorahiko. Holding back his tears. I miss you too, sweetie. Mana. Grandma, Grandpa, have you seen Big Brother? I can't find him anywhere. The both of them look at each other and nodded gloomily, before Chio started speaking with her voice cracking. Chio. Holding back her tears. Mana. How can we say this? Your brother, he's. Inko. Where's Izuku? Izumi. Yeah, where's Big Bro? Sorahiko. So you finally cared, huh? After 6 years you finally cared for him. And you. Points at Izumi. You actually cared for him, didn't ya? Izumi. Katsumi. Oh, of course we cared for him. Sorahiko. Well, if ya did. Then why did you bully him for 6 fucking years? Adults. What? Sorahiko. Oh ho. It seems the adults here finally realized on how their kids are nothing but a bunch of bullies, huh? Some parenting ya all did. The adults were still confused and were staring at their sons and daughters who looked away and sinking in their positions. Inko. Izumi, what are they talking about? Chio. So you have no clue, huh, Inko? And I'm sure all of you do. So how about it, kids? Tell them what have you all have done to Izuku. The kids looked in silence trying to see who would tell them, until Izumi finally got the courage to tell the truth. Izumi. We, sighs and finally stammers it all out. Bullied Izuku to stop him from becoming a hero. Adults. What? Mitsuki. Gets mad and looks at Katsumi and Katsuki. Is that true, you brats? Rei. Looks at Shoto and Shoka. Is that true, Shoto and Shoka? Katsumi. Aye. Sighs. Why yeah we did. Shoka. Looks down. We did, Mom. Adults. What? So it's true. Inko. Why would you bully you brother, Izumi, Kai and Ma? Sorahiko. Oh no you don't. Don't involve Mana in this. At least she had the mind to think and not bully her brother. Now how about you little shits tell everyone why you were bullying Izuku? Izumi. We did it to stop him from becoming a hero. We saw and heard a lot of heroes die during hero work and even the quirked ones. Kai. So me, Mana and Izumi got scared and became afraid of the possibility of Izuku dying during hero work, especially since he was quirkless. So me and the others got the others together to talk about it. Izumi. Monoma eventually suggested that we should bully Izuku because it was easier. At first we didn't agree, but Katsuki and Shoto convinced us to do it. So eventually we agreed on it and Mana backed out. Chio. You could have just told him or maybe helped him. And I always thought you both were smarter than this. Sorahiko. And you three. Looks at Shoto, Katsuki and Monoma as they all flinch. Why in the absolute world would you think bullying would solve all of this? Katsuki. Sweating nervously. Monoma. Looks away. Mitsuki. What is now, Katsuki? Monoma's mother. Yeah, I know you two often don't get along, but getting along to bully someone is so unlike the both of you. You're both hiding something, are you? Monoma. Waving his hands and sweating nervously, as hiding something. Nah, we all just agreed to do this because we love Izuku and want to protect him, right? Katsuki. Nods vigorously along with some of the others while sweating. Why yeah, just to keep Izuku safe. Nothing Seuss. He was cut off as Gran Torino slammed his cane on the ground and immediately pointed it at them with anger still fresh in his eyes. Sorahiko. Love ya, ha, you think he'll thank ya and love ya for what you did. This isn't some show where you think what you're doing is right. This is the real world. Monoma. Sweating nervously and shaking in fear, he'll thank us anyway for opening his eyes to the responsibilities of a hero. Chio. Thank you. You really think he'll thank you for everything you've done? And also think that he'll let this go and leave like nothing happened? No, he'll fear you. He'll hate you all. He'll never forgive any of you. He hates you all right now. Sorahiko. Points his cane more menacingly. I know you kids are hiding something. You better tell me now, or I swear that all of you will get a beating of your lifetime. Katsuki and the others hesitate as fear and sin started to crawl up their spines. The others looked suspicious at them. Katsumi. Katsuki. Katsuki. Groans. All right, fine. We bullied him cause we hated him, all right. Multiple collective gasps were heard at the room at the reveal. Katsuki. A lot of us were jealous of him, all right. You guys spend too much time worrying on that useless bastard and spending time with him that we started to get jealous. Shoto. And also combine that with the fact that our parents enjoyed spending time with him and that the teachers and other students love him because he was all smart and charming. Katsuki. So when we heard that the bastard was quirkless, we realized that we finally have something to use against him to show that we're better than him. So we used your love for him to beat the crap out of him. Monoma. And we still can't believe that you all thought that we were doing this to protect him. Ha. Monoma then looked at them with a smug and confident look as the others were shocked. Monoma. Thanks to you cooperating with us, we were able to drag his name further to the ground. He became the most hated student in school that the teachers even sabotage him and enjoy beating him up. When Sorahiko and Chio heard this, their anger started to build up more. Katsuki. You honestly all thought that we cared about that nerd. Then he shouldn't have stole the spotlight so much and acted like he was better than us. Monoma. And I can't believe you girls would fall in love with someone like him. All he is was just a quirkless loser. Why fall in love with him and like him when you have you? Slap. Asterisk. Multiple collective gasps were heard from everyone of what they saw. Mana was in front of Monoma, holding him by the collar with her eyes covered by shadows, but tears were evidently streaming down her face. Monoma. Shocked. Mana. Slap. Asterisk. Mana. Shut up. So that's why you all bullied my brother so much. Because you were all jealous of him. The boys looked away and guiltily nodded, fueling Mana's anger more. Katsuki. See, come on, Mana. Slap. Asterisk. Mana. Shut up. I can't believe Izuku even considered calling you his friends. Heck, he even considers most of you brothers. Katsuki. Holding his cheek. Really? Mana. Yeah, he would tell me every time we would talk together. He considered you and Shoto brothers to him. He said that he just wants to play with you both like in the old days. Katsuki and Shoto looked down with guilt and tears welling up inside of them at the reveal. Mana. And you. Looks at Monoma. Asterisk. Izuku always saw you as an amazing person with your quirk. And saw many ways that you could have used it. He was inspired by you to get stronger. I can't believe he thought of you like that when you were like this to him. Monoma looked down with guilt and tears also welling up inside of him. He always thought that no one would appreciate his quirk, but to think the person he was bullying thought that highly of him, just made him start regretting his actions. Mana. And the rest of you. Looks at the others who were jealous of Izuku. Izuku never thought highly of himself and actually saw you all as his idols and inspirations to keep moving forward. And I can't believe all of you would think of that of him. The rest then looked down also guilty with tears in their eyes. Izumi. Mana. Mana. Shut up. I told you it was a bad idea to bully Izuku. And yet you never listened. If you thought for a second and decided to just talk and support him, none of this would have ever happened. Now he hates us. Chio. No, no, Mana. Izuku doesn't hate you. Glances at the others while the rest of you, he hates you all. The girls looked down with tears and regret filling them from what they did. The same could be said for the others who were also a part of this. Toshinori. Izumi, Kai. I can't believe. Mitsuki. When this is done you brats will. Sorahiko. Now. Don't think that any of you are not involved in this. All of you are involved in this mess. If all of you could have been better relatives and parents. Inko. But, Sorahiko. We are, huh. Then when is Izuku's birthday and what are his favorite food? Adults. He was born on June 16th and his favorite food are ramen and sushi. Sorahiko. Pinches the bridge of his nose. My god, it's. Mana. Wrong. His birthday is on June 15th. He was born a few minutes before June 16th. And his favorited foods are katsudon and chocolate. What you said was Kai and Izumi's favorite food and birthday. The adults then looked down looking ashamed, realizing on how terrible parents and relatives they were. Inko. So we missed his birthday. Chio. Yes, you've spent your entire 6 fucking years celebrating your other children's birthday that you forgot the birthday of your eldest son. And for the worst of all, it means you've never even attended to his needs and wants and only your so-called perfect son and daughter. And all for just a stupid quirk. Izumi. So Izuku starve. Mana. No, you and the others would take all the food and even forgot Izuku. I always sneak in some food to help him or even cook some for him. And here I thought it was because the both of you were hungry. Looks like it just turns out to be a part of your stupid ways to stop him. Kai. Mono Masugas. Chio. Are your children really idiots? Do you think that starving him is a good idea? Looks at Inko and Toshinori and the same goes to the both of you. You forgot to cook for your son and let your youngest daughter even sneak food in for your son. Inko. I actually thought that there were pests in the house so I decided to hide our food in a better location. Mana. Are you kidding me, Mom? Have you really forgotten about Izuku? You aren't the mother I used to know. Inko. Looks down with tears in her eyes. Toshinori. Mana, Yagi. That is not the way to talk to your moth. Sorahiko. Shut up, Toshinori. You're also at fault here. Now, show me the fucking basement where you threw your son in. Toshinori. Mana. Size I'll show you, Grandpa and Grandma. Sorahiko. Nods thank you, Mana. Glances at the rest with anger in his eyes. And all of you better follow me or I swear to God, I'll murder each and every last one of you. Got it, everyone. Nods vigorously while shaking in fear. High. Everyone then follows Mana, as she shows them the way to the basement. Unknown to any of them, they were being watched by the window by a person hiding in a bush. Question mark. 1. Brings out his phone. Sir, I can't see them, they're going further into the house. Question mark. 2. Asterisk on the phone. Use your quirk to hear what they're talking about. Then tell me what you've heard. Then I'll decide what we do on from there. Question mark. 1. Roger that, sir. Question mark. 2. Size don't reveal yourself, and be careful. TCH. This problem is going to affect the entire hero system if we don't be careful. And here I thought not letting Gran Torino and Recovery Girl see the news about humiliating his grandson would do it. Goddammit heroes. Size just be careful and tell me everything going on, then I'll tell you what to do next. Question mark. 1. Right. The individual then ends the call as he places his hands down on the walls of the house. And suddenly he could see and hear everything happening through sound like waves forming shapes of humans. Mana was now in front of the basement door with the rest behind him. Sorahiko. Open it now, Mana. Mana nods and opens the door to the basement, which everyone was greeted to the sight of Izuku's now so-called room. The adults were greeted to the horrible state of the room and saw the one mattress where Izuku sleeps. They also noticed the room's sanitation state is at a very bad state. But the strong stench of blood sent nearly everyone to a panicked state. They then searched the entire room, until they found a large box next to Izuku's mattress full of bloodied bandages and clothes. They also found a bunch of first aid equipment close by it. Inko. Why are there first aid equipment he? Mana. Because I patch him up, because most of his wounds are hard to patch up. I patch him up whenever he protected me from bullies. Glares at her siblings and friends and whenever they're done beating him up. Izumi and the others looked down with shame and guilt in their eyes. Inko. Why didn't you tell me about his wounds? I could've. Mana. I did. I kept telling you that Izuku was injured and that he needed to be patched up. But no, you always said you were busy. Now I realized you never even cared for him in the first place. Inko then looks down with tears in her eyes as guilt and regret crawled behind her more. Sorahiko. Why in the absolute hell is Izuku sleeping here in the first place? Mana. Glares at her parents' mom and dad said that Izumi needed a bigger room so she could train her quirk more and because she deserved it. So they decided to move Izuku to the basement. Sorahiko. Glares at Toshinori. Toshinori. Waving his hands and sweating nervously. Look. I can exply. Kick. Asterisk. Before he could react, Sorahiko kicked him in the gut again as he clutched it in pain. Sorahiko. There's no need to explain, Toshinori. It's clear that you stopped caring for your son ever since he was deemed quirkless. Inko. But why doesn't he tell us that this was all happening? Suddenly Mana realizes and remembers something and slowly walks to Katsuki with shadows covering her eyes. The others started to look terrified thinking of what's going to happen. Katsuki. Terrified Mana. What are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Mana did the unthinkable in a man's prime weakness. Katsuki. She kicked him in the family jewels. Hard. Everyone looked wide-eyed in shock as Katsuki screams in absolute pain clutching his family jewels. Every male in the room held a hand over their own family jewels as they somehow felt the pain. Even every male nearby felt the pain. Mana stood back a bit as Katsuki laid on the floor clutching his family jewels in absolute pain. Katsumi ran towards Mana trying to stop her. Katsumi. Mana, what the? Slap. Asterisk. Mana then cuts off Katsumi by slapping her hard on the cheek making her fall back next to her brother. Mana looks over them with boiling rage present in their eyes. Mana. And here I thought my brother was just joking about what he said, but with all of this happening right now, it means it's true. Inko. Mana, what are you? Mana. Apparently Izuku told me that these two threatened to kill him if he tells anybody. Adults. What? Mana. And not only that, Izuku also told me that these two told him that, if you really want to be a hero so bad, pray you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, then take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Everyone in the room gasped at what they heard and looked at Katsuki and Katsumi as immediately more guilt and fear spread into their eyes. Mitsuki. Is what she telling true, you brats? Katsuki. Katsumi. Why yeah. We did tell him that. Chio and Sorahiko's anger immediately bursted open and rushed towards the two kids and held them by the collar as they shake in fear more. Chio. Who gives you both the right to tell him that he should kill himself, huh? Sorahiko. You both should be ashamed of yourselves. Especially you looks at Katsumi from what that other kid said, you loved him along with the others, but I clearly see the opposite of love. Katsuki looks down completely ashamed of himself while Katsumi looks down crying because of what she did. The both of them then let go of their collars and look at Mana. Chio. Mana, does your brother cut himself? Mana. Confused huh? I've never seen him do anything like that. Gets extremely worried and he never tells me if he does that. I only noticed some cut wounds on his wrists, but he said that he just accidentally injured himself. Chio went ahead and searched the room with fear contorted in her face as Sorahiko also had fear on his face. The both of them searched around the room for any possible items used for self-harm. It wasn't until they noticed something suspicious on the wall. It was an All Might poster, but they noticed a weird bulge on the poster, red marks that weren't on the supposed poster design and the tape on some of the ends looks like an access way. Sorahiko went towards the poster and lifted it up and checked the weird bulge inside. When he pulled the cause of the bulge, everyone in the room gasped as some had tears escaping in their eyes. It was rusted knife with dry blood apparent on the edges. Mana. Gets on her knees and cries Izuku. Inko. Tears streaming down her face so he was CC cutting himself. Katsumi. Crying no. Shoka. Crying Zuku. Toshinori. Tears welling up in his eyes. Sorahiko with tears streaming down his face and shadows covering his eyes through the knife by the wall beside Toshinori. Toshinori gasps in shock, but before he could react, Sorahiko lunges and kicks him in the stomach, making him sit on the floor and clutch his stomach in pain. Sorahiko then stood over him and pulled him by the collar. Sorahiko. Bastard. Toshinori. Look. Iica. Sorahiko. There is no need to explain, Toshinori. Because it's clear as daylight. You stopped realizing your son existed ever since your other children had quirks and he didn't. How could you do that when you were quirkless before? Every kid. What? Izumi. You were quirkless before, Dad. Toshinori. Sweating nervously. Sorahiko. Oh, so you haven't told them yet, huh? Yeah, he was quirkless before. It wasn't until Nana, Inko's mother, decided to make him the successor of One for All because he saw him worthy that he gained a quirk. Mana. Realizes something and gets mad. Then why did Dad say that he didn't want someone quirkless and useless to inherit One for All and he wants someone powerful and has a heroic heart like Izumi to inherit it? Sorahiko. Eyes widen in anger. What? Toshinori. Shaking in fear. Sorahiko. Stomps on his stomach making him yelp in pain. Nana wasn't like that to you and now you do this to your own son, who was quirkless like you. I bet she's rolling in her grave right now, laughing at the fucking shit you did. I bet she's disappointed in you with what you're doing to your son. You may be the symbol of peace, but you're a complete failure as a father. Toshinori looks down with shame as he knew he fucked up big time. Sorahiko. Glares at Inko. Same can be said to you, Inko. Nana didn't raise you to be like this. I'm sure she's disappointed with what type of mother you've become. Inko gets on her knees and break down realizing and accepting the fact on how much of a horrible mother she's become. Sorahiko. Glares at the other kids except Mana and that goes for all of you children too. You should have decided to talk to him about it and maybe even supported him and encouraged him. Not flat out bully him for 6 years because you think it is easy in a way to get him back. The kids then looked down in shame for what they did. Sorahiko. Glares at those who wanted to bully him because they were jealous to you kids who were jealous of him. I knew Izuku very well, and he was always humble and never saw himself highly among others. If anything he'd see you all as inspirations. I am completely ashamed of you all that you got jealous of someone humble and kind like him and decided to bully him as a way of revenge. He gave you bread and in return you threw bricks at him. The ones who wanted to bully Izuku for revenge looked down even more with shame and regret, with some even having tears in their eyes. They knew Izuku was too kind, but to think he actually saw them as inspiration made it hurt for them even more. Chio. Glares at the girls except Mana and that goes for you girls too. I know nearly all of you say you love him and have crushes on him, but your actions don't speak louder than your intents. If you think that he'll be thankful for what you did, then you girls really aren't thinking straight. If anything, he'll end up hating you for what you did. If you did love him, you should have supported him and talked to him about it instead. But you let your love of him blind you and in the end, you chose the easy way out. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. The girls looked down even more in shame and regret of what they did and even started to cry. They loved Izuku and wanted to be with him. But because of their too much love for him, it ended up blinding them from their choices and instead chose the easy way out. They wanted to keep him safe, but they're the ones that were harming him instead. And now, he possibly hates them so much, which was one of the things they never wanted. Sorahiko. Glares at the parents and as for the rest of you, I am extremely disappointed in all of you. As parents you should be the role model of your children and set an example for them. But no, you gave your kids too much freedom that you even allowed them to bully Izuku. You should be the one guiding them on how to live a proper life, but instead you treat them as princes and princesses and let them do whatever they want. You're supposed to be raising proper heroes and not brats for the next generation. Size you should all be ashamed of yourselves. All of you failed not just as a relative but as a parent. All of the adults look down in shame and guilt. They know that all of this is happening because of they treated their sons and daughters. They gave them all too much freedom, and in the end, that freedom ended up making them beat up Izuku too much. They focused too much on their children's quirks that they didn't realize they forgot about someone important to them. They know that they failed as parents to their children and as a relative to Izuku. All of them looked down with extreme guilt, shame and regret for their actions. They know that they fucked up and ended up making Izuku suffer for this long because of them neglecting, forgetting and abusing him. He was a sweet and innocent child. They remember all the times they spent together and all the moments they had before he was deemed quirkless. They realize that it was all their fault and aren't blaming each other. It was at this moment that they knew, they fucked up. But the price they have to pay for it is bigger than they can ever imagine. But then a little spark of hope came. Inko stood up from her knees and looked at Chio and Sorahiko while still crying. Some of the others also did the same. Inko. Crying, where's Izuku? I want to apologize to him. Izumi. Wiping her tears away, me too, maybe he can forgive us for what he did. Katsumi. Wipes her tears away, why yeah. All we have to do is just apologize, right? Shoka. Nods while wiping her tears away, why yeah. We just have to tell him that we're sorry and make things right. I'm sure he'll understand that, right? Toshinori. Nods, I am sure he will. I'll talk to him about it and redeem myself. I'll talk it over to him and give him one for all instead. Are you fine with it, Izumi and Kai? Izumi. Nods, yeah, Izuku deserves it more than I do. Kai. Yeah, he's more of a hero than us. Momo. Do you think Izuku will forgive us? Monoma. I am sure he will, as long as we make up for it. I am sure he still has kindness left in his heart to forgive us. Mina. Yeah, then we can tell him how we feel and everything will be fine in the end. As the others look at each other with hope that Izuku will forgive them and determined to ask Izuku for forgiveness and redeem themselves. Mana sighs in exasperation at what's going on, but she remembers and was worried more about Izuku. But when she glances at his grandma and grandpa, she sees them with their eyes covered in shadows and they're not responding. Mana. Grandpa, Grandma. What's wrong? Everyone then notices and sees that the both of them had tears streaming down their face as Sorahiko was clenching Izuku's bag in his hands. Mana then notices the bag and asks, Mana. Grandpa, Grandma, where's Izuku? The tension in the air went heavier as Sorahiko clenched the bag harder and more tears started escaping his eyes. Chio on the other hand clenched her cane so hard it almost snapped. Toshinori. Gran Torino. Where's Izuku? Gran Torino. If you really want forgiveness. It's too late for that. Inko. What do you Maya? Chio. Izuku's gone. Mana. Getting extremely more worried. What do you mean he's gone? Did he ran away? Gran Torino. Mana. Izuku. Sniffs. Izuku's dead. Silence. All they could hear were Sorahiko and Chio sniffing. Izuku. Dead. None of them could believe that. It has to be a trick, right? It has to be some sort of prank, right? It's too good to be true, right? Mana. Shocked and tears start falling out. This has to be a joke, right, Grandpa. This has to be some sort of your jokes, right? Sorahiko. Looks up tearing up. I wouldn't lie to you. Mana. Inko. Shocked and worried. Why, you can't be serious, right? There's got to be some. Chio. Looks up with tears falling out of her eyes. No, Inko. This is not a joke or a prank. Izuku's gone. He's dead. Why would we be lying at this point? Your son's dead, and all of you are to blame. And alas, the embers of hope dissipated. Tears started to well up in their eyes. Some still held a string of hope that this was all a joke or something. And one of them was Mana. Mana rushed to her grandmother and grabbed her by the shoulders and looked at her directly in her eyes. Her tears were welling up in her eyes. Mana. Tears welling up in her eyes. Please, Grandma. This has to be a joke or something. Please tell me this is all a prank. Chio sighs and pulls her into a hug as she breaks down more. Mana. Crying. Please. This has to be a lie. Please. This can't be true. Chio. Tears streaming down her cheek. I am sorry, Mana. Chio then pulls something out of her pocket and shows it to Mana, who gasps in shock. It looked exactly like golden locket she gave Izuku as a present for Christmas. It had some blood on it, and when she opened it, she saw the picture she placed inside of it. She broke down even more and screaming in agony as she held the locket close to her heart. It was really the locket she gave to Izuku. It just proves that her brother who she loves and cherishes is gone. Sorahiko glances at the others to see that the others had tears in their eyes and some were still in disbelief. Sorahiko. Tearing up, you still can't believe it, huh? Sniffs Chio. Chio nods and goes for her other pocket and grabs her phone before passing it to Sorahiko. Sorahiko then shows them all their fine handiwork. All of them gasped as they saw the picture on the phone. It was Izuku without his sweater, eye patch and mask on. He was pale and very frail. Blood was leaking out of his mouth, eyes and nose. They could see all the old and fresh scars all over his body, inflicted by his tormentors. He wore a relieved smile on his face as he was lying on a pool of his own blood. It was really him. Izuku. Sorahiko looks down with tears continuously falling out of his eyes. Why, you see now. He's gone. He jumped off a building, because of everything you did. Cries more, it's all your fault, you bastards. But it was too late. He was gone. Mana saw the picture and grieved more while hugging her grandmother who tries to comfort her. Inko got on her knees and cries out in agony. She lost her baby boy. Because of how terrible of a mother she was. Izumi and Kai looked down and screamed in agony. They lost their big brother. A person who was there for them, because of their stupidity and actions. Katsumi and Shoka hugged each other while crying. The other girls also did the same. They lost him, the person they had a crush on. All because of all they did to him. They let their love blind them too much that it killed him. Katsuki, Monoma and Shoto looked down with tears leaking out of their eyes as they resist to completely break down. The same could be said to those who wanted to bully Izuku. They lost someone who they thought was underestimating them. They lost someone who saw them as incredible people. They lost the person who considered them brothers and friends. All because they let their jealousy get to them. The adults and parents hugged their partner and cried or was trying to calm down their crying wife while shedding some tears. They lost someone important to them. The kind and innocent Izuku. The kid they enjoyed their time growing up with. And the kid who had a million-watt innocent smile. He's gone. Because of how terrible parents and relatives they became. Toshinori got on his knees and broke down. No, 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 no. Cries more. No. Toshinori got down on his knees and broke down. He lost his son, his eldest son, a son he loved dearly. But a son he lost. All because of how stupid he became. All because of how he let the power, fame and money go through his head. He failed as the #1 hero. Failed as the symbol of peace. But most of all, he failed as a father. 3 minutes of sobbing later, Sorahiko then digs through something in Izuku's bag before pulling out a sheet of paper. Sorahiko. Still shedding tears here, everyone looks at him. Apparently Izuku has a letter for you all, sniffs. Inko. Sobbing. What does it say? Sorahiko. Sighs. It's best if you read it aloud to everyone, sniffs. This letter is dedicated to you and the others. Inko then takes the letter and begins reading it aloud as the others look up at her with tears still streaming down their eyes. Dear my tormentors and so-called parents and relatives. If you're reading this, well, you all did it. You pushed me to my absolute limits. UA's school motto was always go beyond plus ultra, right? You all literally went plus ultra in ruining my life, all because I never had a quirk. I bet you all are extremely proud right now, right? Proud of your handiwork. As Inko was reading this, more guilt filled her along with the rest. Knowing that this isn't any ordinary suicide letter. And knowing on what Izuku feels about them because of their actions. Well, if you really are reading this right now, I am already laying on the floor of the alleyway, in the pool of my own blood with a content smile on my face. It means alas, I am free from this horrid nightmare called life as a quirkless kid and the son of the #1 hero. When Toshinori heard that sentence, he looked wide-eyed and realized that he heard everything he said when he told Mana about OFA and what he said about him. And now he looks down even more in shame and regret. And here I thought that being the son of one of the world's greatest heroes would and one of the heroes I idolized would be grand. It turns out to be the opposite. Ever since I was 3, I always thought I was blessed to be born in this world with a loving family and the greatest friends in the world, Turns out that it was all an illusion and they were nothing but wolves in sheep's clothing. Everyone looked down with tears streaming down their eyes, realizing on how foolish and idiotic they were. And it costed them a sweet bundle of joy. At the age of 4, it's supposed to be one of the best days of my life, because I get to find out what my quirk is and be a hero just like All Might. But it turns out to be the worst day of my life, the moment the doctor said these words. Sorry kid, it's not gonna happen. My life shattered the moment I heard those words. And where were my parents when I needed them the most? You were celebrating and treating my other siblings as kings and queens, while I had to suffer on my own. I never even got a single amount of love or even a, "It's alright," or even a pat on the head or the back reassuring me. You flat out ignored me, all because I was quirkless. You gave my room away to Izumi because you said she deserved it. You made me starve and thirst for food and love. You left me whenever you went on vacations and outings. You directed your love to the rest of my siblings and left none for me. Was I really a mistake to you, that you're treating me like this? Was my entire existence a failure to you? I hate you. I wish you were never my mother. Inko struggled even more to read as she choked on the words and tears continuously streamed down her face from the guilt. Toshinori on the other hand continued to look down and sobbed more from the guilt and shame. Because they both realized that it wasn't him that failed. It was them. And now her son hates her, even in death. But your neglecting was just a sprinkle to it. My siblings, Kai and Izumi. Should I really call them that though? Because so far in my life, all they did was beat me up and bully me. What did I do to you too? I was kind to you all my life and treated you literally as my siblings. And yet, you treated me as someone they hate all because I was quirkless. I gave you both love and in return you gave me nothing but hate and pain. Was I horrible brother to you? Why did Mana love me out of you too? What did I do to you both? What did I do to make the both of you go far to call me a waste of space and useless? If you both saw me like that, I wish you both were never my siblings, because as far as I can see, Mana is the only one that cares about me. I hate you both. Kai and Izumi broke down into tears as they hugged their father and screamed in agony as their father tried to calm them down. All they wanted to do was to protect Izuku. They wanted him to not die from any hero work. But in the end, he's dead and he hates them, which is the last thing the both of them want. They regret not thinking it through like Mana, and now they have to pay the price of living a life without their brother and living to know the fact that he hates them. And what about my friends? Who am I kidding? I never had real friends to begin with. All I had were a bunch of people who used me as a punching bag and saw my existence as a waste. All I wanted was to be heroes like them, and yet, all you did was drag me down and push me away. All I wanted was to be heroes with people I can call brothers and sisters, but it turns out they only see me as someone who holds them back. What did I do to all of you? Was I a bad friend to you all? I tried to help you with your quirks and yet you saw that I was underestimating you. Like, why would I underestimate someone who has the one thing I never had? I tried to be a hero and a friend, and helped you in any way I can, and yet you treated me as a villain. Kinda ironic, right? The one who does good is the one who gets beaten up and suffers. And to the girls, is being quirkless a disease? Because the way you acted around me and talked to me, it's like you're completely disgusted of me. I can't believe I used to have crushes on most of you. I saw you all as attractive and beautiful girls despite what other people think. But you become disgusted with me when the only problem I have was I was quirkless. I guess they really do say that beauty was from the heart, because you girls may be attractive on the outside, but your insides are rotten to the core. I can't believe I had friends like you. I wish I've never met any of you. I hate you all and you can all burn in hell for all I care. Katsuki, Shoto, and Monoma all looked down shedding tears as they couldn't hold themselves back anymore along with the other males. Their fathers approached their sons and pulled them to a hug and comforted them while also shedding tears. They were too blinded by their jealousy for Izuku that they ended up beating him up. He saw them as friends and as brothers, but they were too blinded by greed and power to notice it. He tried to help them but all they did was throw bricks at him. They should have decided a better approach for it and instead of bullying him. And they should have realized it on how Izuku saw them brothers and inspirations. But they were too late. They lost not only a friend, but a brother. And he hates them till the kingdom come. Katsumi and Shoka all broke down crying as their mothers came and tried to comfort them. The same could be said for the other girls as they had their mothers came and comfort them with tears also streaming down their face. They all had crushes on Izuku, but because of their love, that they were blinded. They were even saddened more by the fact that Izuku had crushes on them, and yet it disappeared when they started bullying him. He used to see them as beautiful both inside and out, but it changed to just seeing the outside beautiful and seeing the inside as nothing but rotten. They were too disgusted with Quirkless and too into protecting him that they ended up pushing him away too much and made him hate them. They lost their crush, all because they were too blind with love. It was all their fault and they have to pay the price for it. By losing their crush and living their entire lives knowing that he hates them all and that he's dead because of them. And how about my relatives? My so-called uncles and aunties? Where were they when I needed them? Oh yeah, treating their monster like children like king and queens and completely forgetting about me. What's worse is that they never even bothered to visit me. I mean, Grandpa Sorahiko and Grandma Chio had proper excuses, would visit me whenever they could and would actually give me presents during Christmas or my birthdays. And where were my uncles and aunties during Christmas and my birthday? Oh, just celebrating without me. All the time you would celebrate my siblings' other birthday that I even existed. At least Mana had the care to give me a present or even sneak a piece of cake to my basement. And Christmas. You never even knew I was there. During the first Christmas when I was deemed quirkless, I actually waited for one of you to actually notice I wasn't there. Then another year, but it ends up all the same. You've forgotten me, all because I was quirkless. I've waited for years for someone to notice me missing, but none came. If you're reading this right now and I am dead, really shows that people will only care when you're gone. I can only call you all very horrible relatives and very horrible parents because of how you treated me and how you raised your children. And I can also call some of you very horrible heroes. I could see no remorse in your eyes and could see that all of you just became thirsty for money and power. I hate you all and I wish that I've never met any of you. The parents held their crying children harder and shed more tears in the process. They lost someone because of how they neglected them over their sons and daughters. They were too busy thinking about money and power that they forgotten someone important to them. They gave their sons and daughters too much freedom and in the process made them too free to beat up Izuku. Endeavor is the one mostly who feels regret, since this also became the exact reason on why he lost his 3 children, so he can only look down more and cry as he held his crying son in an embrace. They realized that they only let greed and power get into their heads and this is the result. They ignored Izuku, completely allowed their sons and daughters beat him up, and in the end lose him. Now they have to live knowing that the once kind and cheerful Izuku is now dead and hates them. But you know, I still had strength to spare and hope that my idol would eventually tell me that I can be a hero. Turns out, he was my father and was not the hero I expected it to be. But what he told me was the last thing that made my world shatter apart. When I saw All Might under that bridge. When Toshinori heard those words, his heart sank and his eyes widened. He remembered the photo of Izuku's dead body on Chio's phone and remembered the kid he saved and met there. And the regret started to fill more on him. Toshinori. Shocked? No. Why? Why was I so dumb? When I met him and he saved me from the slime villain. I asked him the simple question, can someone quirkless be a hero? And you know what he did? He laughed and asked if it was some kind of joke or not. Then he went on an entire rant about quirkless being useless, a waste of space and all that to society, and that they should end up like the blue macaws of Rio. Extinct. Inko stopped as everyone also glanced at Toshinori, who had extreme guilt and regret in his eyes and was shaking from it. When Mana heard that, she wanted to punch his father so hard but she was too busy grieving for Izuku to do so. Sorahiko was doing his best not lunge and beat the living shit out of him, but he just clenched his cane and looked at Inko, gritting his teeth. Sorahiko. Gritting his teeth. Keep reading, Inko. What's even worse is that my father said the same thing when she chose Izumi, out of all the people, to be his so-called successor. He said that he never even knew me and that he wants someone powerful to inherit one for all and continue the so-called family legacy and not someone quirkless, useless and doesn't have a heroic heart. Those words broke me. The words of my own father and idol was the last nail to the coffin. And through all might, I finally saw that there was no real hero in this world. All there is are a bunch of clowns in costumes fake saving citizens and are only thirsty for money, fame and power. Because of the life I've lived, I saw the true nature of this society. I hoped to change it, but my body was far too damaged to do anything that I'm even having a hard time writing this letter. So I had to go with option number 2, I had to end my life. I had no choice. I wanted it all to end. Even if I lived, what could I do? My body's damaged beyond repair, and what's the point of being a hero in a fake society when not even your father who was your idol doesn't believe in you and is also a fake like them? How about it, Kat and Kachan? You happy now? I bet the both of you and the others are at a party celebrating on how I am gone. They always did say words are more powerful than a sword, and what you said definitely made a mark. But only this time, I could only hope I am reborn in a world where bastards like you don't exist. Heck, I wish I never see any of you again. Because take this to heart. I hate all of you in this damn society. You can all rot in the deepest part of hell for all I care. You say you're heroes, but you all are no better than villains themselves. I hate you all from the absolute bottom of my heart. You may all live for now, but I hope you can all live with yourselves, you monsters. Your former son, brother, friend and nephew, Izuku. At that moment Inko stopped reading and got on her knees and cried out in agony. Toshinori also finally broke down and cried his heart out along with Izumi and Kai. He knows that he died because of what he said to him under that bridge and what he said about OFA. If he just was there for him, would things have ended up differently? He knows he failed as a father and how much of a scum he is. He knows he disappointed his master and every user of OFA. He failed as the number 1 hero and his own greed became the reason that Izuku's gone. He now has to live with the guilt that his son is dead because he was an absolute failure as the number 1 hero, as the symbol of peace and as the father. The words of him saying that he hates him will haunt him for the rest of his life. Basically nearly everyone broke down and cried their heart out. They know that each of them contributed to the death of Izuku. They're the reason of why he died. They're the ones that drove him to ending his life. They all have to live with themselves knowing that they're monsters and the reason on why Izuku died. And they have to live the rest of their lives knowing that Izuku hates them and the fact they're the ones that technically murdered him. They have to live a life knowing that they're the monsters. Meanwhile Sorahiko sighs and wipes his tears as he glances at Mana and remembers seeing a paper that had her name on it. He checked Izuku's bag again and saw a letter just for her. He then walks toward her, which she was still clutching and hugging Chio as she comforts her. Sorahiko taps her shoulder. Mana looks up at him while still crying. Huh. Sniffs. Sorahiko. Izuku has a letter here just for you. Mana looks wide-eyed. Really? Sniffs. Sorahiko nods and smiles. He does, shows the letter here. I'll read it to you. Mana nods as Chio still pats her and comforts her. The others also start listening despite them also still crying. Sorahiko then looks at the letter and begins reading it aloud. To my dearest sister, Mana. If you're reading this right now, things might have not gone as planned and I might have already jumped off the ledge of a building and have died. My greatest regret is never being able to do the promise of being a hero duo in the future. I hope you understand why, though. As I finally reached my breaking point. Mana. Tears welling up in her eyes. Oh, of course I understand. Izuku. Oh, of course I understand. Chio pulls her to a hug as she caresses her back and comforts her. The others looked at her and more regret started to fill them from what they're hearing, especially to Inko, Toshinori, Kai and Izumi. Sorahiko then continued reading the letter. Look after yourself for me and take care of yourself for me. I'll be waiting for you one day when we cross paths again together many years from now. Don't hurt yourself because of me, it's not your fault why I did it. It was actually you who became one of my reasons to continue to live further. I want to write this letter to tell you my absolute gratitude to you. Because you stand by me when all I was is a quirkless and useless kid. So I am going to write to you all I can while my arms can still write, all right. Mana hugged Chio harder as more tears streamed down her eyes. At the same time, multiple memories of her time with Izuku flooded her head. Chio just continued to calm her down while staring at the others with disappointment as they just looked down with guilt, shame and regret. Thank you for standing so long with someone like me. I know I am supposed to be the big brother, but Izumi and Kai didn't see me as such, but it was you who still treated me as such even though I was useless. It was you who stood by me when I needed someone the most. You were there for me and believed me when no one else could. You would cook me food or sneak me some whenever I was hungry. You would patch my wounds whenever the others would beat me up. You were there for me when I was humiliated on live TV. You saw me as a hero when no one did. Sorahiko silently gritted his teeth but made a mental note to talk to the Hero Commission about this, and the same could be said for Chio. But he pushed through and continued reading while Chio continued to comfort Mana, who was starting to cry harder. You showed me kindness when others would treat me like dirt for being quirkless. You never gave up on me when others did and still continued to have faith in someone useless like me. You gave me the love that I never experienced from anyone, even my parents. In fact, it almost felt like a couple thing or the forbidden type of love in one of the books we read. Mana cried harder as she remembered the times him and her used to hang out together. It really felt like what they were doing was more of a couple's act than siblings. Her cheeks slightly heated up remembering the fun times they had and the smile Izuku showed her, but she still continued to cry, but slightly weaker. Chio noticed and sadly smiles while still comforting her. You said that I am a hero, but in reality, you're the hero. You saved me and helped me multiple times in my life. I couldn't be thankful enough that you stood so long with someone like me. The promise we made when you gave me this locket and the way you believed in me, is what kept me going for this long. You know, I hope you find this. I actually have a present for you in my bag. Sorahiko stops and Mana looks up when she heard that. Sorahiko looks into the bag and pulls out a present wrapped in yellow with white pattern gift wrapper. Mana saw it and hesitated, but Sorahiko extends the gift to her. Sorahiko. Here Mana, it says here on the letter he wants you to open it as you read it. Mana nods and takes the present before slowly unwrapping it. The others also watch her as she opens it slowly. She gets the white ribbon off and some of the wrapper and finally gets to see what's inside the gift. She gasps as she pulls it out and the others see it and also looked astonished on the gift she got. It was a golden scarf that looked like a cape. The front of it looked like two bunny ears with dark yellow tips and a dark yellow stripe before it. It also had a golden star badge at between the collar. The back had a huge golden sun knitter on it and two long scarf strips beside it with its tips ending with a V, like cut and having a golden sun design. Mana. Tears streaming down her face. It looks beautiful. As Mana admires the gift, Sorahiko continues to read the letter as Mana listens. I hope you like it. I made it myself. It took me a while to sew because of how broken my hands were, but I did my best to give you a gift. I know you've given me gifts every Christmas and every birthday, but I really hope you like this one gift I have to give you. Mana hugs the gift close to her chest as tears fall down harder. I love it. It's the best gift I've ever gotten. You always did tell me that you often get cold even during summer. So that's why I made you this scarf and cape combination, so you can wear it wherever you go. As long as you wear this scarf, it'll always protect you from danger. Please be safe and don't blame yourself for my death. Stay strong in this world because I know you never gave up, like you never gave up hope on me. You want to know the reason why I gave your scarf a sun and star design. As Sorahiko kept reading the message, streams of tears continuously now flow down Mana's eyes as she hugs the present close to her chest. It's because you became my stars at night and my sun at day. You lit up my world when all I had was darkness. When Mana heard this, she screamed her heart out in complete agony. This scream was louder than the ones before. Luckily their neighbors are heavy sleepers. Chio walked closer to the broken-hearted child and hugged her while also crying. As you wear this scarf, it will symbolize the bond we had and may you cherish that bond till we meet again. I hope that you continue to be safe and that you always wear this scarf as you remember me. And most importantly, I hope you open your eyes to see this society on how I saw it and see that I am not the only one suffering like this, and the moment the both of us cross paths again, you stand by my side to help me cure this world. And know this, no matter wherever you are, I'll always watch over and love you. This isn't goodbye, it's till we cross paths again. Love, Izuku. Everyone had nothing to say. All they can hear was Mana's cry of pain. Sorahiko put the letter back in the bag as he looks disappointingly at the others. It was their fault that Izuku's gone. But it was also their fault for ruining Mana's dream. All she wanted was to be a hero duo with Izuku. But they ruined it for her by pushing him down and stopping him from achieving his dream. So not only did they ruin Izuku's dream, but they also ruined Mana's dream. Now the guilt and regret in them just continued to rise. Because they realized that not only did they shatter Izuku's dreams, but also Mana's dreams shattered. Because of them, the others walked towards Mana with her siblings and parents in the front. Izumi. Hey Mana. WW'er. Mana. Shut up. Izumi. Shocked what? Kai. We were just trying to say. Mana. I said shut up. Mana looks up at them but she had a very pissed face on. Her eyes were red from all the crying but everyone could clearly see the pissed expression on her face as she's also emitting a terrifying aura. Inko. Terrified Mana. Mana. Shut up. When will you all ever shut up? Toshinori. Mana, that is not the way you talk to. Mana. I don't care. You never cared for Izuku, right? So I don't care. The both of you call yourselves my parents, but you never treated Izuku like your son. And you points at All Might are supposed to be the symbol of peace. But the only thing you're great at is being a bad dad. You both ignored Izuku because he was quirkless. You both are the worst parents in the world. I hate both of you and I wish you both were never my parents. Those words hit home as Inko hugged Toshi and broke down again. Izumi. Terrified Mana, see, calm down. Kai. Terrified PP, please. Katsumi. Terrified, why yeah. We can work something. OU. Mana. Gets more pissed, calm down. Exclamation mark. Work something out. There's nothing to be calm or work something out for. Izuku's gone. I told you it was a bad idea to bully him and now look. He's dead because you all pushed him too far. You bullied him too much and it forced him to kill himself. I hate you. I hate all of you. I wished you were never my sister or my brother. And I wished I never met any of you. You're the worst friends and family in the world. All I wanted was for me and Izuku to be a hero duo in the future, but that can't happen because of all of you. Toshinori. Mana. We can. Mana. Shut up. Mana uses her quirk and generates a dome psionic field around her that stops her father and the others from getting close to her. She glares at all of them as tears fall down from her cheeks. Mana. None of you are my family and friends. The only ones I have left are Grandpa and Grandma because you all killed Izuku. I hate you all and leave me alone. Mana immediately gets up carrying the locket and the cape and runs out of the basement on the way to her room. She uses her quirk and throws all of Kai's stuff out of the room before locking herself in. Inko. Man. Sorahiko. Whacks her hand, leave her alone, Inko. If anything you all are to blame for this. So don't go and point fingers at anyone. Your own daughter needs some time alone to cope with this. Chio. If you'll excuse us, we're going to tell the Hero Association about this and expose everything you've done to the world. Inko. Please reconsider. Toshinori. We can make things right. Please don't do this. Chio. There is no making things right, Toshinori. Izuku's gone and there's nothing you can do about it. Japan doesn't deserve a symbol of peace like you or heroes like you. Sorahiko. I am completely cutting off all ties and connections to you all. Good luck with whatever comes next. Kai. But Grandma and Grandpa. Izumi. Please. We only wanted to protect Hai. Sorahiko. But nothing you two. Protect your brother. Please. All of you went further and did something else. If Nana was here she would have scolded all of you for what you did. Glares at Toshinori and Inko and I am pretty sure she's super disappointed with what you both did. She's disappointed at how she raised her daughter to be like and how her successor is a complete failure as a hero and father. Chio. You all are a disgrace to the hero name and society. And disciplinary measure must be conducted as possible. The both of them walk and reach the door of the basement as they both look back at them. Sorahiko. Good day and farewell to you all. Sorahiko slams the door hard as everyone was left in the room to think, grief and regret their actions. Because they know they've fucked up big time. Meanwhile, question mark question mark question mark question mark. 1. Sir, The both of them are leaving. The individual hiding from the bush earlier watches as Sorihiko and Chio leave the Yagi household on the way to Izuku's body before heading to the Hero Commission. The individual was currently talking to the same person on the phone earlier. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 2. Do you know where they're going? Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 1. Looks like in the same direction they went earlier, sir. Why do you ask? Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 2. Size, did you hear everything that happened earlier? Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 1. Yes, sir, I did. And I am sure I told you and let you hear every detail of it. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 2. Indeed, we can't let them do this. This would ruin our society and the image of our symbol of peace. We have no choice. Call in Pro Heroes Bullet and Wasp to follow them. And tell them to initiate Protocol SAEW. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 1. Eyes widen. What? Are you sure about this, sir? This seems too wrong. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 2. I know it seems too wrong and harsh, but we have to do it. We have to keep the name of these heroes intact, and that includes the symbol of peace. I already talked to the ministry and they approved of the decision, like how we sacrificed that boy's dreams. It's not like they cared about the kid in the first place anyway, Size, but nonetheless, we'll give him a proper burial just for them. So sacrificing these 2 lives is a price worth to pay to sustain the images of these heroes. People like them are easily replaceable to this society, but our current symbol of peace is not. So it's a price worth to pay. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 1. So what do I have to say to them again? Question mark question mark question mark question mark. 2. I already know where the doctors said the body of the kid came from, so they must be going back there to check up on it. Say initiate protocol silence and eliminate witnesses, or in other words, individual number 2 told him before the first individual started to contact the people on his phone. It's time to put Recovery Girl and Gran Torino onto permanent retirement. Time skip. Izuku. Size, not enough. Izuku was standing on top of another roof of a building. He just killed nearly over 40 victims, but most of them had very low LV and the rate of express required to level keeps going higher. He then opened the pane to check his stats again. LV, 3, HP, 152, at 178, DF, 144, SPD, 144, EXP to next LV, 27. Izuku raises an eyebrow. So my attack is my greatest stat, huh? That's kinda neat, but those guys didn't have that much LV, and the requirements for me to level up keep going higher, and I have a feeling it will keep getting higher the more LV I have. He then glances at the location where he once was, and a large amount of dead bodies are noticeable in an alleyway. Izuku narrows his eyes. Those guys didn't even have that much LV. Most of them just had like 2 or 4 LV. Well, they were just thugs, to be honest. I could really see why my defense and HP stats aren't that high, because my body basically nullifies 99% of damage done to me. And those fuckers couldn't do any shit to me. He then glances at another part where he could see a private bar full of dead bodies. Izuku thought, those guys on the other hand, are killers, but not the typical well-known serial killers. They had like LVs between 9 to 7. That's why I reached LV 3 now. But it's still not enough. And it just said that my next skill unlock is in LV 4. Sizewire RPG games like this. He then glances around to check if there's any heroes or witnesses around. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Not much heroes on patrol, huh? Size, who am I kidding? Of course it's not that much, it's New Year. And it's like an hour and a half past midnight. Not every hero is out on patrols at this period or at this time of New Year. He then glances at his slimes-like arms again and his tentacles appendages at his back. Izuku glances at his hands. Do my hands leave some sort of DNA or fingerprints or something? Glances at the tentacles on his back, and do these things also leave DNA behind? 'Cause I've been touching and killing people left and right with these things, and they might have a possibility of making the heroes find out I'm not dead. He then thought it carefully before shrugging as he remembered something. Izuku shrugs, oh yeah, they usually take our DNA and fingerprints at the age of 4 after we gain our quirks. And if memory serves me right, my ass of a parents didn't make the doctor take my DNA nor my fingerprints. And besides, these idiots are too dumb to take DNA samples from a dead body. So I guess I am in the clear for now. He then glances at the sky before sighing. Izuku sighs, it's getting pretty late, and not a lot of heroes are here out at night, and I'm pretty sure I'm not yet ready to high-level villains or large groups of them. I guess I'll call it a night. But where am I going to sleep at anyway? Just as he was thinking, his eyes caught something and saw 2 individuals jumping over roofs. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Who the heck? He narrows his eyes to get a clearer vision of who those 2 are, and with a shine of a light from a house, it was easily identified as 2 other heroes he deeply despises ever since that day. The first person was a male with white hair that's covering his red eye. The male had fingerless gloves, a black jacket over a white shirt, blue jeans, and had black boots. The second individual is a female with ash blonde hair and red eyes. She looked like she was wearing some sort of assassin's clothes. The 2 were none other than Izuku narrows his eyes, the Deadshot hero, Bullet, and the Silent Needle hero, Wasp. These 2 are the other 2 fuckers who were there at that same day. What the world are they doing here at this late? He then saw them go further and further away from where he was. But not before seeing their LV. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Bullet's LV is 9 and Wasp's LV is 8. And where in the world are they both going this late at night? The both of them usually take morning patrols in dark alleyways. It's kinda weird seeing them this late and at this time of the year. Shakes his head. I need to see where the both of them going. Smirks and maybe get some EXP in the process. Izuku slowly sneaks up and follows the 2 without getting noticed by them or anyone else. But unknown to him, the sight he'll see will make him hate this society even more. Meanwhile, Sorahiko, damn Toshinori and Inko. Sorahiko and Chio were currently walking down a street after the little issues with Izuku and the Yagi family. The both of them are going to the Hero Commission to report about the situation and are planning to give them punishments. Chio. Sorahiko, calm down, it's over. Sorahiko sighs, I know. I'm just completely disappointed in him and Inko for treating Izuku like that. I mean the fact that Izuku was a good and kind kid, but becoming quirkless made them ignore him. Like hell, Toshinori was quirkless before. Chio. I know, I'm completely disappointed in them both and the rest too. But it's over now, there's nothing we can do. All we can do now is deliver punishment to them. Sorahiko. By the way, what happened to Izuku's body in that alleyway? Chio. I contacted some doctors and asked it to be delivered to a hospital to be checked up on, and so we can give Izuku a proper burial. Sorahiko. I guess that's good. It's the least we can do for him with all the shit the others did to him. So what are we doing going back to the alleyway again? Chio. I just need to check up if they actually picked the body up. Sorahiko. I guess we can't be too sure just to be safe. Who knows what would happen if a villain get their hands on Izuku's body? Chio. Yeah, Sorahiko. By the way, did you hear something about Onmana's letter regarding about Izuku being humiliated on live TV? Chio. Yeah, I did. Kinda odd though, I never saw anything about that on TV. Sorahiko. And it's even stranger that Izuku wrote that at his last letter to Mana. And also writing about something, to open her eyes, in his letter seems off. Chio. And didn't that blonde brat said something that teachers and other students doing something to him? Sorahiko. I have a feeling that they aren't just the cause of this. Chio. Let's just ask it later when we get to the commission regarding the news that was on the letter. Sorahiko. Now that I think of it, isn't the Hero Society slowly getting weirder now? Chio. Now that you say it, yeah. When I worked for some of the hospitals, there were a lot of innocent casualties. That's been happening a lot lately now. Sorahiko. And not only that, Tsukauchi has been also getting a lot of mysterious cases lately. Like untraceable murders, mysterious incidents and all sorts of stuff. Chio. Raises an eyebrow. Really? Sorahiko. Yeah, he doesn't know the exact reason why. But most of the victims are quirkless and people with weak quirks. Realizes something you don't think. Chio nods gloomily. I do. Sorahiko grits his teeth. After we check on the body, I am going to have a word with the commission. I don't care if it's New Year. I am going to get to the bottom of this mess even if it takes us another year. Sorahiko and Chio finally reach the street where they saw Izuku and turn around to see the alleyway where they found him. They walk in the alleyway to see that the area has been cleaned up with Izuku's body gone. Chio then received a message from her phone and showed a message from a medical worker saying they picked up the body. While Sorahiko was contacting someone, Chio, it seems they already picked up his body. The place here is already as clean and I just received a confirmation message they did it. Sorahiko, good. I already messaged to Tsukauchi about what happened. Let's get out of here and go to the commission. I need to have a talk with the commission regarding Toshinori and some weird shit going on in her. He was cut off as he felt something hit his arm, and the same goes for Chio. The both of them lift their arms to check when suddenly they felt their body go weak as they fell down to the floor with their body completely paralyzed. Sorahiko, what the, why can't I? Tries to move his arms. Chio tries to move hers. I can't move my body. Sorahiko tries to moves his but fails mine too. Just what in the world is going on? Is this a villain's doing? Question mark. 1. Sorry, old man and lady. But we have to do this. The both of them glanced down and saw Pro Hero's Bullet and Wasp at the other end, with Wasp holding a blow dart on her hand. Chio, P. Pro Hero's Wasp and Bullet. Sorahiko gains a tick mark. You both did this. Bullet, yeah, ya blind or something Gramps. Chio, B. But why? Wasp, sorry, but orders are orders. Sorahiko, whose orders? My orders. The both looked wide-eyed at the voice as a holographic projection appears in front of Bullet and Wasp and shows. Sorahiko, Daisuke. Correct, Gran Torino. Meanwhile, Izuku. Where the fuck did they go? Izuku was standing on a building close by, trying to find where Bullet and Wasp went. He looks around the area to try and spot them or any hero he despises. Izuku, I know they were around here somewhere. And why are they in this area? This area has like the least amount of criminal activity. Narrow his eyes. Something's up here. Senses something. He looks at a specific direction and senses the emotion of pain and struggle. But he could sense the individuals feeling it. They felt familiar. Izuku, what's going on there? Izuku then notices a building and saw that it was the exact same building as the one he jumped from. Izuku, did someone find my dead body, clone? If so, why are the negative emotions pain and struggle? Something's wrong. Izuku then used his teleport ability and teleported to the top of the building he jumped down from. He looks down at the alleyway and his eye widens as he could see his grandpa and grandma lying down on the floor immobilized. Izuku, eyes widen. Grandpa Sorahiko, Grandma Chio, what's happened? Why can't you both? He then glances to the other end of the alleyway and saw Pro Hero's Bullet and Wasp in a holographic projection of one of the people he despises the most. Daisuke Minoru, Izuku, grits his teeth. What the fuck is he doing here? And what did Wasp and Bullet do to them? Sorahiko, why are you doing this then? And what in the world is going on? Daisuke, I'm afraid I'm simply doing what we call Protocol SAEW, or in other words, silence and eliminate witnesses. Chio, what did we do that we have to be silenced for? Daisuke, simple, ruining the symbol of peace's name along with destroying the dream of other promising next-generation heroes. Izuku, eye widens. Did they? Sorahiko, symbol of peace and promising heroes. Did you know what they did to my grandson? Chio, they forced him to suicide because of what they did to him. Izuku, eye widens. Grandpa, Grandma, Daisuke, of course I do. I had one of my spies check and keep an eye and ear on what's going on. Sorahiko, then why in absolute hell aren't you punishing them for what they did? And why the hell are you doing to us? Daisuke, simple enough, Gran Torino. We need to do it out of necessity. Chio, necessity. Izuku, raises an eyebrow. Necessity. Just what the fuck necessity is he talking about? Daisuke, yes, I am simply doing this to retain the image of the hero society. As you may not know, we've been trying our best to hide the dark and chilling facts about our heroes, especially our symbol of peace, All Might. Society's lineup for heroes is getting lower and weaker, that villains are starting to overcoming us, and payment for us workers and heroes is getting quite slim. So we've been making sure to keep their images safe, even if sacrifices must count. Izuku narrows his eye. Sacrifices. Is this what Floey told me about? Sorahiko. Sacrifices. Daisuke. Yes, sacrifices. We've made plenty of sacrifices in the past. We would kill anyone that noticed the true fault of heroes, as such when we killed multiple civilians who witnessed a hero stage an act. Chio. Eyes widen. What? Izuku. Eye widens. It's just like what Floey told me. Daisuke. We have to eliminate any kind of weakness shown by heroes, as such when we ruined a kid's dream for acting on his own and trying to be a hero. Izuku. Eye widens. Mizuku Tanjiro grits his teeth. This damn bastard. He's lying. I know the fucking full story. Don't lie, you damn bastard. You damn corrupted bastard. Sorahiko. What? You would ruin a child's dream just for that? Daisuke. Yes, just like what we did to your grandson, when we humiliated him on live TV. Sorahiko. Chio. What? Sorahiko. Bastard. So it was true. Chio. You ruined his life. Did you realize what you did? Daisuke. Indeed I do. It needed to be done to maintain the images of our rising heroes Bullet, Wasp and Fafnir. It might have been too harsh, but a child's dream is a perfect cost for the hero society to stay firm. Izuku. Gritting his teeth. Bastard, bastard. You fucking ruined my life just to maintain the images of these clowns. I'm going to enjoy killing all of you. I need to save Grandpa and Grandma, but I need to wait for an opening. Sorahiko. What the absolute hell is wrong with you? Daisuke. What's wrong with me? I should be asking what's wrong with you. Why are you even continuing to support the dreams of your grandchild? Sorahiko. Huh, Daisuke. He was born quirkless, right? It's natural that he died to suicide. It happens every now and then, but in the end, it's not like anyone cares that they died. Because as you should know by now, quirkless are meaningless in this society. Izuku. Gritting his teeth. Bastard. Damn bastard. I'm going to kill you. Sorahiko. Eyes widen in rage. Why you? Daisuke. What do quirkless people even have purpose in this world that you keep defending them? Chio. They're human like us. They should live a proper like us. Daisuke. Unfortunately, that was many years ago. Times have changed. Quirks start sprouting in our society. Quirkless have no meaning or purpose anymore in this world. We need to maintain the image that only the quirked can be heroes and that heroes aren't weaker than those quirkless. We need to achieve a society that shows not even the slightest flaws or weaknesses, so sacrificing them like you grandson is worth the cost. Izuku. Gritting his teeth. Why you? When I find you, I'll kill you and enjoy every inch of it. Chio. Bastards. Sorahiko. You bastard. When I get my hands on you, I'll kill you and the rest myself. Then I'll tell the world what you're doing. Daisuke. That won't be necessary, Gran Torino and Recovery Girl. Because you won't be alive to tell them. Sorahiko. Huh, what are you arg? Starts coughing out blood. Both Sorahiko and Chio start coughing out blood and screaming in pain. Izuku looks wide-eyed in fear and shock at what he's witnessing. Izuku. Eyes widen in fear and shock. Grandpa. Grandma. The both of them continue coughing for a few seconds as Izuku continues to watch in horror as he's horrified by the scene until they stop and look more weaker and paler than before. Sorahiko. Wa coughs. What did you do to us? Daisuke. Quite simple actually, this isn't the first time we did this. We used a special blend of toxins that first target the body's nervous system and shuts down movement. It first causes paralysis, then slowly shuts down all body systems until it kills the person. That's what type of bullet Wasp and Bullet hit you with. And these drugs don't have any cure. Chio. Eyes widen and no. Sorahiko. Bastard coughs. Other people will find out what you're doing. Daisuke. We can always change and manipulate the autopsy. Workers would always go for money. And we can always use the media to fool others and blame it as a villain killing. People are easily gullible nowadays. But aren't you both happy? You both will help your youngest daughter to fight and you'll see your grandson again. And be glad that we're giving you and your grandson a proper funeral. We usually don't do this to our victims. Glances at Bullet and Wasp. Wasp and Bullet, I have another person you both need to eliminate at Iwate Prefecture. I need personal businesses to attend to. Both. Roger. Daisuke. Looks at Gran Torino and Chio. You'll both die approximately in a few minutes, so do enjoy your last moments with each other. Wasp and Bullet will be in charge of cleaning your dead bodies. This is goodbye. The hologram disappears as the two heroes turn around and head to the assigned location. Meanwhile, on top of the building, Izuku was shedding his tears and shaking from what he witnessed and heard. His grandparents were dying, and there's nothing he can do to stop it. All he can do was sit there and be pathetic. He was given new power and he couldn't use it. He felt so pathetic. He couldn't save the two of the last three people who actually showed love and care for him. Tears continued to stream down his face as he felt so pathetic and weak. Izuku. Crying, I feel so pathetic. He then could hear his grandparents talk and cough from below. Sorahiko. So this it, huh? Coughs Chio. See, can't you use your quirk and heal us? Coughs. Chio. Coughs, I can't. My quirk has no effect on poison. And even if it did, coughs, it would kill us before it could heal us. Coughs. Sorahiko. So, this is how we die, huh? Coughs roughly. Chio. Seems so. Coughs out blood. Sorahiko. You know, coughs, I always thought I'd die from eating too many taiyakis. But I'd never expect to die from being poisoned and realizing the cold truth about this world. Coughs out blood. Chio. Coughs and laughs weakly. That seems so like you, Sorahiko. Coughs, you know, I never expected my death to be like this either. Coughs. Sorahiko. You know, coughs, if there's one thing that I regret is that I never got to save coughs Izuku from what happened. Izuku's eye widens from what he heard. Chio. Nods sadly and coughs roughly. Yeah, he was a good kid. He didn't deserve what happened to him. Coughs. Sorahiko. I felt like, coughs, I kinda disappointed Nana and failed her. Tears starts falling out of his eyes. I feel like I failed as his grandparent. Chio. Tears well in her eyes. Me, too. Coughs out blood. If we were there for him more. Coughs. Do you think things would have ended up differently? Sorahiko. Coughs, I don't know. If only I could see him one more time, and apologize to him. Coughs, I failed as his grandfather. Izuku started shaking more and tears became completely uncontrollable for him. He tried everything to resist revealing himself to them. But his soul still had emotion for those he cared about, and it was out of control. He jumped down from the ledge and landed on the floor as tears streamed down his face. Izuku. Crying and no. Why you never failed me, Grandpa? Grandma. The both of them looked at Izuku and looked weakly at him and confused as he slowly walked towards them. Sorahiko. Coughs, who are you? Izuku. It's me. Grandpa and Grandma. Izuku. The both of them suddenly looked wide-eyed and are incomplete when they heard him. Chio. I'd widen and coughs, I am possible. Sorahiko. And no. Coughs, my grandson is dead. Izuku. Shakes his head as he was crying and no. It's me. I'm alive. He looked down at the both of them as they look at his eye. They suddenly got a flashback that resembled Izuku's face and saw it through his eye as the both of them looked wide-eyed as tears started to form in their eyes. Sorahiko. Tearing up Izuku. Is it really you? Izuku smiled as tears endlessly streamed down his eye. Izuku. Nods while crying. I'm Izuku. Izuku immediately rushes them and pulls the both of them into a hug as they cry in his arms. The three of them stay in that position until Izuku pulled back and looked at the two of them with tears continually streaming down his face. Sorahiko. Chuckles while crying. It is you. Chio. Crying. But how are you still alive? We saw your dead body. Sorahiko. Crying. And why is your body like that? Izuku. Crying. Well, it's sorta of a long story. Time skip. Izuku spent a few minutes telling them what he experienced and why is he like this now. He told them every specific detail in a short because as he talked he noticed while talking that his grandparents kept coughing and getting weaker. He tried to convince them that they really should receive medical attention as soon as possible, but they keep telling him that they need to hear this, so pushed forward and kept telling them. A few minutes later, He finishes telling them everything that happened and he could see them looking more paler and weaker than before. Izuku. And so that's it. Sorahiko. I see. Chio. Sorry we didn't know that this is all happening to you. If we did. Izuku. Shakes his head with a sad smile. It's not your fault, Grandma and Grandpa. I could understand what was happening, that the both of you had a lot of things to do. It's my fault for being too much of a coward. I let things happen on my own. Sorahiko. And no, Izuku, we could understand it. You were still too young and were threatened by the others. It wasn't your fault. Coughs. Izuku. And no, I was quirkless and too weak. I don't understand why the both of you continued to stood by me when I'm quirkless. Chio. Oh Izuku, we didn't care that whether you were quirkless or not. Izuku. Why you didn't? Sorahiko. No, we don't care if you're quirkless, Izuku. Chio. You're our nephew and family. A simple quirk can't change it. Sorahiko. Your grandmother did the exact same thing when she was young. Izuku. Grandma. Sorahiko. Your grandma did it to your father, when he was young. Izuku. Wait. Hold on a second. Dad. Chio. Sighs weakly. I guess he never told you, huh? Izuku. Toshinori was quirkless. Izuku. Grits his teeth. He was. Then why did he treat me like that? Sorahiko. I know. I was extremely disappointed in him and Inko that they did that. And I'm sure your grandmother is also extremely disappointed. Chio. Unfortunately, I think she and the other predecessors are disappointed on how this society is turning too. Izuku. And that's why I was bestowed these powers. To cure the corruption of this society. Sorahiko. You know, I would mostly go against killing. But sometimes the greatest mercy someone can give to someone else is to kill them. It can be another way to save someone who's too far gone. Chio. And all I can say, this society is too far gone for normal mercy. Play music. All of a sudden the both of them started coughing more blood and got weaker and made Izuku even more worried. Izuku. I should really get you both to a hospital to get you treated. Sorahiko. It's too late, Izuku. Izuku. Shakes his head in disbelief as tears starts falling out of his eye. No. Wait, what about you two? Chio. You heard him, right? Coughs. There's no cure for this. Izuku. Tearing up Grandpa. Grandma. Sorahiko. I can feel myself succumbing to it. Maybe you can use both our souls to strengthen yourself. Izuku. Tearing up. Stop. I'm gonna figure out. There has to be a way. He has to be lying. Sorahiko. Izuku. Izuku. Tearing up more number. There's gotta be another way. I'm not gonna leave you both here. I'll think of something. Chio. Izuku, please. Izuku. Crying and shaking. Please. No, I can't lose you both, too. Please. I can't do anything. All I am is just a weak and useless coward. I don't deserve any of this power. Izuku looks down and continues to shake more. He couldn't do it. He couldn't let the last two of the three people that actually showed care for him. He's blaming himself. If only he had used his powers properly and got here, none of this would be happening. He felt undeserving of these powers now. All of a sudden he felt a hand touch his cheek as he looks at the direction where it came from, and his eyes widen as he saw his grandmother caressing his cheek weakly with a smile on her face. Izuku. GG Grandma. He suddenly felt an arm hold his shoulder and saw his grandfather looking at him with a smile on his face. Izuku. G Grandpa. How? Sorahiko. It's a tiny miracle we needed. Chio. I guess, our bodies are granting us one last chance to say something and feel you for the last time. Izuku. But, Sorahiko. Izuku, please, let us both speak to you, one last time. Izuku sat there and nodded sadly as the both of them started talking. Chio. Izuku, you're not weak nor useless. Sorahiko. You're one of the strongest kids I know. No matter how devastated you were or how many times you felt useless, you kept moving forward. Chio. You were so kind, brave and determined. You were the most determined kid I've ever met in my life. Izuku. Crying, but all I am is just a freak accident. If I only got here on time, none of this would have happened. Maybe it was an accident that they gave me this power. Chio. Isizuku, there are no accidents. They didn't make a mistake to give powers like these to you. I know you have the ability to change this society. Sorahiko. Coughs weakly B because you're the Izuku who can do anything. Izuku. Crying B but I couldn't even save the both of you. I can't lose you both. I already lost Toya, Fuyumi and Natsuo. I can't lose you both too. Sorahiko. Smiles weakly don't feel bad that the both of us are going to die here. Coughs it was going to happen sooner or later, anyway. Izuku just continued shaking there as tears continuously streamed down his face. Sorahiko. Tea time won't wait and grieve along with you. This society needs to be stopped as soon as possible. And I believe, you can stop this madness and change this corrupted society back to its former glory. Izuku. Crying P please, Grandma and Grandpa. Enough of that, you shouldn't worry about any of that for now. See can't Grandma use her quirk to save you both? Chio. Coughs Izuku. My quirk can't heal poisoning. Even if I could use my quirk, the both of us will die easily from using it. Izuku. Crying even more please there's gotta be more time. Please there has to be a way to save you both. Sorahiko. And no, Izuku. We'll be dead very soon. Switch to this music. Chio. So please, can you at least, let us continue to relay our last words for you, before we finally succumb to it. Izuku sat there in shock for a second, before slowly nodding his head with a shaky breath. Sorahiko. Izuku, don't grieve over our deaths. You grieving over our deaths for too long, would truly be our greatest regret. I had a lot of regrets in the past and so did your grandmother. Chio. But, our greatest regret, is that we never stopped the others from doing anything to you and that we let all those bad things happen to you. Coughs. Izuku tried his best not to protest but he wanted to give this moment to his grandparents as their request so he just sat there, tearing up and shaking on his knees. Sorahiko. We're sorry that, we couldn't give more time to visit you. Izuku. Crying, no. I understand, you both were busy and had a lot of things to do. Chio. I wish we could have spent more time with you. Izuku. Crying and shaking more, I wish that too. If we had more time, I would have cherished every second of it. Sorahiko. Sorry we could only give you presents such, as hoodies and jackets. Izuku. Breath shakens and cries more and no. Sniff even the simplest things, show both on how much you loved me. And I'll continue to cherish them. Chio. We're sorry for being such horrible grandparents. Izuku. Shakes his head and cries more and no. You two are the best grandparents a kid like me would ever ask for. Sorahiko. We're sorry, that we never stopped this from ever happening to you. Izuku. Shakes his head and shakes more while crying and no, it's fine. I understand, you both never knew in the first place, and I was a coward for telling you. Chio. We're sorry, a million times over. Sorahiko. Thank you, for loving horrible grandparents like us. Izuku finally had enough of it and starts replying to them. Izuku. Shaking while tears continue to fall and no. Chuckles shakily you're both so selfish. I should be the one thanking the both of you, for loving someone as weak and useless like me. Sorahiko. Izuku, you aren't weak nor useless. We know they didn't make a mistake in choosing you, as the wielder of powers like these. Chio. Please, for our sake, never doubt in your abilities. Izuku. Nods his head while crying and shaking on his knees okay. Sorahiko. Good, I think our time is almost up. Izuku. Eyes widen wha. Chio. Think it is. Our time has come. Izuku. Shakes his head as he cries harder and no. Please. Don't leave me please. I can't lose you both. Please. Stay with me. Not you both, too. Chio. Smiles sadly while holding his cheek. Izuku, we will always be with you. Sorahiko. Chuckles weakly and weakly rubs his head. She's right. We'll keep watch of you, and will always be with you wherever you are in this world. Chio. Please, stay strong for us. We know you'll find more people who will never abandon you. Sorahiko. You'll find friends and family, W who love and care for you. Chio. P please, promise you us, you'll n never doubt in your abilities O or believe you won't find A any love F from others. A minus and T take care A and K keep an eye on M mana. She loves and C cares about you D deeply, M more than you know, D to you P promise. Izuku. Nods slowly as he keeps crying I promise. Sorahiko. I if YUF feel disheartened, A and that Y you or N never enough. H hold your head up high, like you A always did. Y you may F feel like digging your H heels. A and break D down, B but dry Y your EY eyes and look ahead. Y you never G gave up, S so D don't give you up, okay. Izuku. Nods slowly while crying harder I will. Sorahiko. A and Izuku. P please remember TH this. TH that. N no matter what happens. Chio. O or where we are O or you are in this world, are remember. Both. W we will always L love you A and be proud of YU. W we're proud T to be your G grandparents. Izuku stared in shock and in sadness. He suddenly pulls them both to a hug and cries between their shoulders as the both of them hug back. Izuku. Crying I love you both. Both. W we love YU too. Izuku. M more than YU could ever know. Izuku continues to hold them both in an embrace as he continues to cry for a minute. Switch music to this. After a minute he slightly calms down and decides to call on the both of them. Izuku. Grandma. Grandpa. Silence. Izuku. Grandma. Grandpa. Silence. All he could hear was silence, and it wasn't a good thing. He tried to shake them both but they wouldn't respond. Izuku. G grandma, GG grandpa. A minus or you. Izuku then finally separated from the embrace as he saw the both of them with their eyes closed with a smile on their face making his face twitch to horror quickly. Izuku. G grandma, grandpa. Why you're both okay, right? He tried to shake the both of them awake, but no response. He starts to sniff again as tears start welling up in his eyes again and he tries to shake them both awake. Izuku. Sniffs hey, G grandma, grandpa, sniff sniff. He continuously shakes them in an attempt to wake them up as his tendrils held onto their face and shake them. Izuku. Tearing up hey, grandma, grandpa, hey, grandma, grandpa, hey, breathe. Tears up more hey, G grandma, grandpa, hey, you're both okay. Breath shakens asterisk stay with me, stay with me. Stay with me, stay with me. You both stay with me. He continues to try and wake them up but their body finally went limp and lost their grip on his back making his eye widen as he starts to cry again and hug both of them. Izuku. Crying grandpa, grandma, no, please, please, please. I can't do this without you. Please. Don't leave me. No stay with me. Cries harder asterisk no stay with me. Please don't leave me. He pleaded and pleaded, but it didn't work. They were both gone. Izuku. Grandma, grandpa, please, stay with me. All he can do is cry out in agony while hugging their dead bodies. He had no choice but to accept the fact. They were dead and he can do nothing but bawl his eyes out uncontrollably. His screams were loud enough that it might wake the whole neighborhood. But they cared less enough to know what was that, probably thinking a villain being beaten up by a hero. 5 minutes later, he finally calms down and lays down the bodies of his grandparents as he looks at them with a sad look on his face. He lost the last 2 of the 3 people that actually cared for him. He was devastated. Would things have been different if he came here in time? Would things have ended differently if he arrived on time and stopped the bullets? He could question and blame himself as long as he wants. But he knows he needs to move forward for them. He clenches his arms and recalls all memories he had with his grandparents. From the day they held him in their hands after he was born and given his name. The day when the both of them held his hand and helped him walk. The day when the 2 of them would visit the 4 kids when they were still 1 to 2 years old and would often play with them or bring them gifts. When they were 3 years old and the both of them took them to a park to enjoy the scenery and have fun in the park. When he surprised the both of them during their birthdays, he remembers the smiles on their faces when he gave them their presents and cake. Even the little things during his hell of a life, when they would visit for a short while or when they would give them their presents to them. Every memory of his moments with them flooded his head as tears continued to fall from his eye. Izuku. Crying hard. Gee grandma. Gee grandpa. As he bowed his head down, remember everything and every moment he spent with them. Moments he'll cherish, and moments he'll never experience again. Suddenly, two glowing colors showed the ground that caught his eye. He looks up to see two souls floating over their body. But unlike Fafnir's soul, the both of theirs had colors. Above his grandmother's body was a green soul, while above his grandfather was a yellow soul. Izuku checked the LV of the souls and looked in shock as he saw that his grandmother's soul had an LV of 13 while his grandfather had an LV of 14. Izuku. Shocked. Their LVs are higher than I expected. Does it have to do with the color? He reaches out his hand to grab the soul, but he hesitated. He was still doubting himself and thinking he shouldn't do this. But, Chio. Please, promise you'll never doubt in your abilities or believe you won't find any love F from others. A- and T take care A and K keep an eye on M mana. She loves and C cares about you D deeply, M more than you know, D do you P promise. He reaches out his hands and grabs the both of their souls and looks at it with a sad and serious expression. Sorahiko. If you feel disheartened, A and that you or N never enough. H hold your head up high, like you always did. You may feel like digging your H heels A and break D down, B but dry your EY eyes and look ahead. You never G gave up B back then, S so D don't give you up N now, okay. He closes his eye and thinks on the words of his grandparents for a few seconds. He knows nothing can ever bring them back now, no tears nor miracle can bring them back. Even if he wanted to. He knows they need this now. They both needed their eternal rest. He felt like giving up and returning the powers back. But just like his grandparents said, no matter how pathetic he feels, he needs to stay strong, move forward and keep on living. For them. He opens his eye again but he had a more determined look. Izuku. I will, and I promise. He said that before light engulfed his hands in the alleyway. Music stopped. Meanwhile, Bullet. And that's that I guess. Bullet and Wasp were in an alleyway nearby the Iwata prefecture. Bullet was looking through his binoculars while Wasp was on her phone. Bullet. Seems nobody was around to see that. The thing that Bullet was looking through his binoculars is an apartment room. But inside that apartment room was a completely messed up room and the dead body of Naomasa Tsukauchi and the dead and defiled body of Makoto Tsukauchi. Wasp. Nods while on the call. Right, sir. We'll be on it. Ends call. Bullet. What did the boss say? Wasp. After cleaning up the mess in the alleyway, we're pretty much done for tonight. But are we sure we're doing the right thing? Bullet. Orders are orders. Boss just said eliminate them because they were a big threat to society. The reason being, Daisuke assigned them to kill Naomasa and anyone in his apartment, because Gran Torino told them about what happened which would hinder or cause problems to All Might and the others. They also had to kill his sister where Bullet enjoyed also his time doing whatever he wanted with her before ending her life. And they were both ordered to destroy documents, without reading them. Wasp. But, are we really sure that this is the right way of doing it? I mean killing 2 old people and now 2 others too. Isn't this kinda harsh? Bullet. Size I mean, all the boss said that they were threats to All Mights and the Hero Society's image. The 2 of them can easily be replaced anyway. And besides, aren't you happy we're going to get paid more? Wasp. Shrugs I guess and it'll help boost our rankings and get more famous anyway. Bullet. But man, I wished we didn't have to kill that chick. I would have kept her. Wasp. Sighs in exasperation you and women. Bullet. Smirks and nudges her jealous. Wasp. Lightly punches his arm shut. Let's just finish this so we can go home. As they were about to go home they suddenly felt a chill in the air and they readied their quirks and looked around. Bullet. Ya sense that? Wasp. Yeah. Looks around who's there. Show yourself. Bullet. Come out with your hands in the air. Tap ** tap. The both of them around and heard the sound of walking, but with an ominous ring to it. Wasp. What in the world is that? Bullet. Grr. Show yourself damn it, whoever you are. Wasp. If you don't come out, we'll kill you. Kill, huh? Chuckles darkly. That doesn't seem very heroic. The both of them look at the direction of the voice and saw a black figure standing by the end of the alleyway. They couldn't quite make out the face because of the darkness. Bullet. The fuck? Who are you? Wasp. Enough with the questions. Just blast him already. I just want to finish this and go home already. Bullet then starts shooting the figure and Wasp starts shooting with him. The figure's body looks like it's getting overrun as bullet holes appear all over their chest area and looks like he's getting sent backward a bit. A few seconds later the both of them shot a lot of bullets at the victim who just stood there, lifeless. They both finally got tired of generating ammunition and dropped their weapons panting. Bullet. Did we get him? Wasp. Looks like it. With that many bullet holes, no one can survive that. Oh, are you sure about that? The both of them looked wide-eyed as the figure's body suddenly fixes itself back to normal as the bullet holes disappear and regenerate themselves like nothing even happened. He looks at them and a sinister smirk appears on their face. Do you really think a bunch of bullets can do shit to me? The both of them started shivering in fear in place because the scene looks like something out of a horror movie. Wasp. Terrified and no way. Bullet. Shocked and scared. How are they alive? Heroes, huh? Chuckles. Since when did heroes go overkill on someone who hasn't even attacked them yet? Bullet. Shitting his pants. Who in the world are you? They then notice the figure's left eye glow blue like it's burning as they slowly walk towards them. The both of them slowly backs up to a wall in fear as the figure continued walking and began to talk. Who am I? Hey, how can you forget the person you humiliated on live TV? Wasp. Wha. Bullet. Who the fuck are you talking about? Chuckles. Listen and hear a song the birds are singing. Sit down a while, and watch the flowers blooming. The both of them continue to step away backwards as the figure kept walking slowly towards them humming something in a song-like tune. A pleasant breeze flows by, leaving a scent and trail of blood. On a gorgeous night I ask, the both of you, voice becomes darker. Do you feel your sins crawling on your backs? The figure stops and all of a sudden, multiple black tendrils appear behind the figure's back and simultaneously punch them towards the wall and impaling them at some areas at the same time. Both. The both of them hold the impaled areas in pain as the figure stood there, looking at them. Ah! The sounds of pain and agony. How I love thee. Bullet. Asterisk in pain. What in the world is wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Oh, I don't know. I just used to be kid who wanted to be a hero. Tap. But life had other plans for me. Tap. The figure slowly walked towards them as the only thing they could hear was their footsteps and voice. I was deemed quirkless at the age of 4, and life quickly turned around for me. Tap. My parents forgot I existed. Tap. My siblings except my younger sister beat me up. Tap. My so-called friends betrayed me. Tap. And society rejected me. Tap. But how does this relate to the both of you? Well, I was a kid during a normal field trip with my class. And you two were there. Tap. An incident happened. A kid was held hostage by a villain. And on instinct I jumped to help them. And here I thought I'd be thanked by you too. But, tap, the both of you instead scolded me, for being reckless, for doing your job, for jumping in without a quirk, and yet, the both of you couldn't do anything. How hypocritical. The both of them piece the words together and eyes widen in shock and realization as the both of them held their injuries in pain while shaking in fear. Wasp. Shocked and no way. Why you're that, kid. Chuckles. So you both finally recognized me. Bullet. Eyes widen. Why you're that Izuku kid, right? Izuku Yagi. The person now revealed as Izuku chuckles and stands there in place with a smirk evident on his face. Izuku. Yagi, huh? Chuckles. Izuku Yagi's dead. He died earlier. I am your worst nightmare. I am. Nightmare. Bullet. What happened to you? Izuku. What happened to me, huh? Chuckles. Simple. Because of the both of you along with this damn wretched society, my eyes finally opened up to see the horrible society we live in. To see how you heroes are a bunch of greedy murderers that are no better than the villains themselves. Wasp. We're sorry for what we did. Izuku. Sorry. Oh, so now you want to apologize to me? Well, smirks. Let me tell you it's too little too late for forgiveness. shrugs. Normally, I used to be a happy person. But recently, you murdered my dreams, and my grandparents. The both of them suddenly went wide-eyed and remembered when they killed Gran Torino and Recovery Girl back at the alleyway as they started to shiver more. Bullet. Listen this is all just a big. Izuku. Tilts his head misunderstanding. Following orders. Oh. Don't lie to me. You both did it for fame and money. You both didn't hesitate to shoot them. You even had the balls to tell them that they can both easily be replaced. Chuckles darkly. Oh, how you greedy and power-hungry heroes. Wasp. Maybe we can work something out. Maybe we can. Izuku. Work something out. Grins darkly. This kinda reminds me of the moment I had earlier with a fellow colleague and friend of yours. The other hero you were with during that field trip. Wasp. Gasps Fafnir. Bullet. Eyes widen. What did you do to him? Izuku. Oh, you both don't have to worry about him. His soul was a useful and perfect price for destroying my dream, so he's out of debt, smirks forever. Bullet. Why you monster? Izuku. Monster, chuckles and grins. Yeah, I am a monster you all created. But the real monster I see here are nothing but a bunch of clowns and jokers in party costumes. Just like your friend, you two have a debt to pay and I'm here to collect it. The three of us can do this. The Ayas. Bullet cut him off as summoned a gun while Wasp summoned a bow and shot him through the heart as he looks at it. He simply regenerates the wound like nothing happened. He then looks back at them to see their shocked faces as he just shrugs. Izuku. Shrugs. Well, it was worth a shot. **. Both. In the blink of an eye, both the hands where they were holding their weapons were slashed clean off by two tendrils. Izuku. Grins darkly. Guess you both like doing things the hard way, huh? Like what the both of you said earlier. I'm sure the commission could find replacements for the both of you. Stab. Both. Ag. Before they both can react, a tendril stabbed them both in the eye as they screamed in pain and held their eye in pain. Izuku. As they say, huh? An eye for an eye, chuckles, and a soul for a soul. Time for you both to pay your debts. The both of them stared at Izuku, shaking in fear as he had an insane smile on his face. Izuku. You know how one of you said that you were tired? He suddenly extends and raises his arm out as he tilts his head, maintaining his insane smile. Izuku. Sounds like the both of you have been really working yourselves down to the bone. As Izuku said, bone, he snaps his fingers as multiple black bones came popping out of the ground towards the two heroes. The two heroes screamed as the bones inched closer to them as Izuku laughed insanely with a grin on his face. His grin widens as he could sense people seeing the dead bodies of the people he's killed and sense their negative emotions and news reporters going to the case. Izuku. Grinning insanely. Let this be your wake-up call, heroes. Meanwhile, Toshinori. You did what? Back at the Yagi household, Mana was currently locked in her room grieving about Izuku's death. The other kids were in the living room calming each other down and watching TV to do so, while the adults are currently in the dining area talking to a hologram Daisuke. Inko. How can you do this to them? Masaru. Sorahiko. Chio and even Naomasa. Enji. What in the world were you thinking? Daisuke. Please, calm. We had no choice, but did that out of necessity to cover your actions. Looks at All Might especially for you. Symbol of peace. Toshinori. What do you mean? Daisuke. We have been trying to hide the fact about your injury and your diminishing time of operation from public. Looks at the rest, and that not only just applies to him, but to the rest of you too. We know this might be a little too harsh, but your sustained statuses and images are worth the cost for this. Hero Society needs to stand firm, and to achieve that, we need to have all of you free from any noticeable flaws, even the slightest ones. Toshinori. So are you saying that because of us, Inko, the ministry had to agree to kill off any untrusted witnesses? Daisuke. Yes, please understand this to maintain your statuses and for the Hero Society. This also goes to your kids. Mitsuki. What about Mana then? Daisuke. Don't worry, we'll make her believe that the cause of their death was by a villain. She'll be too motivated to be a hero than to care about your issues. Toshinori. Shedding tears. Damn it. Daisuke. And that also applies to your own sons and daughters. They'll use this as a motivation to move forward. Remember, your sons and daughters are the hope of the next generation, so train them properly and let them use their deaths as motivations to continue to be heroes. The adults hesitated but nonetheless nod slowly. Daisuke. Good, and not a word must be said out of this room. I'm already having a hard time clearing the issues that you all have been creating, so be careful next time. Understood, everyone? Why yes, Daisuke. Good. I'll arrange their funerals soon and contact you where and when. Mr. Daisuke. You have to see this, sir. Daisuke. Sighs all right. Looks at everyone. I have to go check this. Remember, you all and your sons and daughters are the future of this society, so shape up. The transmission ends and all the adults in the room look at each other with guilt and sadness. Toshinori clenches his fist. Shit. I really must have failed master now. Not just as her student but as a father to my son. Sheds a tear. Sorry my son. Knock. Asterisk. Everyone get cut off from their own personal thoughts as they look at the door of the dining area. Toshinori. Yes, Izumi. Dad, Mom, guys, you have to see the news. It's urgent. Adults. Raises an eyebrow. Urgent. All the adults immediately ran out of the room and into the living room where they all saw their sons and daughters with worried and shocked looks while watching the TV, making them all worried. Toshinori. Worried. What's wrong? Kai. Points at the TV while still in shock. Look at the TV. Dad. All of the adults look at the TV and their eyes widen at the headline. New Year Massacre. New supervillain or serial killer on the run. Daisuke. Shocked. What the? What's happening? Daisuke, from the place where he was, is extremely shocked at what he's seeing right now on the news. Everyone in Japan was awoken from their sleep as they all had their eyes glued to the news in absolute shock. Enji. Shocked. New Year Massacre. Masaru. Eyes widen. Super villain. Serial killer. Toshinori. Shocked. What happened? Before anyone could answer, the news reporter begins to state the news. Reporter. Bradley Ender here, and today I have some breaking news. Our usual record of having zero crime during New Year's Eve has now been broken in the worst way imaginable. An image then showed a bunch of dead bodies in an alleyway, all lifeless and bloody. Some of the people watching almost threw up at the gory sight. Reporter. Witnesses found a bunch of dead and tortured bodies in this alleyway moments ago. Autopsy shows that these victims were both stabbed and bled tortured. But this isn't the only case found. Another photo showed a bloody private bar with dead bodies hanging from the chandeliers and walls, all lifeless and in a horrible shape. The site itself looked like from a horror film. Reporter. Cops also found dead bodies through search dogs in this private bar close by from the alleyway where the other bodies were found. The identities of the victims were identified to be serial killers that heroes have been looking for the past year and months. They also had the same results as the previous autopsy tests, stabbed and tortured. So you might think that this individual is actually on our side. Well, this may prove you wrong. A photo then popped on the screen and everyone looked wide-eyed as they saw the dead body of Fafner lying on top of a building. Kai. Tearing up and no. Toshinori. Eyes widen. Fafner. Reporter. The dragon tattoo hero. Fafner, one of Japan's new rising star heroes, was found murdered on top of this building. Also with the same autopsy results, showed visible struggle and tortured, and stabbed to death. By calculations of police force, this individual has killed over 41 victims in the span of 1 to 2 hours. Should we be worried about this? What will be the response of the heroes to this situation? A new villain or serial who can go toe-to-toe with our new rising star and possibly other heroes? Is the security of Japan at stake here? And who is this mysterious individual? We'll give you more information after the break. Everyone then continued to look shocked at what they just heard. Normally crime doesn't happen in New Year's Eve. But now it happened, and someone managed to kill 41 individuals in the span of 1 to 2 hours with a pro hero being a victim. Everyone is definitely now either afraid or shocked after the news. Toshinori. Shocked and no way. Enji. Shocked. Fafner was an extremely strong hero. Masaru. Shocked and yet he was killed easily. Inko. Shocked and 40 other victims. Mitsuki. Shocked. Just what in the world has been happening lately? None of them knew. No one knew what's been going on lately this night. I guess everyone in Japan hasn't heard of the word karma. Izumi. Scared mom. Dad. Kai. Scared is everything going to be fine? They weren't sure anymore. First their son died. Then Gran Torino, Recovery Girl and Naomasa, which technically aren't related, and now 41 victims. But the both of them stayed positive. They had to assure everyone that it will be all right. Inko. I am sure everything will be fine. Toshinori. Why yeah, I'm sure me and the other heroes can stop him in no. Reporter. Attention. Everyone then turned their attention back to the TV screen again as fear slowly came crawling back. Reporter. We return with some more breaking news from earlier. It seems that 2 more victims were found in this New Year murder spree. And they are none other than the Deadshot hero, Bullet, and the Silent Needle hero, Wasp. Stabbed to death with bones, but also had the same struggle and killed in the same way as the other victims. Now everyone's shock and fear came back. Those 2 are known to be powerful rising stars alongside Fafnir. But now realizing those 3 are defeated and killed just sends fear back crawling through their spine. Reporter. We had forensics do test to see any DNA left by the suspect, but no fingerprints were found. Not even any sign of DNA. Now everyone's in complete horror. Normally a suspect would have left a DNA going on a murder spree, but not even leaving a single sign of DNA is another red flag. Reporter. We may be dealing with a huge threat here, folks. A mysterious villain or killer on the loose. And not only that, we've been receiving many other news from America and France of murders as well. In America 40 victims were found were slashed and stabbed to death, while in France 41 are either brutally beaten or stabbed to death. It seems we may be dealing with more than one threat here. Now this just completely sent everyone down to complete fear and horror. This wasn't only just happening in Japan, but in America and France as well. Reporter. Hold on. Our news copter apparently caught a horrifying glimpse of Wasp and Bullet's death and a secret message to it. Here's the live footage now. A live camera was then showed over the alleyway as everyone's fear sank down to their stomach the moment they caught eyes at the scene. Daisuke Toshinori. Eyes widen. Just what in the world is going on? Oh, little did they know. The bones actually formed a sentence with the 2 heroes, laying lifeless in the middle of it. The phrase is, "The nightmare's only just begun. I hope you're happy, because it's the last time you'll ever be." To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.